The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades by H. Rider Haggard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Abigail Rasmussen, April 2012. The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades by H. Rider Haggard. Author's Note and Prologue. Two lovers by the maiden state, without a glance of jealous hate. The maid her lovers sat between, with open brow and equal mien. It is a sight but rarely spied, thanks to man's wrath and woman's pride. Scott. Author's Note. Standing a while ago upon the flower-clad plain above Tiberias, by the Lake of Galilee, the writer gazed at the double peaks of the hill of Hattin. Here, or so tradition says, Christ preached the Sermon on the Mount, that perfect rule of gentleness and peace. Here, too, and this is certain, after nearly 12 centuries had gone by, Sultan Saladin, whom we know as the Sultan Saladin, crushed the Christian power in Palestine, in perhaps the most terrible battle which that land of blood has known. Thus the Mount of the Beatitudes became the Mount of Massacre. Whilst musing on these strangely contrasted scenes enacted in one place, there arose in his mind a desire to weave, as best he might, a tale wherein any who are drawn to the romance of that pregnant and mysterious epoch, when men by thousands were glad to lay down their lives for visions and spiritual hopes, could find a picture, however faint and broken, of the long war between cross and crescent waged among the Syrian plains and deserts, of Christian knights and ladies also, and their loves and sufferings in England and the East, of the fearful lord of the assassins, whom the Franks called Old Man of the Mountain, and his fortress city Masyaf, of the great-hearted, if at times cruel, Saladin and his fierce Saracens, of the rout at Hattin itself, on whose rocky height the Holy Rood was set up as a standard and captured, to be seen no more by Christian eyes, and of the last surrender, whereby the Crusaders lost Jerusalem forever. Of that desire this story is the fruit. Prologue. Saladin, commander of the faithful, the king strong to aid, sovereign of the East, sat at night in his palace in Damascus, and brooded on the wonderful ways of God, by whom he had been lifted to his high estate. He remembered how, when he was but small in the eyes of men, Nur-ed-Din, king of Syria, forced him to accompany his uncle, Shirkuh, to Egypt, whither he went, like one driven to his death, and how, against his own will, there he rose to greatness. He thought of his father, the wise Ayyub, and the brethren with whom he was brought up, all of them dead now save one, and of his sisters, whom he had cherished. Most of all did he think of her, Zobeide, who had been stolen away by the knight whom she loved, even to the loss of her own soul. Yes, by the English friend of his youth, his father's prisoner, Sir Andrew Darcy, who, led astray by passion, had done him and his house this grievous wrong. He had sworn, he remembered, that he would bring her back even from England, and already had planned to kill her husband and capture her when he learned her death. She had left a child, or so his spies told him, who, if she still lived, must be a woman now, his own niece, though half of noble English blood. Then his mind wandered from this old, half-forgotten story to the woe and blood in which his days were set, and to the last great struggle between the followers of the prophets of Jesus and Mahomet, that jihad, holy war, for which he made ready, and he sighed, for he was a merciful man who loved not slaughter, although his fierce faith drove him from war to war. Saladin slept and dreamed of peace. In his dream a maiden stood before him. Presently, when she lifted her veil, he saw that she was beautiful, with features like his own, but fairer, and knew her surely for the daughter of his sister, who had fled with the English knight. Now he wondered why she visited him thus, and in his vision prayed Allah to make the matter clear. Then of a sudden he saw this same woman standing before him on a Syrian plain, and on either side of her a countless host of Saracens and Franks, of whom thousands and tens of thousands were appointed to death. Lo, he, Saladin, charged at the head of his squadrons, scimitar aloft, but she held up her hand and stayed him. "What do you here, my niece?" he asked. "I am come to save the lives of men through you," she answered. "Therefore was I born of your blood, and therefore I am sent to you. Put up your sword, king, and spare them." "Say, maiden, what ransom do you bring to buy this multitude from doom? What ransom and what gift?" "The ransom of my own blood freely offered, and heaven's gift of peace to your sinful soul, O king." And with that outstretched hand she drew down his keen-edged scimitar until it rested on her breast. Saladin awoke and marvelled on his dream, but said nothing of it to any man. The next night it returned to him, and the memory of it went with him all the day that followed, but still he said nothing. When on the third night he dreamed it yet again, even more vividly, then he was sure that this thing was from God, and summoned his holy imams and his diviners, and took counsel with them. These, after they had listened, prayed, and consulted, spoke thus: "O Sultan, Allah has warned you in shadows that the woman, your niece, who dwells far away in England, shall by her own nobleness and sacrifice in some time to come save you from shedding a sea of blood and bring rest upon the land. We charge you, therefore, draw this lady to your court, and keep her ever by your side, since if she escape you, her peace goes with her." Saladin said that this interpretation was wise and true, for thus also he had read his dream. Then he summoned a certain false knight who bore the cross upon his breast, but in secret had accepted the Koran, a Frankish spy of his, who came from that country where dwelt the maiden, his niece, and from him learned about her, her father, and her home. With him and another spy who passed as a Christian palmer, by the aid of Prince Hassan, one of the greatest and most trusted of his emirs, he made a cunning plan for the capture of the maiden, if she should not come willingly, and for her bearing away to Syria. Moreover, that in the eyes of all men her dignity might be worthy of her high blood and fate, by his decree he created her, the niece whom he had never seen, Princess of Baalbek, with great possessions, a rule that her grandfather Ayyub and her uncle Izzeddin had held before her. Also he purchased a stout galley of war, manning it with proved soldiers and with chosen men at arms, under the command of the Prince Hassan, and wrote a letter to the English lord, Sir Andrew Darcy, and to his daughter, and prepared a royal gift of jewels, and sent them to the lady, his niece, far away in England, and with it the patent of her rank. Her he commanded this company to win by peace, or force, or fraud, as best they might, but that without her not one of them should dare to look upon his face again. And with these he sent the 2 Frankish spies, who knew the place where the lady lived, one of whom, the false knight, was a skilled mariner, and the captain of the ship. These things did Yusuf Saladin, and waited patiently till it should please God to accomplish the vision with which God had filled his soul in sleep. End of author's note and prologue. Chapter 1 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 1. By the Waters of Death Creek. From the sea wall on the coast of Essex, Rosamund looked out across the ocean eastwards. To right and left, but a little behind her, like guards attending the person of their sovereign, stood her cousins, the twin brethren, Godwin and Wulf, tall and shapely men. Godwin was still as a statue, his hands folded over the hilt of the long scabbarded sword, of which the point was set on the ground before him. But Wulf, his brother, moved restlessly, and at length yawned aloud. They were beautiful to look at, all 3 of them, as they appeared in the splendour of their youth and health. The imperial Rosamund, dark-haired and eyed, ivory-skinned and slender-waisted, a posy of marsh flowers in her hand. The pale, stately Godwin with his dreaming face, and the bold-fronted, blue-eyed warrior, Wulf, Saxon to his fingertips, notwithstanding his father's Norman blood. At the sound of that unstifled yawn, Rosamund turned her head with the slow grace which marked her every movement. "Would you sleep already, Wulf, and the sun not yet down?" she asked in her rich, low voice, which perhaps, because of its foreign accent, seemed quite different to that of any other woman. "I think so, Rosamund," he answered. "It would serve to pass the time, and now that you have finished gathering those yellow flowers which we rode so far to seek, the time is somewhat long." "Shame on you, Wulf," she said, smiling. "Look upon yonder sea and sky, at the sheet of bloom all gold and purple." "I have looked for hard on half an hour, cousin Rosamund. Also at your back and at Godwin's left arm and side face, till in truth I thought myself kneeling in Stangate Priory, staring at my father's effigy upon his tomb, while Prior John pattered the mass. Why, if you stood it on its feet, it is Godwin, the same crossed hands resting on the sword, the same cold, silent face staring at the sky." "Godwin, as Godwin will no doubt one day be, or so he hopes. That is, if the saints give him grace to do such deeds as did our sire," interrupted his brother. Wulf looked at him, and a curious flash of inspiration shone in his blue eyes. "No, I think not," he answered. "The deeds you may do, and greater. But surely you will lie wrapped, not in a shirt of mail, but with a monk's cowl at the last, unless a woman robs you of it and the quickest road to heaven. Tell me now, what are you thinking of, you two? For I have been wandering in my dull way, and am curious to learn how far I stand from truth. Rosamund, speak first. Nay, not all the truth. A maid's thoughts are her own, but just the cream of it, that which rises to the top and should be skimmed. Rosamund sighed. I was thinking of the east, where the sun shines ever, and the seas are blue as my girdle stones, and men are full of strange learning. And women are men's slaves, interrupted Wulf. Still, it is natural that you should think of the East, who have that blood in your veins, and high blood, if all tales be true. Say, princess," and he bowed the knee to her with an affectation of mockery which could not hide his earnest reverence. "Say, princess, my cousin, granddaughter of Ayyub and niece of the mighty monarch Yusuf Saladin, do you wish to leave this pale land and visit your dominions in Egypt and in Syria?" She listened, and at his words her eyes seemed to take fire, the stately form to erect itself, the breast to heave, and the thin nostrils to grow wider as though they scented some sweet, remembered perfume. Indeed, at that moment, standing there on the promontory above the seas, Rosamund looked a very queen. Presently she answered him with another question. "And how would they greet me there, Wulf, who am a Norman Darcy and a Christian maid?" "The first they would forgive you, since that blood is none so ill either. And for the second, why, faiths can be changed." Then it was that Godwin spoke for the first time. "Wulf, Wulf," he said sternly, "keep watch upon your tongue, for there are things that should not be said, even as a silly jest. See you, I love my cousin here better than aught else upon the earth." "There, at least, we agree," broke in Wulf. "Better than aught else on the earth," repeated Godwin. "But by the holy blood and by St. Peter, at whose shrine we are, I would kill her with my own hand before her lips kissed the book of the false prophet." "Or any of his followers," muttered Wulf to himself, but fortunately, perhaps, too low for either of his companions to hear. Aloud he said, "You understand, Rosamund, you must be careful, for Godwin ever keeps his word, and that would be but a poor end for so much birth and beauty and wisdom." "Oh, cease mocking, Wulf," she answered, laying her hand lightly on the tunic that hid his shirt of mail. "Cease mocking, and pray St. Chad, the builder of this church, that no such dreadful choice may ever be forced upon you, or me, or your beloved brother, who indeed, in such a case, would do right to slay me." "Well, if it were," answered Wulf, and his fair face flushed as he spoke, "I trust that we should know how to meet it. After all, is it so very hard to choose between death and duty?" "I know not," she replied, "but ofttimes sacrifice seems easy when seen from far away. Also things may be lost that are more prized than life." "What things? Do you mean place, or wealth, or love?" "Tell me," said Rosamund, changing her tone, What is that boat rowing round the river's mouth? A while ago it hung upon its oars as though those within it watched us." "Fisher folk," answered Wulf carelessly. "I saw their nets." "Yes, but beneath them something gleamed bright, like swords." "Fish," said Wulf. "We are at peace in Essex." Although Rosamund did not look convinced, he went on. "Now for Godwin's thoughts. What were they?" "Brother, if you would know, of the East also, the East and its wars." "Which have brought us no great luck," answered Wulf, "seeing that our sire was slain in them, and naught of him came home again save his heart, which lies at Stangate yonder." "How better could he die," asked Godwin, "than fighting for the cross of Christ? Is not that death of his at Harenc told of to this day? By Our Lady, I pray for one but half as glorious." "Aye, he died well, he died well," said Wulf, his blue eyes flashing and his hand creeping to his sword hilt. "But, brother, there is peace at Jerusalem as in Essex." "Peace, yes, but soon there will be war again. The monk Peter, he whom we saw at Stangate last Sunday, and who left Syria but 6 months ago, told me that it was coming fast. Even now the Sultan Saladin, sitting at Damascus, summons his host from far and wide, while his priests preach battle amongst the tribes and barons of the East. And when it comes, brother, shall we not be there to share it, as were our grandfather, our father, our uncle, and so many of our kin? Shall we rot here in this dull land, as by our uncle's wishes we have done these many years, yes, ever since we were home from the Scottish war, and count the kine and plough the fields like peasants, while our peers are charging on the pagan, and the banners wave, and the blood runs red upon the holy sands of Palestine?" Now it was Wulf's turn to take fire. "By Our Lady in heaven, and Our Lady here," and he looked at Rosamund, who was watching the pair of them with her quiet, thoughtful eyes. "Go when you will, Godwin, and I go with you, and as our birth was one birth, so, if it is decreed, let our death be one death." And suddenly his hand, that had been playing with the sword hilt, gripped it fast and tore the long, lean blade from its scabbard, and cast it high into the air, flashing in the sunlight, to catch it as it fell again, while in a voice that caused the wild fowl to rise in thunder from the saltings beneath, Wulf shouted the old war cry that had rung on so many a field: "A D'Arcy, meet D'Arcy, meet death!" Then he sheathed his sword again, and added in a shamed voice, "Are we children that we fight where no foe is? Still, brother, we may find him soon." Godwin smiled grimly, but answered nothing. Only Rosamund said, "So, my cousins, you would be away, perhaps to return no more, and that will part us. But," and her voice broke somewhat, "such is the woman's lot, since men like you ever loved the bare sword best of all, nor should I think well of you were it otherwise. Yet, cousins, I know not why," and she shivered a little, "it comes into my heart that Heaven often answers such prayers swiftly. Oh, Wulf, your sword looked very red in the sunlight, but now I say that it looked very red in the sunlight. I am afraid of I know not what. Well, we must be going, for we have 9 miles to ride, and the dark is not so far away. But first, my cousins, come with me into this shrine, and let us pray St. Peter and St. Chad to guard us on our journey home." "Our journey?" said Wulf anxiously. "What is there for you to fear in a 9-mile ride along the shores of the Black Water?" "I said, our journey home, Wulf, and home is not in the hall at Steeple, but yonder," and she pointed to the quiet, brooding sky. "Well answered," said Godwin. "In this ancient place, whence so many have journeyed home, all the Romans who are dead, when it was their fortress, and the Saxons who came after them, and others without count." Then they returned and entered the old church, one of the first that ever was in Britain, rough built of Roman stone by the very hands of Chad, the Saxon saint, more than 500 years before their day. Here they knelt a while at the rude altar and prayed, each of them in his or her own fashion, then crossed themselves and rose to seek their horses, which were tied in the shed hard by. Now there were 2 roads, or rather tracks, back to the hall at Steeple. One a mile or so inland, that ran through the village of Bradwell, and the other, the shorter way, along the edge of the Saltings to the narrow water known as Death Creek, at the head of which the traveller to Steeple must strike inland, leaving the priory of Stangate on his right hand. It was this latter path they chose, since at low tide the going there is good for horses, which even in the summer that of the inland track was not. Also they wished to be home by supper time, lest the old knight, Sir Andrew D'Arcy, the father of Rosamund and the uncle of the orphan brethren, should grow anxious and perhaps come out to seek them. For the half of an hour or more they rode along the edge of the Saltings, for the most part in silence that was broken only by the cry of curlew and the lap of the turning tide. No human being did they see, indeed, for this place was very desolate and unvisited, save now and again by fishermen. At length, just as the sun began to sink, they approached the shore of Death Creek, a sheet of tidal water which ran a mile or more inland, growing ever narrower, but was here some 300 yards in breadth. They were well mounted, all 3 of them. Indeed, Rosamund's horse, a great grey, her father's gift to her, was famous in that countryside for its swiftness and power, also because it was so docile that a child could ride it, while those of the brethren were heavy built, but well-trained war steeds, taught to stand where they were left, and to charge when they were urged, without fear of shouting men or flashing steel. Now the ground lay thus, some 70 yards from the shore of Death Creek, and parallel to it, a tongue of land, covered with scrub and a few oaks, ran down into the Saltings, its point ending on their path, beyond which were a swamp and the broad river. Between this tongue and the shore of the creek the track wended its way to the uplands. It was an ancient track. Indeed, the reason of its existence was that here the Romans, or some other long-dead hands, had built a narrow mole, or a quay of rough stone 40 or 50 yards in length, out into the water of the creek, doubtless to serve as a convenience for fisher boats, which could lie alongside of it even at low tide. This mole had been much destroyed by centuries of washing, so that the end of it lay below water, although the landward part was still almost sound and level. Coming over the little rise at the top of the wooded tongue, the quick eyes of Wulf, who rode first, for here the path along the border of the swamp was so narrow that they must go in single file, caught sight of a large empty boat moored to an iron ring set in the wall of the mole. "Your fishermen have landed, Rosamund," he said, "and doubtless gone up to Bradwell." "That is strange," she answered anxiously, "since here no fishermen ever come," and she checked her horse as though to turn. "Whether they come or not, certainly they have gone," said Godwin, craning forward to look about him. "So, as we have nothing to fear from an empty boat, let us push on." On they rode accordingly until they came to the root of the stone quay or pier, when a sound behind them caused them to look back. Then they saw a sight that sent the blood to their hearts, for there behind them, leaping down one by one onto that narrow footway, were men armed with naked swords, 6 or 8 of them, all of whom, they noted, had strips of linen pierced with eyelet holes tied beneath their helms or leather caps so as to conceal their faces. "A snare! A snare!" cried Wulf, drawing his sword. "Swift, follow me up the Bradwell path." And he struck the spurs into his horse. It bounded forward to be dragged next second with all the weight of his powerful arm almost to its haunches. "God's mercy!" he cried. "There are more of them." And more there were, for another band of men, armed and linen-hooded like the first, had leapt down onto that Bradwell path, amongst them a stout man who seemed to be unarmed, except for a long, crooked knife at his girdle, and a coat of ringed mail, which showed through the opening of his loose tunic. "To the boat!" shouted Godwin, whereat the stout man laughed, a light, penetrating laugh, which even then all 3 of them heard and noted. Along the quay they rode, since there was nowhere else that they could go, with both paths barred, and swamp and water on one side of them, and a steep wooded bank upon the other. When they reached it, they found why the man had laughed, for the boat was made fast with a strong chain that could not be cut. More, her sail and oars were gone. "Get into it," mocked a voice, "or at least let the lady get in. It will save us the trouble of carrying her there." Now Rosamund turned very pale, while the face of Wulf went red and white, and he gripped his sword hilt. But Godwin, calm as ever, rode forward a few paces and said quietly, "Of your courtesy, say what you need of us. If it be money, we have none, nothing but our arms and horses, which I think may cost you dear." Now the man with the crooked knife advanced a little, accompanied by another man, a tall, supple-looking knave, into whose ear he whispered. "My master says," answered the tall man, "that you have with you that which is of more value than all the king's gold. A very fair lady of whom someone has urgent need. Give her up now and go your way with your arms and horses, for you are gallant young men, whose blood we do not wish to shed." At this it was the turn of the brethren to laugh, which both of them did together. "Give her up," answered Godwin, "and go our ways dishonoured? Aye, with our breath, but not before. Who then has such urgent need of the Lady Rosamund?" Again there was whispering between the pair. "My master says," was the answer, "he thinks that all who see her will have need of her, since such loveliness is rare. But if you wish a name, well, one comes into his mind, the name of the knight Lozelle." "The knight Lozelle," murmured Rosamund, turning even paler than before, as well she might. For this Lozelle was a powerful man and Essex born. He owned ships of whose doings upon the seas and in the East evil tales were told, and once had sought Rosamund's hand in marriage, but being rejected, uttered threats for which Godwin, as the elder of the twins, had fought and wounded him. Then he vanished, none knew where. "Is Sir Hugh Lozelle here, then?" asked Godwin, "masked like you common cowards? If so, I desire to meet him, to finish the work I began in the snow last Christmas 12 months." "Find that out if you can," answered the tall man. But Wulf said, speaking low between his clenched teeth, "Brother, I see but one chance. We must place Rosamund between us and charge them." The captain of the band seemed to read their thoughts, for again he whispered into the ear of his companion, who called out, "My master says that if you try to charge, you will be fools, since we shall stab and hamstring your horses, which are too good to waste, and take you quite easily as you fall. Come then, yield as you can do without shame, seeing there is no escape, and that 2 men, however brave, cannot stand against a crowd. He gives you 1 minute to surrender." Now Rosamund spoke for the first time. "My cousins," she said, "I pray you not to let me fall living into the hands of Sir Hugh Lozelle, or of yonder men, to be taken to what fate I know not. Let Godwin kill me, then, to save my honour, as but now he said he would to save my soul, and strive to cut your way through and live to avenge me." The brethren made no answer, only they looked at the water, and then at one another, and nodded. It was Godwin who spoke again, for now that it had come to this struggle for life and their lady, Wulf, whose tongue was commonly so ready, had grown strangely silent and fierce-faced also. "Listen, Rosamund, and do not turn your eyes," said Godwin. "There is but one chance for you, and, poor as it is, you must choose between it and capture, since we cannot kill you. The grey horse you ride is strong and true. Turn him now and spur into the water of Death Creek and swim it. It is broad, but the incoming tide will help you, and perchance you will not drown." Rosamund listened, and moved her head backwards towards the boat. Then Wulf spoke, few words and sharp. "Begone, girl. We guard the boat." She heard, and her dark eyes filled with tears, and her stately head sank for a moment almost to her horse's mane. "Oh, my knights, and would you die for me? Well, if God wills it, so it must be. But I swear that if you die, that no man shall be aught to me who have your memory. And if you live—" and she looked at them confusedly, then stopped. "Bless us and begone," said Godwin. So she blessed them in words low and holy, then of a sudden wheeled round the great grey horse, and striking the spur into its flank, drove straight at the deep water. A moment the stallion hung. Then from the low quay end sprang out wide and clear. Deep it sank, but not for long, for presently its rider's head rose above the water, and regaining the saddle from which she had floated, Rosamund sat firm and headed the horse straight for the distant bank. Now a shout of wonderment went up from the women thieves, for this was a deed that they had never thought a girl would dare. But the brethren laughed as they saw that the grey swam well, and leaping from their saddles ran forward a few paces. 8 or 10, along the mole to where it was narrowest, as they went, tearing their cloaks from their shoulders, and since they had none, throwing them over their left arms to serve as bucklers. The band cursed sullenly. Only their captain gave an order to his spokesman, who cried aloud, "Cut them down into the boat. We shall take her before she reaches shore or drowns." For a moment they wavered, for the tall twin warriors who barred the way had eyes that told of wounds and death. Then with a rush they came, scrambling over the rough stones. But here the causeway was so narrow that while their strength lasted, 2 men were as good as 20, nor because of the mud and water could they be got at from either side. So after all it was but 2 to 2, and the brethren were the better 2. Their long swords flashed and smote, and when Wulf's was lifted again, once more it shone red as it had been when he tossed it high in the sunlight, and a man fell with a heavy splash into the water of the creek, and wallowed there till he died. Godwin's foe was down also, and, as it seemed, sped. Then, at a muttered word, not waiting to be attacked by others, the brethren sprang forward. The huddled mob in front of them saw them come, and shrank back, but before they had gone a yard, the swords were at work behind. They swore strange oaths, they caught their feet among the rocks and rolled upon their faces. In their confusion 3 of them were pushed into the water, where 2 sank in the mud and were drowned, the third only dragging himself ashore, while the rest made good their escape from the causeway. But 2 had been cut down, and 3 had fallen, for whom there was no escape. They strove to rise and fight, but the linen masks flapped about their eyes, so that their blows went wide, while the long swords of the brothers smote and smote again upon their helms and harness, as the hammers of smiths smite upon an anvil, until they rolled over silent and stirless. "Back," said Godwin, "for here the road is wide, and they will get behind us." So back they moved slowly, with their faces to the foe, stopping just in front of the first man whom Godwin had seemed to kill, and who lay face upwards with arms outstretched. "So far we have done well," said Wulf with a short laugh. "Are you hurt?" "Nay," answered his brother, "but do not boast till the battle is over, for many are left, and they will come on thus no more. Pray God they have no spears or bows." Then he turned and looked behind him, and there, far from the shore now, swam the grey horse steadily, and there upon its back sat Rosamund. Yes, and she had seen, since the horse must swim somewhat sideways with the tide. For look, she took the kerchief from her throat and waved it to them. Then the brethren knew that she was proud of their great deeds, and thanked the saints that they had lived to do even so much as this for her dear sake. Godwin was right. Although their leader commanded them in a stern voice, the band sank from the reach of those awful swords, and instead sought for stones to hurl at them. But here lay more mud than pebbles, and the rocks of which the causeway was built were too heavy for them to lift, so that they found but few, which, when thrown, either missed the brethren or did them little hurt. Now, after some while, the man called Master spoke through his lieutenant, and certain of them ran into the thorn thicket, and thence appeared again, bearing the long oars of the boat. "Their counsel is to batter us down with the oars. What shall we do now, brother?" asked Godwin. "What we can," answered Wulf. "It matters little if Rosamund is spared by the waters, for they will scarcely take her now, who must loose the boat and man it after we are dead." As he spoke, Wulf heard a sound behind him, and of a sudden Godwin threw up his arms and sank to his knees. Round he sprang, and there upon his feet stood that man whom they had thought dead, and in his hand a bloody sword. At him leapt Wulf, and so fierce were the blows he smote that the first severed his sword arm, and the second shore through cloak and mail deep into the thief's side, so that this time he fell, never to stir again. Then he looked at his brother and saw that the blood was running down his face and blinding him. "Save yourself, Wulf, for I am sped," murmured Godwin. "Nay, or you could not speak." And he cast his arm around him and kissed him on the brow. Then a thought came into his mind, and lifting Godwin as though he were a child, he ran back to where the horses stood and heaved him on to the saddle. "Hold fast," he cried, "by mane and pommel. Keep your mind and hold fast, and I will save you yet." Passing the reins over his left arm, Wulf leapt upon the back of his own horse and turned it. 10 seconds more, and the pirates, who were gathering with the oars, where the paths joined at the root of the causeway, saw the two great horses thundering down upon them. On one a sore wounded man, his bright hair dabbled with blood, his hands gripping mane and saddle, and on the other the warrior Wulf, with starting eyes and a face like the face of a flame, shaking his red sword, and for the second time that day shouting aloud, "A D'Arcy, a D'Arcy, contra D'Arcy, contra mort." They saw, they shouted, they massed themselves together and held up the oars to meet them. But Wulf spurred fiercely, and short as was the way, the heavy horses trained to tourney gathered their speed. Now they were on them, the oars were swept aside like reeds, all round them flashed the swords, and Wulf felt that he was hurt, he knew not where. But his sword flashed also. One blow, there was no time for more, yet the man beneath it sank like an empty sack. By St. Peter, they were through, and Godwin still swayed upon the saddle, and yonder, nearing the further shore, the grey horse with its burden still battled in the tide. They were through! They were through! While to Wulf's eyes the air swam red, and the earth seemed as though it rose up to meet them, and everywhere was flaming fire. But the shouts had died away behind them, and the only sound was the sound of the galloping of their horses' hoofs. Then that also grew faint and died away, and silence and darkness fell upon the mind of Wulf. Chapter 2 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 2. Sir Andrew D'Arcy. Godwin dreamed that he was dead, and that beneath him floated the world, a glowing ball, which he was borne to and fro through the blackness, stretched upon a couch of ebony. There were bright watchers by his couch also, watchers twain, and he knew them for his guardian angels, given him at birth. Moreover, now and again presences would come and question the watchers, who sat at his head and foot. One asked, "Has this soul sinned?" And the angel at his head answered, "It has sinned." Again the voice asked, "Did it die shriven of its sins?" The angel answered, "It died unshriven, red sword aloft, fighting a good fight." Fighting for the cross of Christ? Nay, fighting for a woman. "How shall such a one find mercy?" wailed the questioning voice, growing ever fainter, till it was lost far away. Now came another visitor. It was his father, the warrior sire whom he had never seen, who fell in Syria. Godwin knew him well, for the face was the face carven on the tomb in Stangate Church, and he wore the blood-red cross upon his mail, and the Darcy Death's head was on his shield, and in his hand shone a naked sword. "Is this the soul of my son?" he asked of the white-robed watchers. "If so, how died he?" Then the angel at his foot answered, "He died, red sword aloft, fighting a good fight." "Fighting for the cross of Christ?" "Nay, fighting for a woman." "Fighting for a woman's love who should have fallen in the holy war? Alas, poor son, alas! Poor son, alas, that we must part again forever." And his voice, too, passed away. Lo, a glory advanced through the blackness, and the angels at head and foot stood up and saluted with their flaming spears. "How died this child of God?" asked a voice, speaking out of the glory, a low and awful voice. "He died by the sword," answered the angel. "By the sword of the children of the enemy fighting in the war of heaven?" Then the angels were silent. "What has heaven to do with him if he fought not for heaven?" asked the voice again. "Let him be spared," pleaded the guardians, "who was young and brave and knew not. Send him back to earth, there to retrieve his sins and be our charge once more." "So be it," said the voice. "Knight, live on, but live as a knight of heaven, if thou wouldest win heaven." "Must he then put the woman from him?" asked the angels. "It was not said," answered the voice, speaking from the glory. And all that wild vision vanished. Then a space of oblivion, and Godwin awoke to hear other voices around him, voices human, well-beloved, remembered, and to see a face bending over him, a face most human, most well-beloved, most remembered, that of his cousin Rosamund. He babbled some questions, but they brought him food and told him to sleep, so he slept. Thus it went on, waking and sleep, sleep and waking, till at length one morning he woke up truly in the little room that opened out of the solar or sitting place of the hall of Steeple, where he and Wulf had slept since their uncle took them to his home as infants. More, on the trestle bed opposite to him, his leg and arm bandaged, and a crutch by his side, sat Wulf himself, somewhat paler and thinner than of yore, but the same jovial, careless, yet at times fierce-faced Wulf. "Do I still dream, my brother, or is it you indeed?" A happy smile spread upon the face of Wulf, for now he knew that Godwin was himself again. "Me, sure enough," he answered. "Dream folk don't have lame legs. They are the gifts of swords and men." "And Rosamund, what of Rosamund? Did the grey horse swim the creek? And how came we here? Tell me, quick, I faint for news." "She shall tell you herself." And hobbling to the curtained door, he called, "Rosamund, our cousin Rosamund, Godwin is himself again. Hear you, Godwin is himself again, and would speak with you." There was a swift rustle of robes and a sound of quick feet among the rushes that strewed the floor, and then Rosamund herself, lovely as ever, but all her stateliness forgot in joy. She saw him, the gaunt Godwin, sitting up upon the pallet, his grey eyes shining in the white and sunken face. For Godwin's eyes were grey, while Wulf's were blue, the only difference between them which a stranger would note, although, in truth, Wulf's lips were fuller than Godwin's, and his chin more marked. Also he was a larger man. She saw him, and with a little cry of delight ran and cast her arms about him and kissed him on the brow. "Be careful," said Wulf roughly, turning his head aside, "or, Rosamund, you will loose the bandages and bring his trouble back again. He has had enough of blood-letting." "Then I will kiss him on the hand that saved me," she said, and did so. More she pressed that poor, pale hand against her heart. "Mine had something to do with that business also, but I don't remember that you kissed it, Rosamund. Well, I will kiss him too, and oh, God be praised, and the Holy Virgin, and the Holy Peter, and the Holy Chad, and all the other holy dead folk whose names I can't recall, who between them, with the help of Rosamund here, and the prayers of the Prior John and the brethren at Stangate, and of Matthew, the village priest, have given you back to us, my brother, my most beloved brother." And he hopped to the bedside, and throwing his long, sinewy arms about Godwin, embraced him again and again. "Be careful," said Rosamund dryly, "or, Wulf, you will disturb the bandages, and he has had enough of bloodletting." Then, before he could answer, which he seemed minded to do, there came the sound of a slow step, and swinging the curtain aside, a tall and noble-looking knight entered the little place. The man was old, but looked older than he was, for sorrow and sickness had wasted him. His snow-white hair hung upon his shoulders, his face was pale, and his features were pinched, but finely chiselled, and, notwithstanding the difference of their years, wonderfully like to those of the daughter Rosamund, for this was her father, the famous lord, Sir Andrew D'Arcy. Rosamund turned and bent the knee to him with a strange and eastern grace, while Wulf bowed his head, and Godwin, since his neck was too stiff to stir, held up his hand in greeting. The old man looked at him, and there was pride in his eyes. "So you will live after all, my nephew," he said, "and for that I thank the Giver of life and death, since by God you are a gallant man, a worthy child of the bloods of the Norman D'Arcy and of Julian the Saxon, yes, one of the best of them." "Speak not so, my uncle," said Godwin, "or at least here is a worthier," and he patted the hand of Wulf with his lean fingers. "It was Wulf who bore me through. Oh, I remember as much as that, how he lifted me on to the black horse, and bade me to cling fast to mane and pommel. Ay, and I remember the charge, and his cry of Contre D'Arcy, contre mort, and the flashing of swords about us, and after that, nothing. Would that I had been there to help in that fight," said Sir Andrew D'Arcy, tossing his white hair. "Oh, my children, it is hard to be sick and old. A log am I, naught but a rotting log. Still, had I only known—" "Father, father," said Rosamund, casting her white arm about his neck, "you should not speak thus. You have done your share." "Yes, my share, but I should like to do more. O Saint Andrew, ask it for me that I may die with sword aloft and my grandsire's cry upon my lips. Yes, yes, thus, not like a worn-out war-horse in his stall. There, pardon me, but in truth, my children, I am jealous of you. Why, when I found you lying in each other's arms, I could have wept for rage to think that such a fray had been within a league of my own doors, and I not in it." "I know nothing of all that story," said Godwin. "No, in truth, how can you, who have been senseless this month or more? But Rosamund knows, and she shall tell it you. Speak on, Rosamund. Lay you back, Godwin, and listen." "The tale is yours, my cousins, and not mine," said Rosamund. "You bade me take the water, and into it I spurred the grey horse, and we sank deep, so that the waves closed above my head. Then up we came, I floating from the saddle, but I regained it, and the horse answered to my voice and bridle, and swam out for the further shore. On it swam, somewhat slantwise with the tide, so that by turning my head I could see all that passed upon the mole. I saw them come at you, and men fall before your swords. I saw you charge them and run back again. Lastly, after what seemed a very long while, when I was far away, I saw Wulf lift Godwin into the saddle. I knew it must be Godwin, because he set him on the black horse, and the pair of you galloped down the quay and vanished. But then I was near the home shore, and the grey grew very weary and sank deep in the water. But I cheered it on with my voice, and although twice its head went beneath the waves, in the end it found a footing, though a soft one. After resting a while, it plunged forward with short rushes through the mud, and so at length came safe to land, where it stood, shaking with fear and weariness. So soon as the horse got its breath again, I pressed on, for I saw them loosing the boat, and came home here as the dark closed in, to meet your uncle watching for me at the gate. Now, father, do you take up the tale." "There is little more to tell," said Sir Andrew. "You will remember, nephews, that I was against this ride of Rosamund's to seek flowers, or I know not what, at St. Peter's shrine 9 miles away. But as the maid had set her heart on it, and there are but few pleasures here, why, I let her go, with the pair of you for escort. You will mind also that you were starting without your mail, and how foolish you thought me when I called you back and made you gird it on. Well, my patron saint, or yours, put it into my head to do so, for had it not been for those same shirts of mail, you were both of you dead men today. But that morning I had been thinking of Sir Hugh Lozelle, if such a false pirate rogue can be called a knight. Not but that he is stout and brave enough, and his threats after he recovered from the wound you gave him, Godwin, how that he would come back and take your cousin for all we could do to stay him. True, we heard that he had sailed for the East to war against Saladin, or with him, for he was ever a traitor. But even if this were so, men returned from the East. Therefore I bade you arm, having some foresight of what was to come, for doubtless this onslaught must have been planned by him." "I think so," said Wulf, "for, as Rosamund here knows, the tall knave who interrupted the foreigner whom he called his master gave us the name of the knight Lozelle as the man who sought to carry her off." "Was this master a Saracen?" asked Sir Andrew anxiously. "Nay, uncle, how can I tell, seeing that his face was masked like the rest, and he spoke through an interpreter? But I pray you go on with the story, which Godwin has not heard." "It is short. when Rosamund told her tale, of which I could make little, for the girl was crazed with grief and cold and fear, save that you had been attacked upon the old quay, and she had escaped by swimming Death Creek, which seemed a thing incredible, I got together what men I could. Then, bidding her stay behind, with some of them to guard her and nurse her, which she was loath to do, I set out to find you, or your bodies. It was dark, but we rode hard, having lanterns with us, as we went, rousing men at every stead, until we came to where the roads join at Moats. There we found a black horse, your horse, Godwin, so badly wounded that he could travel no further, and I groaned, thinking that you were dead. Still we went on till we heard another horse whinny, and presently found the roan, also riderless, standing by the path side with his head down. "A man on the ground holds him," cried one, and I sprang from the saddle to see who it might be, to find that it was you, the pair of you, locked in each other's arms, and senseless, if not dead, as well you might be from your wounds. I bade the country folk cover you up and carry you home, and others to run to Stangate and pray the prior and the monk Stephen, who is a doctor, come at once to tend you, while we pressed onwards to take vengeance if we could. We reached the quay upon the creek, but there we found nothing save some blood-stains, and, this is strange, your sword, Godwin, the hilt set between two stones, and on the point a writing." "What was the writing?" asked Godwin. "Here it is," answered his uncle, drawing a piece of parchment from his robe. "Read it, one of you, since all you are scholars, and my eyes are bad." Rosamund took it and read what was written, hurriedly, but in a clerky hand, and in the French tongue. It ran thus: "The sword of a brave man. Bury it with him if he be dead, and give it back to him if he lives, as I hope. My master would wish me to do this honour to a gallant foe, whom in that case he still may meet. Signed, Hugh Lozelle, or another." "Another, then, not Hugh Lozelle," said Godwin, "since he cannot write, and if he could, would never pen words so knightly." "The words may be knightly, but the writer's deeds were base enough," replied Sir Andrew, "nor, in truth, do I understand this scroll." "The interpreter spoke of the short man as his master," suggested Wulf. "Ay, nephew, but him you met. This writing speaks of a master whom Godwin may meet, and who would wish the writer to pay him a certain honour." "Perhaps he wrote thus to blind us." "Perchance, perchance. The matter puzzles me. Moreover, of whom these men were, I have been able to learn nothing. A boat was seen passing towards Bradwell. Indeed, it seems that you saw it. And that night a boat was seen sailing southwards down St. Peter's Sand, towards a ship that had anchored off Foulness Point. But what that ship was, whence she came, and whither she went, none know, though the tidings of this fray have made some stir." "Well," said Wulf, "at least we have seen the last of her crew of women thieves. Had they meant more mischief, they would have shown themselves again ere now." Sir Andrew looked grave as he answered, "So I trust, but all the tale is very strange. How came they to know that you and Rosamund were riding that day to St. Peter's on the Wall, and so were able to waylay you? Surely some spy must have warned them, since that they were no common pirates is evident, for they spoke of Lozelle, and bade you to begone unharmed, as it was Rosamund whom they needed. Also there is the matter of the sword that fell from the hand of Godwin when he was hurt, which was returned in so strange a fashion. I have known many such deeds of chivalry done in the East by Paynim men." "Well, Rosamund is half an Eastern," broke in Wulf carelessly, "and perhaps that had something to do with it all." Sir Andrew started, and the colour rose to his pale face. Then, in a tone in which he showed he wished to speak no more of this matter, he said, "Enough, enough. Godwin is very weak and grows weary, and before I leave him I have a word to say that it may please you both to hear. Young men, you are of my blood, the nearest to it except Rosamund, the sons of that noble knight, my brother. I have ever loved you well and been proud of you. But if this was so in the past, how much more is it thus today, when you have done such high service to my house? Moreover, that deed was brave and great. Nothing more knightly has been told of in Essex this many a year, and those who wrought it should no longer be simple gentlemen, but very knights. This boon it is in my power to grant to you according to the ancient custom. Still, that none may question it, while you lay sick, but after it was believed that Godwin would live, which at first we scarcely dared to hope, I journeyed to London and sought audience of our lord the king. Having told him this tale, I prayed him that he would be pleased to grant me his command in writing that I should name you knights. My nephews, he was so pleased, and here I have the brief sealed with the royal signet, commanding that in his name and my own I should give you the accolade publicly in the church of the priory at Stangate, at such season as may be convenient. Therefore, Godwin, the squire, haste you to get well, that you may become Sir Godwin the Knight. For you, Wulf, save for the hurt to your leg, are well enough already." Now Godwin's face went red with pride, and Wulf dropped his bold eyes and looked modest as a girl. "Speak, you," he said to his brother, "for my tongue is blunt and awkward." "Sir," said Godwin in a weak voice, "we do not know how to thank you for so great an honour that we never thought to win till we had done more famous deeds than the beating off of a band of robbers. Sir, we have no more to say, save that while we live we will strive to be worthy of our name and of you." "Well spoken," said his uncle, adding as though to himself, "This man is courtly as he is brave." Wulf looked up, a flash of merriment upon his open face. "I, my uncle, whose speech is, I fear me, not courtly, thank you also. I will add that I think our lady cousin here should be knighted too, if such a thing were possible for a woman, seeing that to swim a horse across Death Creek was a greater deed than to fight some rascals on its quay." "Rosamund," answered the old man in the same dreamy voice, "her rank is high enough, too high, far too high for safety." And turning, he left the little chamber. "Well, cousin," said Wulf, "if you cannot be a knight, at least you can lessen all this dangerous rank of yours by becoming a knight's wife." Whereat Rosamund looked at him with indignation, which struggled with a smile in her dark eyes, and murmuring that she must see to the making of Godwin's broth, followed her father from the place. "It would have been kinder had she told us that she was glad," said Wulf when she was gone. "Perhaps she would," answered his brother, had it not been for your rough jests, Wulf, which might have a meaning in them. Nay, I had no meaning. Why should she not become a knight's wife? Aye, but what knights? Would it please either of us, brother, if, as may well chance, he should be some stranger? Now Wulf swore a great oath, then flushed to the roots of his fair hair, and was silent. Ah, said Godwin, you do not think before you speak, which it is always well to do. She swore upon the quay yonder, broke in Wulf. Forget what she swore. Words uttered in such an hour should not be remembered against a maid. God's truth, brother, you are right as ever. My tongue runs away with me, but still I can't put those words out of my mind, though which of us— Wulf? I mean to say that we are in fortune's path today, Godwin. Oh, that was a lucky ride, such fighting as I have never seen or dreamed of. We won it, too, and now both of us are alive, and a knighthood for each. Yes, both of us alive, thanks to you, Wulf. Nay, it is so, though you would never have done less. But as for fortune's path, it is one that has many rough turns, and perhaps before all is done she may lead us round some of them. You talk like a priest, not like a squire who is to be knighted at the cost of a scar on his head. For my part, I will kiss fortune while I may, and if she jilts me afterwards— Wulf, called Rosamund from without the curtain, cease talking of kissing at the top of your voice, I pray you, and leave Godwin to sleep, for he needs it. And she entered the little chamber, bearing a bowl of broth in her hand. Thereon, saying that ladies should not listen to what Chapter 3 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 3. The Knighting of the Brethren. Another month had gone by, and though Godwin was still somewhat weak and suffered from a headache at times, the brethren had recovered from their wounds. On the last day of November, about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a great procession might have been seen wending its way from the old hall at Steeple. In it rode many knights fully armed, before whom were borne their banners. These went first. Then came old Sir Andrew D'Arcy, also fully armed, attended by squires and retainers. He was accompanied by his lovely daughter, the Lady Rosamund, clad in beautiful apparel under her cloak of fur, who rode at his right hand on that same horse which had swum Death Creek. Next appeared the brethren, modestly arrayed as simple gentlemen, followed each of them by his squire, scions of the noble houses of Salcote and of Dengie. After them rode yet more knights, squires, tenants of various degree, and servants, surrounded by a great number of peasantry and villeins, who walked and ran with their womenfolk and children. Following the road through the village, the procession turned to the left at the great arch which marked the boundary of the monks' lands, and headed for Stangate Abbey, some 2 miles away, by the path that ran between the arable land and the salt marshes, which are flooded at high tide. At length they came to the stone gate of the abbey, that gave the place its name of Stangate. Here they were met by a company of the Cluniac monks, who dwelt in this wild and lonely spot upon the water's edge, headed by their prior, John Fitz-Brien. He was a venerable, white-haired man, clad in wide-sleeved black robes, and preceded by a priest carrying a silver cross. Now the procession separated, Godwin and Wulf, with certain of the knights and their esquires, being led to the priory, while the main body of it entered the church, or stood about outside its door. Arrived in the house, the two knights-elect were taken to a room where their hair was cut, and their chins were shaved by a barber who awaited them. Then, under the guidance of the two old knights, named Sir Anthony de Mandeville and Sir Roger de Mercy, they were conducted to baths surrounded with rich cloths. Into these, having been undressed by the squires, they entered and bathed themselves, while Sir Anthony and Sir Roger spoke to them through the cloths of the high duties of their vocation, ending by pouring water over them and signing their bare bodies with the sign of the cross. Next they were dressed again, and preceded by minstrels led to the church, at the porch of which they and their esquires were given wine to drink. Here, in the presence of all the company, they were clothed first in white tunics, to signify the whiteness of their hearts, next in red robes, symbolical of the blood they might be called upon to shed for Christ, and lastly in long black cloaks, emblems of the death that must be endured by all. This done, their armour was brought in and piled before them upon the steps of the altar, and the congregation departed homeward, leaving them with their esquires and the priest to spend the long winter night in orisons and prayers. Long indeed it was in that lonesome, holy place, lit only by a lamp which swung before the altar. Wulf prayed and prayed until he could pray no more, then fell into a half-dreamful state that was haunted by the face of Rosamund, where even her face should have been forgotten. Godwin, his elbow resting against the tomb that hid his father's heart, prayed also until even his earnestness was outworn, and he began to wonder about many things. That dream of his, for instance, in his sickness, when he had seemed to be dead, and what might be the true duty of man. To be brave and upright? Surely. To fight for the cross of Christ against the Saracen? Surely, if the chance came his way. What more? To abandon the world, and to spend his life muttering prayers like those priests in the darkness behind him? Could that be needful, or of service to God or man? To man, perhaps, because such folk tended the sick and fed the poor. But to God? Was he not sent into the world to bear his part in the world, to live his full life? This would mean a half-life, one into which no woman might enter, to which no child might be added, since to monks, and even to certain brotherhoods, all these things, which nature decreed and heaven had sanctified, were deadly sin. It would mean, for instance, that he must think no more of Rosamund. Could he do this for the sake of the welfare of his soul in some future state? Why, at the thought of it even, in that solemn place and hour of dedication, his spirit reeled, for then and there, for the first time, it was borne in upon him that he loved this woman more than all the world beside, more than his life, more perhaps than his soul. He loved her with all his pure young heart, so much that it would be a joy to him to die for her, not only in the heat of battle, as lately had almost chanced on the Death Creek quay, but in cold blood of set purpose if there came need. he loved her with body and with spirit, and after God, here to her he consecrated his body and his spirit. But what value would she put upon the gift? What if some other man? By his side, his elbows resting on the altar rails, his eyes fixed upon the beaming armour that he would wear in battle, knelt Wulf, his brother, a mighty man, a knight of knights, fearless, noble, open-hearted, such a one as any woman might well love. And he also loved Rosamund. Of this Godwin was sure. And oh, did not Rosamund love Wulf? Bitter jealousy seized upon his vitals. Yes, even then and there black envy got hold of Godwin, and rent him so sore that, cold as was the place, the sweat poured from his brow and body. Should he abandon hope? Should he fly the battle for fear that he might be defeated? Nay, he would fight on in all honesty and honour, and if he were overcome, would meet his fate as a brave knight should, without bitterness, but without shame. Let destiny direct the matter. It was in the hands of destiny, and stretching out his arm, he threw it around the neck of his brother, who knelt beside him, and let it rest there, until the head of the weary Wulf sank sleepily upon his shoulder, like the head of an infant upon its mother's breast. "O Jesu," Godwin moaned in his poor heart, "give me strength to fight against this sinful passion that would lead me to hate the brother whom I love. O Jesu, give me strength to bear it if he should be preferred before me. Make me a perfect knight, strong to suffer and endure, and, if need be, to rejoice even in the joy of my supplanter." At length the grey dawn broke, and the sunlight passing through the eastern window like a golden spear pierced the dusk of the long church, which was built to the shape of a cross, so that only its transepts remained in shadow. Then came a sound of chanting, and at the western door entered the prior, wearing all his robes, attended by the monks and acolytes, who swung censers. In the centre of the nave he halted and passed to the confessional, calling on Godwin to follow. So he went and knelt before the holy man, and there poured out all his heart. He confessed his sins. They were but few. He told him of the vision of his sickness, on which the prior pondered long, of his deep love, his hopes, his fears, and his desire to be a warrior who once, as a lad, had wished to be a monk, not that he might shed blood, but to fight for the cross of Christ against the Paynim, ending with a cry of, "Give me counsel, O my Father, give me counsel." "Your own heart is your best counsellor," was the priest's answer. "Go as it guides you, knowing that through it is God who guides. Nor fear that you will fail. But if love and the joys of life should leave you, then come back, and we will talk again. Go on, pure knight of Christ, fear nothing, and sure of the reward, and take with you the blessing of Christ and of his church." "What penance must I bear, Father?" "Such souls as yours inflict their own penance. The saints forbid that I should add to it," was the gentle answer. Then, with a lightened heart, Godwin returned to the altar rails, while his brother Wulf was summoned to take his place in the confessional. Of the sins that he had to tell we need not speak. They were such as are common to young men, and none of them very grievous. Still, before he gave him absolution, the good prior admonished him to think less of his body and more of his spirit, less of the glory of feats of arms, and more of the true ends to which he should enter on them. He bade him, moreover, to take his brother Godwin as an earthly guide and example, since there lived no better or wiser man of his years, and finally dismissed him, prophesying that if he would heed these counsels, he would come to great glory on earth and in heaven. "Father, I will do my best," answered Wulf humbly. "But there cannot be two Godwins. And, father, sometimes I fear me that our paths will cross, since two men cannot win one woman." "I know the trouble," answered the prior anxiously, "and with less noble-natured men it might be grave. But if it should come to this, then must the lady judge according to the wishes of her own heart, and he who loses her must be loyal in sorrow as in joy. Be sure that you take no base advantage of your brother in the hour of temptation, and bear him no bitterness should he win the bride." "I think I can be sure of that," said Wulf. "Also that we, who have loved each other from birth, would die before we betrayed each other." "I think so also," answered the prior, "but Satan is very strong." Then Wulf also returned to the altar rails, and the full mass was sung, and the sacrament received by the two neophytes, and the offerings made, all in their appointed order. Next they were led back to the priory to rest and eat a little after their long night's vigil in the cold church, and here they abode a while, thinking their own thoughts, seated alone in the prior's chamber. At length Wulf, who seemed to be ill at ease, rose and laid his hand upon his brother's shoulder, saying, "I can be silent no more. It was ever thus. That which is in my mind must out of it. I have words to say to you." "Speak on, Wulf," said Godwin. Wulf sat himself down again upon his stool, and for a while stared hard at nothing, for he did not seem to find it easy to begin this talk. Now Godwin could read his brother's mind like a book, but Wulf could not always read Godwin's, although, being twins who had been together from birth, their hearts were for the most part open to each other without the need of words. "It is of our cousin Rosamund, is it not?" asked Godwin presently. "Aye, who else?" "And you would tell me that you love her, and that now you are a knight, almost, and hard on 25 years of age, you would ask her to become your affianced wife?" "Yes, Godwin, it came into my heart when she rode the grey horse into the water, there upon the pier, and I thought that I should never see her any more. I tell you, it came into my heart that life was not worth living, nor death worth dying without her." "Then, Wulf," answered Godwin slowly, "what more is there to say? Ask on, and prosper. Why not? We have some lands, if not many, and Rosamund will not lack for them. Nor do I think that our uncle would forbid you, if she wills it, seeing that you are the prosperest man and the bravest in all this countryside." "Except my brother Godwin, who is all these things, and good and learned to boot, which I am not," replied Wulf musingly. Then there was silence for a while, which he broke. "Godwin, our ill luck is that you love her also, and that you thought the same thoughts which I did yonder on the quay head." Godwin flushed a little, and his long fingers tightened their grip upon his knee. "It is so," he said quietly. "To my grief it is so. But Rosamund knows nothing of this, and should never know it if you will keep a watch upon your tongue. Moreover, you need not be jealous of me before marriage or after." "What, then, would you have me do?" asked Wulf hotly. "Seek her heart, and perchance, though this I doubt, let her yield it to me, she thinking that you care not for her?" "Why not?" asked Godwin again, with a sigh. "It might save her some pain and you some doubt, and make my own path clearer. Marriage is more to you than to me, Wulf, who think sometimes that my sword should be my spouse and duty my only aim." "Who think, having a heart of gold, that even in such a thing as this you will not bar the path of the brother whom you love? Nay, Godwin, as I am a sinful man, and as I desire her above all things on earth, I will play no such coward's game, nor conquer one who will not lift his sword lest he should hurt me. Sooner would I bid you all farewell, and go to seek fortune or death in the wars, without words spoken." "Leaving Rosamund to pine, perchance. Oh, could we be sure that she had no mind toward either of us, that would be best, to be gone together. But, Wulf, we cannot be sure, since at times, to be honest, I have thought she loves you. And at times, to be honest, Godwin, I have been sure that she loves you, although I should like to try my luck and hear it from her lips, which on such terms I will not do. What, then, is your plan, Wulf?" "My plan is that if our uncle gives us leave, we should both speak to her, you first as the elder, setting out your case as best you can, and asking her to think of it, and give you your answer within a day. Then, before that day is done, I also should speak, so that she may know all the story, and play her part in it with opened eyes, not deeming, as otherwise she might, that we know each other's minds, and that you ask because I have no will that way." "It is very fair," replied Godwin, "and worthy of you, who are the most honest of men. Yet, Wulf, I am troubled. See you, my brother, have ever brethren loved each other as we do? And now must the shadow of a woman fall upon and blight that love which is so fair and precious?" "Why so?" asked Wulf. "Come, Godwin, let us make a pact that it shall not be thus, and keep it by the help of heaven. Let us show the world that two men can love one woman and still love each other, not knowing as yet which of them she will choose, if indeed she chooses either. For, Godwin, we are not the only gentlemen whose eyes have turned, or yet may turn, towards the high-born, rich, and lovely Lady Rosamund. Is it your will that we should make such a pact?" Godwin thought a little, then answered, "Yes, but if so, it must be one so strong that for her sake, for both our sakes, we cannot break it, and live with honour." "So be it," said Wulf. "This is man's work, not child's make-believe." Then Godwin rose, and going to the door, bade his squire, who watched without, pray the Prior John to come to them, as they sought his counsel in a matter. So he came, and standing before him with downcast head, Godwin told him all the tale, which indeed he who knew so much already was quick to understand, and of their purpose also, while at a question from the Prior, Wulf answered that it was well and truly said, nothing having been kept back. Then they asked him if it was lawful that they should take such an oath, to which he replied that he thought it not only lawful, but very good. So in the end, kneeling together hand in hand before the rood that stood in the chamber, they repeated this oath after him, both of them together. "We, brethren, Godwin and Wulf D'Arcy, do swear by the Holy Cross of Christ, and by the patron saint of this place, Saint Mary Magdalene, and our own patron saints, Saint Peter and Saint Chad, standing in the presence of God, of our guardian angels, and of you, John, that being both of us enamoured of our cousin Rosamund D'Arcy, we will ask her to wife in the manner we have agreed, and no other. that we will abide by her decision, should she choose either of us, nor seek to alter it by tempting her from her troth, or in any fashion, overt or covert. That he of us whom she refuses will thenceforth be a brother to her, and no more, however Satan may tempt his heart otherwise. That so far as may be possible to us, who are but sinful men, we will suffer neither bitterness nor jealousy to come between our love because of this woman, and that in war or peace we will remain faithful comrades and brethren. Thus we swear with a true heart and purpose, and in token thereof, knowing that he who breaks this oath will be a knight dishonoured, and a vessel fit for the wrath of God. We kiss this rood and one another." This, then, these brethren said and did, and with light minds and joyful faces received the blessing of the prior, who had christened them in infancy, and went down to meet the great company that had ridden forth to lead them back to Steeple, where their knighting should be done. So to Steeple, preceded by the squires, who rode before them, bareheaded, carrying their swords by the scabbarded points, with their gold spurs hanging from the hilts, they came at last. Here the hall was set for a great feast, a space having been left between the tables and the dais, to which the brethren were conducted. Then came forward Sir Anthony de Mandeville and Sir Roger de Mercy in full armour, and presented to Sir Andrew D'Arcy, their uncle, who stood upon the edge of the dais. Also in his armour their swords and spurs, of which he gave back to them 2 of the latter, bidding them affix these upon the candidates' right heels. This done, the Prior John blessed the swords, after which Sir Andrew girded them about the waists of his nephews, saying, "Take ye back the swords that you have used so well." Next he drew his own silver-hilted blade that had been his father's and his grandfather's, and whilst they knelt before him, smote each of them 3 blows upon the right shoulder, crying with a loud voice, "In the name of God, Saint Michael and Saint George, I knight ye. Be ye good knights." Thereafter came forward Rosamund as their nearest kinswoman, and helped by other ladies, clad upon them their hauberks or coats of mail, their helms of steel, and their kite-shaped shields emblazoned with a skull, the cognizance of their race. This done, with the musicians marching before them, they walked to Steeple Church, a distance of 200 paces from the hall, where they laid their swords upon the altar, and took them up again, swearing to be good servants of Christ and defenders of the Church. As they left its doors, who should meet them but the cook, carrying his chopper in his hand, and claiming as his fee the value of the spurs they wore, crying aloud at the same time, "If either of you young knights should do aught in despite of your honour, and of the oaths that you have sworn, from which may God and his saints prevent you, then with my chopper will I hack these spurs from off your heels." Thus at last the long ceremony was ended, and after it came a very great feast, for at the high table were entertained many noble knights and ladies, and below in the hall their squires and other gentlemen, and outside all the yeomanry and villagers, whilst the children and the aged had food and drink given to them in the nave of the church itself. When the eating at length was done, the centre of the hall was cleared, and while men drank, the minstrels made music. All were very merry with wine and strong ale, and talk arose among them as to which of these brethren, Sir Godwin or Sir Wulf, was the more brave, the more handsome, and the more learned and courteous. Now a knight, it was Sir Cirian de Salcote, seeing that the argument grew hot and might lead to blows, rose and declared that this should be decided by beauty alone, and that none could be more fitted to judge than the fair lady whom the two of them had saved from woman thieves at the Death Creek quay. They all called, "Aye, let her settle it," and it was agreed that she would give the kerchief from her neck to the bravest, a beaker of wine to the handsomest, and a book of hours to the most learned. So, seeing no help for it, since, except her father, the brethren, the most of the other ladies and herself, who drank but water, gentle and simple like, had begun to grow heated with wine, and were very urgent, Rosamund took the silk kerchief from her neck. Then, coming to the edge of the dais, where they were seated in the sight of all, she stood before her cousins, not knowing, poor maid, to which of them she should offer it. But Godwin whispered a word to Wulf, and both of them, stretching out their right hands, snatched an end of the kerchief which she held towards them, and rending it, twisted the severed halves round their sword hilts. The company laughed at their wit, and cried, "The wine for the more handsome! They cannot serve that thus." Rosamund thought a moment. Then she lifted a great silver beaker, the largest on the board, and having filled it full of wine, once more came forward and held it before them, as though pondering. Thereon the brethren, as though by a single movement, bent forward, and each of them touched the beaker with his lips. Again a great laugh went up, and even Rosamund smiled. "The book! The book!" cried the guests. "They dare not rend the holy book." So, for the third time, Rosamund advanced, bearing the missal. "Knights," she said, "you have torn my kerchief and drunk my wine. Now I offer this hallowed writing to him who can read it best." "Give it to Godwin," said Wulf. "I am a swordsman, not a clerk." "Well said, well said," roared the company. "The sword for us, not the pen." But Rosamund turned on them and answered, "He who wields sword is brave, and he who wields pen is wise, but better is he who can handle both sword and pen, like my cousin Godwin, the brave and learned." "Hear her! Hear her!" cried the revellers, knocking their horns upon the board, while in the silence that followed a woman's voice said, "Sir Godwin's luck is great, but give me Sir Wulf's strong arms." Then the drinking began again, and Rosamund and the ladies slipped away, as well they might, for the times were rough and coarse. On the morrow, after most of the guests were gone, many of them with aching heads, Godwin and Wulf sought their uncle, Sir Andrew, in the solar where he sat alone, for they knew Rosamund had walked to the church hard by with two of the serving women to make it ready for the Friday's Mass, after the feast of the peasants that had been held in the nave. Coming to his oaken chair by the open hearth which had a chimney to it, no common things in those days, they knelt before him. "What is it now, my nephews?" asked the old man, smiling. "Do you wish that I should knight you afresh?" "No, sir," answered Godwin. "We seek a greater boon." "Then you seek in vain, for there is none." "Another sort of boon," broke in Wulf. Sir Andrew pulled his beard and looked at them. Perhaps the Prior John had spoken a word to him, and he guessed what was coming. "Speak," he said to Godwin. "The gift is great that I would not give to either of you if it be within my power." "Sir," said Godwin, "we seek the leave to ask your daughter's hand in marriage." "What? The two of you?" "Yes, sir, the two of us." Then Sir Andrew, who seldom laughed, laughed outright. "Truly," he said, Of all the strange things I have known, this is the strangest, that two knights should ask one wife between them. It seems strange, sir, but when you have heard our tale, you will understand." So he listened while they told him all that had passed between them, and of the solemn oath which they had sworn. "Noble in this, as in other things," commented Sir Andrew when they had done, "but I fear that one of you may find that vow hard to keep. By all the saints, nephews, you were right when you said that you asked a great boon. Do you know, although I have told you nothing of it, that, not to speak of the knave Lozelle, already two of the greatest men in this land have sought my daughter Rosamund in marriage?" "It may well be so," said Wulf. "It is so, and now I will tell you why one or other of the pair is not her husband, which in some ways I would he were. A simple reason. I asked her, and she had no mind to either, and as her mother married where her heart was, so I have sworn that the daughter should do, or not at all. For better a nunnery than a loveless bridal. Now let us see what you have to give. You are of good blood, that of Julian by your mother, and mine also on one side her own. As squires to your sponsors of yesterday, the knights Sir Anthony de Mandeville and Sir Roger de Mercy, you bore yourselves bravely in the Scottish war. Indeed, your liege King Henry remembered it, and that is why he granted my prayer so readily. Since then, although you loved the life little, because I asked it of you, you have rested here at home with me, and done no feats of arms, save that great one of 2 months gone, which made you knights, and, in truth, gives you some claim on Rosamund. For the rest, your father being the younger son, your lands are small, and you have no other gear. Outside the borders of this shire you are unknown men, with all your deeds to do, for I will not count those Scottish battles when you were but boys. And she whom you ask is one of the fairest and noblest and most learned ladies in this land, for I, who have some skill in such things, have taught her myself from childhood. Moreover, as I have no other heir, she will be wealthy. Well, what more have you to offer for all this?" "Ourselves," answered Wulf boldly. "We are true knights of whom you know the best and worst, and we love her. We learned it for once and for all on Death Creek Quay, for till then she was our sister and no more." "Ay," added Godwin, "when she swore herself to us and blessed us, then light broke on both." "Stand up," said Sir Andrew, "and let me look at you." So they stood side by side in the full light of the blazing fire, for little other came through those narrow windows. Proper men," said the old knight, "and as like to one another as 2 grains of wheat from the same sample. 6 feet high, each of you, and broad-chested, though Wulf is larger made and the stronger of the two. Brown and waving-haired both, save for that line of white where the sword hit yours, Godwin. Godwin with grey eyes that dream, and Wulf with the blue eyes that shine like swords. Ah, your grandsire had eyes like that, Wulf, and I have been told that when he leapt from the tower to the wall at the taking of Jerusalem, the Saracens did not love the light which shone in them, nor, in faith, did I, his son, when he was angry. Proper men, the pair of you, but Sir Wulf most warrior-like, and Sir Godwin most courtly. Now which do you think would please a woman most?" "That, sir, depends upon the woman," answered Godwin, and straightway his eyes began to dream. "That, sir, we seek to learn before the day is out, if you give us leave," added Wulf, "though if you would know, I think my chance a poor one." "Ah, well, it is a very pretty riddle, but I do not envy her who has its answering, for it might well trouble a maid's mind. Neither is it certain, when all is done, that she will guess best for her own peace. Would it not be wiser, then, that I should forbid them to ask this riddle?" he added, as though to himself, and fell to thinking while they trembled, seeing that he was minded to refuse their suit. At length he looked up again and said, "Nay, let it go as God wills, who holds the future in his hand. Nephews, because you are good knights and true, either of whom would ward her well, and she may need warding. Because you are my only brother's sons, whom I have promised him to care for, and most of all because I love you both with an equal love, have your wish, and go try your fortunes at the hands of my daughter Rosamund in the fashion you have agreed. Godwin the elder first, as is his right, then Wulf. Nay, no thanks, but go swiftly, for I, whose hours are short, wish to learn the answer to this riddle." So they bowed and went, walking side by side. At the door of the hall Wulf stopped and said, "Rosamund is in the church. Seek her there, and, oh, I would that I could wish you good fortune, but Godwin, I cannot. I fear me that this may be the edge of that shadow of woman's love whereof you spoke, falling cold upon my heart." "There is no shadow. There is light now and always, as we have sworn that it should be," answered. Chapter 4 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 4. The Letter of Saladin. 'Twas past 3 in the afternoon, and snow clouds were fast covering up the last grey gleam of the December day, as Godwin, wishing that his road was longer, walked to Steeple church across the meadow. At the door of it he met the two serving women coming out with brooms in their hands, and bearing between them a great basket filled with broken meats and fowl rushes. Of them he asked if the lady Rosamund were still in the church, to which they answered, curtsying, "Yes, Sir Godwin, and she bade us desire of you that you would come to lead her to the hall when she had finished making her prayers before the altar." "I wonder," mused Godwin, "whether I shall ever lead her from the altar to the hall, or whether I shall bide alone by the altar." Still he thought it a good omen that she had bidden him thus, though some might have read it otherwise. Godwin entered the church, walking softly on the rushes with which its nave was strewn, and by the light of the lamp that burnt there always, saw Rosamund kneeling before a little shrine, her gracious head bowed upon her hands, praying earnestly. Of what? He wondered. Of what? Still she did not hear him. So, coming into the chancel, he stood behind her and waited patiently. At length, with a deep sigh, Rosamund rose from her knees and turned, and he noted by the light of the lamp that there were tear stains upon her face. Perhaps she, too, had spoken with the Prior John, who was her confessor also. Who knows? At the least, when her eyes fell upon Godwin standing like a statue before her, she started, and there broke from her lips the words, "Oh, how swift an answer!" Then, recovering herself, added, "To my message, I mean, cousin." "I met the woman at the door," he said. "It is kind of you to come. Rosamund went on, "but in truth, since that day on Death Creek, I fear to walk a bow shot's length alone, or in the company of women only. With you I feel safe." "Or with Wulf?" "Yes, or with Wulf," she repeated. "That is, when he is not thinking of wars and adventures far away." By now they had reached the porch of the church, to find that the snow was falling fast. "Let us bide here a minute," he said. "It is but a passing cloud." So they stayed there in the gloom, and for a while there was silence between them. Then he spoke. "Rosamund, my cousin and lady, I come to put a question to you, but first, why you will understand afterwards, it is my duty to ask that you will give me no answer to that question until a full day has passed." "Surely, Godwin, that is easy to promise. But what is this wonderful question which may not be answered?" "One short and simple. Will you give yourself to me in marriage, Rosamund?" She leaned back against the wall of the porch. "My father—" she began. "Rosamund, I have his leave." "How can I answer, since you yourself forbid me?" "Till this time tomorrow only. Meanwhile, I pray you hear me, Rosamund. I am your cousin, and we were brought up together. Indeed, except when I was away at the Scottish war, we have never been apart. Therefore we know each other as anyone can who are not wedded. Therefore, too, you will know that I have always loved you, first as a brother loves his sister, and now as a man loves a woman." "Nay, Godwin, I knew it not. Indeed, I thought that, as it used to be, your heart was otherwhere." "Otherwhere? What lady?" "Nay, no lady, but in your dreams." "Dreams? Dreams of what?" "I cannot say. Perchance of things that are not here, things higher than the person of a poor maid." "Cousin, in part you are right, for it is not only the maid whom I love, but her spirit also. Oh, in truth, you are to me a dream, a symbol of all that is noble, high, and pure. In you and through you, Rosamund, I worship the heaven I hope to share with you." "A dream, a symbol, heaven! Are not these glittering garments to hang about a woman's shape? Why, when the truth came out, you would find her but a skull and jewelled mask, and learn to loathe her for a deceit that was not her own but yours. Godwin, such trappings as your imagination pictures could only fit an angel's face." "They fit a face that would become an angel's." "An angel's? How know you? I am half an Eastern. The blood runs warm in me at times. I, too, have my thoughts and visions. I think that I love power and imagery and the delights of life, a different life from this. Are you sure, Godwin, that this poor face will be an angel's?" "I wish I were as sure of other things. At least I'll risk it." "Think of your soul, Godwin. It might be tarnished. You would not risk that for me, would you?" He thought, then answered, "No, since your soul is a part of mine, and I would not risk yours, Rosamund." "I like you for that answer," she said. "Yes, more than all you have said before, because I know that it is true. Indeed, you are an honourable knight, and I am proud, very proud, that you should love me, though perhaps it would have been better otherwise." And ever so little she bent the knee to him. "Whatever chances in life or death, those words will make me happy, Rosamund." Suddenly she caught his arm. "Whatever chances? Ah, what is about to chance? Great things, I think, for you and Wulf and me. Remember, I am half an Eastern, and we children of the East can feel the shadow of the future before it lays its hands upon us and becomes the present. I fear it, Godwin. I tell you that I fear it." "Fear it not, Rosamund. Why should you fear? On God's knees lies the scroll of our lives and of his purposes. The words we see and the words we guess may be terrible, but he who wrote it knows the end of the scroll, and that it is good. Do not fear, therefore, but read on with an untroubled heart, taking no thought for the morrow." She looked at him wonderingly, and asked, "Are these the words of a wooer, or of a saint in wooer's weeds? I know not, and do you know yourself? But you say you love me, and that you would wed me, and I believe it. Also that the woman whom Godwin weds will be fortunate, since such men are rare. But I am forbid to answer till tomorrow. Well, then I will answer as I am given grace. So till then be what you are of old, and the snow has ceased. Guide me home, my cousin Godwin." So home they went through the darkness and the cold, moaning wind, speaking no word, and entered the wide hall, where a great fire built in its centre roared upwards towards an opening in the roof, whence the smoke escaped, looking very pleasant and cheerful after the winter night without. There, standing in front of the fire, also pleasant and cheerful to behold, although his brow seemed somewhat puckered, was Wulf. At the sight of him, Godwin turned back through the great door, and having, as it were, stood for one moment in the light, vanished again into the darkness, closing the door behind him. But Rosamund walked on towards the fire. "You seem cold, cousin," said Wulf, studying her. "Godwin has kept you too long to pray with him in church. Well, it is his custom, for which I myself have suffered. Be seated on this settle and warm yourself." She obeyed without a word, and opening her fur cloak, stretched out her hands towards the flame, which played upon her dark and lovely face. Wulf looked around him. The hall was empty. Then he looked at Rosamund. "I am glad to find this chance of speaking with you alone, cousin, since I have a question to ask of you, but I must pray of you to give me no answer to it until 24 hours be past." "Agreed," she said. "I have given one such promise. Let it serve for both. Now for your question." "Ah," replied Wulf cheerfully, "I am glad that Godwin went first, since it saves me words, at which he is better than I am." "I do not know that, Wulf. At least, you have more of them," answered Rosamund with a little smile. "More, perhaps, but of a different quality. That is what you mean. Well, happily here mere words are not in question." "What, then, are in question, Wulf?" "Hearts, your heart and my heart, and I suppose Godwin's heart, if he has one, in that way." "Why should not Godwin have a heart?" "Why? Well, you see just now it is my business to belittle Godwin. Therefore I declare, which you, who know more about it, can believe or not as it pleases you, that Godwin's heart is like that of the old saint in the reliquary at Stangate, a thing which may have beaten once, and will perhaps beat again in heaven, but now is somewhat dead to this world." Rosamund smiled, and thought to herself that this dead heart had shown signs of life not long ago. But aloud she said, "If you have no more words to say to me of Godwin's heart, I will be gone to read with my father, who waits for me." "Nay, I have much more to say of my own." Then suddenly Wulf became very earnest, so earnest that his great frame shook, and when he strove to speak he could but stammer. At length it all came forth in a flood of burning words. "I love you, Rosamund. I love you, all of you, as I have ever loved you, though I did not know it till the other day, that of the fight, and ever shall love you, and I seek you for my wife. I know that I am only a rough soldier man, full of faults, not holy and learned like Godwin. Yet I swear that I would be a true knight to you all my life, and if the saints give me grace and strength, do great deeds in your honour and watch you well. Oh, what more is there to say?" "Nothing, Wulf," answered Rosamund. lifting her downcast eyes. "You do not wish that I should answer you, so I will thank you. Yes, from my heart, though in truth I am grieved that we can be no more brother and sister, as we have been this many a year, and be going." "Nay, Rosamund, not yet. Although you may not speak, surely you might give me some little sign, who am in torment and thus must stay until this time tomorrow. For instance, you might let me kiss your hand. The pact said nothing about kissing." "I know naught of this pact, Wulf," answered Rosamund sternly, although a smile crept about the corners of her mouth. "But I do know that I shall not suffer you to touch my hand." "Then I will kiss your robe," and seizing a corner of her cloak, he pressed it to his lips. "You are strong, and I am weak, Wulf, and cannot wrench my garment from you, but I tell you that this play advantages you nothing." He let the cloak fall. "Your pardon. I should have remembered that Godwin would never have presumed so far." "Godwin," she said, tapping her foot upon the ground, "if he gave a promise, would keep it in the spirit as well as in the letter." "I suppose so. See what it is for an erring man to have a saint for a brother and a rival. Nay, do not be angry with me, Rosamund, who cannot tread the path of saints." "That I believe, but at least, Wulf, there is no need to mock those who can." "I mock him not. I love him as well as you do," and he watched her face. It never changed, for in Rosamund's heart were hid the secret strength and silence of the East, which can throw a mask impenetrable over face and features. "I am glad that you love him, Wulf. See to it that you never forget your love and duty." "I will, yes, even if you reject me for him." "Those are honest words, such as I looked to hear you speak," she replied in a gentle voice. "And now, dear Wulf, farewell, for I am weary. Tomorrow—" he broke in. "Aye," she answered in a heavy voice, "tomorrow I must speak, and you must listen." The sun had run his course again, and once more it was near 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The brethren stood by the great fire in the hall, looking at each other doubtfully, as indeed they had looked through all the long hours of the night, during which neither of them had closed an eye. "It is time," said Wulf, and Godwin nodded. As he spoke, a woman was seen descending from the solar, and they knew her errand. "Which?" asked Wulf, but Godwin shook his head. "Sir Andrew bids me say that he would speak with you both," said the woman, and went her way. "By the saints, I believe it's neither," exclaimed Wulf with a little laugh. "It may be thus," said Godwin, "and perhaps that would be best for all." "I don't think so," answered Wulf, as he followed him up the steps of the solar. Now they had passed the passage and closed the door, and before them was Sir Andrew, seated in his chair by the fire, but not alone, for at his side, her hand resting upon his shoulder, stood Rosamund. They noted that she was clad in her richest robes, and a bitter thought came into their minds that this might be to show them how beautiful was the woman whom both of them must lose. As they advanced, they bowed first to her and then to their uncle, while, lifting her eyes from the ground, she smiled a little in greeting. "Speak, Rosamund," said her father. "These knights are in doubt and pain." "Now for the coup de grace," muttered Wulf. "My cousins," began Rosamund in a low, quiet voice, as though she were saying a lesson, "as to the matter of which you spoke to me yesterday, I have taken counsel with my father and with my own heart. You did me great honour, both of you, in asking me to be the wife of such worthy knights, with whom I have been brought up, and have loved since childhood as a sister loves her brothers. I will be brief as I may. Alas, I can give to neither of you the answer which you wish." "Coup de grace indeed," muttered Wulf. "Through hauberk, gambeson, and shirt right home to the heart." But Godwin only turned a trifle paler and said nothing. Now there was a silence for a little space, while from beneath his bushy eyebrows the old knight watched their faces, on which the light of the tapers fell. Then Godwin spoke. "We thank you, cousin. Come, Wulf, we have our answer. Let us be going." "Not all of it," broke in Rosamund hastily, and they seemed to breathe again. "Listen," she said, "for if it pleases you, I am willing to make a promise which my father has approved. Come to me this time 2 years, and if we all three live, should both of you still wish for me to wife, that there may be no further space of pain or waiting, I will name the man whom I shall choose and marry him at once." "And if one of us is dead?" asked Godwin. "Then," replied Rosamund, "if his name be untarnished, and he has done no deed that is not knightly, will forthwith wed the other." "Pardon me," broke in Wulf. She held up her hand and stopped him, saying, "You think this a strange saying, and so, perhaps, it is. But the matter is also strange, and for me the case is hard. Remember, all my life is at stake, and I may desire more time wherein to make my choice, that between 2 such men no maiden would find easy. We are all of us still young for marriage, for which, if God guards our lives, there will be time and to spare. Also in 2 years I may learn which of you is in truth the worthier knight, who today both seem so worthy." "Then is neither of us more to you than the other?" asked Wulf outright. Rosamund turned red, and her bosom heaved as she replied, "I will not answer that question." "And Wulf should not have asked it," said Godwin. "Brother, I read Rosamund's saying thus: between us she finds not much to choose, or if she does in her secret heart, out of her kindness, since she is determined not to marry for a while, she will not suffer us to see it and thereby bring grief on one of us. So, she says, go forth, you knights, and do deeds worthy of such a lady, and perchance he who does the highest deeds shall receive the great reward. For my part, I find this judgment wise and just, and I am content to abide its issue. Nay, I am even glad of it, since it gives us time and opportunity to show our sweet cousin here, and all our fellows, the metal whereof we are made, and strive to outshine each other in the achievement of great feats, which, as always, we shall attempt side by side." "Well spoken," said Sir Andrew. "And you, Wulf?" Then Wulf, feeling that Rosamund was watching his face beneath the shadow of her long eyelashes, answered, "Before Heaven, I am content also, for whatever may be said against it. Now, at least, there will be 2 years of war in which one or both of us well may fall, and for that while at least no woman can come between our brotherhood. Uncle, I crave your leave to go serve my liege in Normandy." "And I also," said Godwin. "In the spring, replied Sir Andrew hastily, "when King Henry moves his power. Meanwhile, bide you here in all good fellowship, for who knows, much may happen between now and then, and perhaps your strong arms will be needed as they were not long ago. Moreover, I look to all 3 of you to hear no more of this talk of love and marriage, which in truth disturbs my mind and house. For good or ill, the matter is now settled for 2 years to come, by which time it is likely I shall be in my grave and beyond all troubling. I do not say that things have gone altogether as I could have wished, but they are as Rosamund wishes, and that is enough for me. On which of you she looks with the more favour I do not know, and be you content to remain in ignorance of what a father does not think it wise to seek to learn. A maid's heart is her own, and her future lies in the hand of God and his saints. Where let it bide, say I. Now we have done with all this business. Rosamund, dismiss your knights, and be you all three brothers and sister once more till this time 2 years, when those who live will find an answer to the riddle." So Rosamund came forward, and without a word gave her right hand to Godwin and her left to Wulf, and suffered that they should press their lips upon them. So for a while this was the end of their asking of her in marriage. The brethren left the solar side by side as they had come into it, but changed men in a sense, for now their lives were afire with a great purpose which bade them dare and do and win. Yet they were lighter hearted than when they entered there, since at least neither had been scorned, while both had hope, and all the future, which the young so seldom fear, lay before them. As they descended the steps, their eyes fell upon the figure of a tall man clad in a pilgrim's cape, hood, and low-crowned hat, of which the front was bent upwards and laced, who carried in his hand a palmer's staff, and about his waist the scrip and water bottle. "What do you seek, holy palmer?" asked Godwin, coming towards him. "A night's lodging in my uncle's house?" The man bowed, then fixing on him a pair of bead-like brown eyes, which reminded Godwin of some he had seen, he knew not when or where, answered in the humble voice affected by his class, "Even so, most noble knight, shelter for man and beast, for my mule is held without. Also a word with the Lord Sir Andrew D'Arcy, for whom I have a message." "A mule?" said Wulf. "I thought that palmers always went afoot." "True, Sir Knight, but as it chances I have baggage, nay, not my own, whose earthly gear is all upon my back, but a chest that contains I know not what, which I am charged to deliver to Sir Andrew D'Arcy, the owner of this hall, or should he be dead, then to the lady Rosamund, his daughter." "Charged? By whom?" asked Wulf. "That, sir," said the palmer, bowing, "I will tell to Sir Andrew, who, I understand, still lives. Have I your leave to bring in the chest? And if so, will one of your servants help me, for it is heavy?" "We will help you," said Godwin, and they went with him into the courtyard, where by the scant light of the stars they saw a fine mule in charge of one of the serving men, and bound upon its back a long-shaped package sewn over with sacking. This the palmer unloosed, and taking one end, while Wulf, after bidding the man stable the mule, took the other, they bore it into the hall, Godwin going before them to summon his uncle. Presently he came, and the palmer bowed to him. "What is your name, palmer, and whence is this box?" asked the old knight, looking at him keenly. "My name, Sir Andrew, is Nicholas of Salisbury, and as to who sent me, with your leave I will whisper in your ear." And leaning forward he did so. Sir Andrew heard and staggered back as though a dart had pierced him. "What?" he said. "Are you a holy palmer, the messenger of—" and he stopped suddenly. "I was his prisoner," answered the man, "and he, who at least ever keeps his word, gave me my life, for I had been condemned to die, at the price that I brought this to you, and took back your answer, or hers, which I have sworn to do." "Answer to what?" "Nay, I know nothing save that there is a writing in the chest. Its purport I am not told, who am but a messenger bound by oath to do certain things. Open the chest, lord, and meanwhile, if you have food, I have travelled far and fast." Sir Andrew went to a door and called to his men-servants, whom he bade give meat to the palmer and stay with him while he ate. Then he told Godwin and Wulf to lift the box and bring it to the solar, and with it hammer and chisel in case they should be needed, which they did, setting it upon the oaken table. "Open," said Sir Andrew. So they ripped off the canvas, 2 folds of it, revealing within a box of dark, foreign-looking wood, bound with iron bands, at which they laboured long before they could break them. At length it was done, and there within was another box, beautifully made of polished ebony, and sealed at the front and ends with a strange device. This box had a lock of silver, to which was tied a silver key. "At least it has not been tampered with," said Wulf, examining the unbroken seals. But Sir Andrew only repeated, "Open, and be swift. Here, Godwin, take the key, for my hand shakes with cold." The lock turned easily, and the seals being broken, the lid rose upon its hinges, while as it did so a scent of precious odours filled the place. Beneath, covering the contents of the chest, was an oblong piece of worked silk, and lying on it a parchment. Sir Andrew broke the thread and seal and unrolled the parchment. Within it was written over in strange characters. Also there was a second unsealed roll, written in a clerkly hand in Norman French, and headed, "Translation of this letter, in case the knight Sir Andrew D'Arcy has forgotten the Arabic tongue, or that his daughter, the Lady Rosamund, has not yet learned the same." Sir Andrew glanced at both headings, then said, "Nay, I have not forgotten Arabic, who, while my lady lived, spoke little else with her, and who taught it to our daughter. But the light is bad, and Godwin, you are scholarly. Read me the French. We can compare them afterwards." At this moment Rosamund entered the solar from her chamber, and seeing the 3 of them so strangely employed, said, "Is it your will that I go, father?" "No, daughter, since you are here, stay here. I think that this matter concerns you as well as me. Read on, Godwin." So Godwin read, "In the name of God, the merciful and compassionate, I, Saladin Yusuf Ayyub, commander of the faithful, cause these words to be written, and seal them with my own hand, to the Frankish lord Sir Andrew D'Arcy, husband of my sister by another mother, Sitt Zobeide, the beautiful and faithless, in whom Allah has taken vengeance for her sin. Or if he be dead also, then to his daughter and hers, my niece, and by blood a princess of Syria and Egypt, who among the English is named the Lady Rose of the World. You, Sir Andrew, will remember how many years ago, when we were friends, you by an evil chance became acquainted with my sister Zobeide, while you were a prisoner and sick in my father's house. How, too, Satan put it into her heart to listen to your words of love, so that she became a cross worshipper, and was married to you after the Frankish custom, and fled with you to England. You will remember also, although at the time we could not recapture her from your vessel, how I sent a messenger to you, saying that soon or late I would yet tear her from your arms and deal with her as we deal with faithless women. But within 6 years of that time, sure news reached me that Allah had taken her. Therefore I mourned for my sister and her fate a while, and forgot her and you. Know that a certain knight named Lozelle, who dwelt in the part of England where you have your castle, has told me that Zobeide left a daughter, who is very beautiful. Now my heart, which loved her mother, goes out towards this niece whom I have never seen, for although she is your child, and a cross worshipper at least, save in the matter of her mother's theft, you were a brave and noble knight of good blood, as indeed I remember your brother was also, he who fell in the fight at Harwich. Learn now that having, by the will of Allah, come to great estate here at Damascus and throughout the East, I desire to lift your daughter up to be a princess of my house. Therefore I invite her to journey to Damascus, and you with her if you live. Moreover, lest you should fear some trap on behalf of myself, my successors and counsellors, I promise in the name of God, and by the word of Saladin, which never yet was broken, that although I trust the merciful God, may change her heart so that she enters it of her own will. I will not force her to accept the faith or to bind herself in any marriage which she does not desire. Nor will I take vengeance upon you, Sir Andrew, for what you have done in the past, or suffer others to do so, but will raise you to great honour and live with you in friendship as of yore. But if my messenger returns and tells me that my niece refuses this, my loving offer, then I warn her that my arm is long, and I will surely take her as I can. Therefore, within a year of the day that I receive the answer of the lady, my niece, who is named Rose of the World, my emissaries will appear wherever she may be, married or single, to lead her to me, with honour if she be willing, but still to lead her to me if she be unwilling. Meanwhile, in token of my love, I send certain gifts of precious things, and with them my patent of her title as Princess and Lady of the City of Baalbec, which title, with its revenue and prerogatives, are registered in the archive of my empire in favour of her and her lawful heirs, and declared to be binding upon me and my successors forever. The bearer of this letter and of my gifts is a certain cross-worshipper named Nicholas, to whom let your answer be handed for delivery to me. This devoir he is under oath to perform and will perform it, for he knows that if he fails therein, then that he must die. Signed by Saladin, commander of the faithful at Damascus, and sealed with his seal in the spring season of the year of the Hijra 581. Take note also that this writing having been read to me by my secretary before I set my name and seal thereunto, I perceive that you, Sir Andrew, or you, Lady Rose of the World, may think it strange that I should be at such pains and cost over a maid who is not of my religion and whom I never saw, and may therefore doubt my honesty in the matter. Know then the true reason. Since I heard that you, Lady Rose of the World, lived, I have thrice been visited by a dream sent from God concerning you, and in it I saw your face. Now this was the dream, that the oath I made as regards your mother is binding as regards you also. Further, that in some way which is not revealed to me, your presence here will withhold me from the shedding of a sea of blood and save the whole world much misery. Therefore it is decreed that you must come and bide in my house. Chapter 5 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 5. The Wine Merchant. Godwin laid down the letter, and all of them stared at one another in amazement. "Surely," said Wulf, "this is some fool's trick played off upon our uncle as an evil jest." By way of answer, Sir Andrew bade him lift the silk that hid the contents of the coffer and see what lay there. Wulf did so, and next moment threw back his head like a man whom some sudden light had blinded, as well he might, for from it came such a flare of gems as Essex had rarely seen before. Red, green, and blue they sparkled, and among them were the dull glow of gold and the white sheen of pearls. "Oh, how beautiful, how beautiful!" said Rosamund. "Ay," muttered Godwin, "beautiful enough to maze a woman's mind till she knows not right from wrong." Wulf said nothing, but one by one drew its treasures from the chest: coronet, necklace of pearls, breast ornaments of rubies, girdle of sapphires, jewelled anklets, and with them veil, sandals, robes, and other garments of gold embroidered purple silk. Moreover, among these also, sealed with the seals of Saladin, his viziers, officers of state, and secretaries, was that patent of which the letter spoke, setting out the full title of the Princess of Baalbec, the extent and boundaries of her great estates, and the amount of her annual revenue, which seemed more money than they had ever heard of. "I was wrong," said Wulf. "Even the Sultan of the East could not afford a jest so costly." "Jest?" broke in Sir Andrew. "It is no jest, as I was sure from the first line of that letter. It breathes the very spirit of Saladin, though he be a Saracen, the greatest man on all the earth, as I, who was a friend of his youth, know well. Ay, and he is right. In a sense, I sinned against him as his sister sinned, our love compelling us. Jest? Nay, no jest, but because a vision of the night which he believes the voice of God, or perhaps some oracle of the magicians, has deeply stirred that great soul of his and led him on to this wild adventure." He paused a while, then looked up and said, "Girl, do you know what Saladin has made of you? Why, there are queens in Europe who would be glad to own that rank and those estates in the rich land above Damascus. I know the city and the castle of which he speaks. It is a mighty place upon the banks of Litani and Orontes, and after its military governor, for that rule he would not give a Christian, you will be first in it, beneath the seal of Saladin, the surest title in all the earth. Say, will you go and queen it there?" Rosamund gazed at the gleaming gems and the writings that made her royal, and her eyes flashed and her breast heaved, as they had done by the church of St. Peter on the Essex coast. Thrice she looked while they watched her, then turned her head as from the bait of some great temptation, and answered one word only, "Nay." "Well spoken," said her father, who knew her blood and its longings. "At least, had the nay been yea, you must have gone alone. Give me ink and parchment, Godwin." They were brought, and he wrote, "To the Sultan Saladin, from Andrew D'Arcy and his daughter Rosamund. We have received your letter, and we answer that where we are, there we will bide in such state as God has given us. Nevertheless, we thank you, Sultan, since we believe you honest, and we wish you well, except in your wars against the Cross. As for your threats, we will do our best to bring them to nothing. Knowing the customs of the East, we do not send back your gifts to you, since to do so would be to offer insult to one of the greatest men in all of the world. But if you choose to ask for them, they are yours, not ours. Of your dream we say that it was but an empty vision of the night, which a wise man should forget. Your servant and your niece." Then he signed, and Rosamund signed after him, and the writing was done up, wrapped in silk, and sealed. "Now," said Sir Andrew, "hide away this wealth, since were it known that we had such treasures in the place, every thief in England would be our visitor, some of them bearing high names, I think." So they laid the gold-embroidered robes and the priceless sets of gems back in their coffer, and having locked it, hid it away in the great iron-bound chest that stood in Sir Andrew's sleeping chamber. When everything was finished, Sir Andrew said, "Listen now, Rosamund, and you also, my nephews. I have never told you the true tale of how the sister of Saladin, who is known as Zobeide, daughter of Ayyub, and afterwards christened into our faith by the name of Mary, came to be my wife. Yet you should learn it, if only to show how evil returns upon a man. After the great Nur-ed-Din took Damascus, Ayyub was made its governor. Then, some 23 years ago, came the capture of Haggard, in which my brother fell. Here I was wounded and taken prisoner. They bore me to Damascus, where I was lodged in the palace of Ayyub and kindly treated. Here, too, it was, while I lay sick, that I made friends with the young Saladin and with his sister Zobeide, whom I met secretly in the gardens of the palace. The rest may be guessed. Although she numbered but half my years, she loved me as I loved her, and for my sake offered to change her faith and fly with me to England if opportunity could be found, which was hard. Now, as it chanced, I had a friend, a dark and secret man named Jebal, the young sheik of a terrible people, whose cruel rites no Christian understands. They are the subjects of one Mahomet in Persia, and live in the castles of Masyaf, on Lebanon. This man had been in alliance with the Franks, and once in a battle I saved his life from the Saracens at the risk of my own, whereon he swore that I did summon him from the ends of the earth, he would come to me if I needed help. Moreover, he gave me his signet ring as a token, and by virtue of it, so he said, power in his dominions equal to his own, though these I never visited. You know it." And holding up his hand, Sir Andrew showed them a heavy gold ring, in which was set a black stone, with red veins running across the stone in the exact shape of a dagger, and beneath the dagger words cut in unknown characters. So in my plight I bethought me of Jebal, and found means to send him a letter sealed with his ring. Nor did he forget his promise, for within 12 days Zobeide and I were galloping for Beirut on 2 horses so swift that all the cavalry of Ayyub could not overtake them. We reached the city, and there were married, Rosamund. There too your mother was baptized a Christian. Thence, since it was not safe for us to stay in the East, we took ship and came safe home, bearing this ring of Jebal with us, for I would not give it up, as his servants demanded that I should do, except to him alone. But before that vessel sailed, a man disguised as a fisherman brought me a message from Ayyub and his son Saladin, swearing that they would yet recapture Zobeide, the daughter of one of them and sister of the other. That is the story, and you see that their oath has not been forgotten, though when in after years they learned of my wife's death, they let the matter lie. But since then Saladin, who in those days was but a noble youth, has become the greatest sultan that the East has ever known, and having been told of you, Rosamund, by that traitor Lozelle, he seeks to take you in your mother's place, and, daughter, I tell you that I fear him." "At least we have a year or longer in which to prepare ourselves, or to hide," said Rosamund. "His palmer must travel back to the East before my uncle Saladin can have our answer." "Aye," said Sir Andrew, "perhaps we have a year." "What of the attack on the quay?" asked Godwin, who had been thinking. "The knight Lozelle was named there. Yet if Saladin had to do with it, it seems strange that the blow should have come before the word." Sir Andrew brooded a while, then said, "Bring in this palmer, I will question him." So the man Nicholas, who was found still eating as though his hunger would never be satisfied, was brought in by Wulf. He bowed low before the old knight, and Rosamund, studying them the while with his sharp eyes, and the roof and the floor and every other detail of the chamber, for those eyes of his seemed to miss nothing. "You have brought me a letter from far away, Sir Palmer, who are named Nicholas," said Sir Andrew. "I have brought you a chest from Damascus, Sir Knight, but of its contents I know nothing. At least you will bear me witness that it has not been tampered with," answered Nicholas. "I find it strange," went on the old knight, "that one in your holy garb should be chosen as the messenger of Saladin, with whom Christian men have little to do." "But Saladin has much to do with Christian men, Sir Andrew. Thus he takes them prisoner even in times of peace, as he did me." "Did he, then, take the knight Lozelle prisoner?" "The knight Lozelle," repeated the palmer. "Was he a big, red-faced man with a scar upon his forehead, who always wore a black cloak over his mail?" "That might be he." "Then he was not taken prisoner, but he came to visit the Sultan at Damascus, while I lay in bonds there, for I saw him twice or thrice, though what his business was I do not know. Afterwards he left, and at Jaffa I heard that he had sailed for Europe 3 months before I did." Now the brethren looked at each other. So Lozelle was in England. But Sir Andrew made no comment, only he said, "Tell me your story, and be careful that you speak the truth." "Why should I not, who have nothing to hide?" answered Nicholas. "I was captured by some Arabs as I journeyed to the Jordan upon a pilgrimage, who, when they found that I had no goods to be robbed of, would have killed me. This, indeed, they were about to do, had not some of Saladin's soldiers came by and commanded them to hold their hands and give me over to them. They did so, and the soldiers took me to Damascus. There I was imprisoned, but not close, and then it was that I saw Lozelle, or at least a Christian man who had some such name, and as he seemed to be in favour with the Saracens, I begged him to intercede for me. Afterwards I was brought before the court of Saladin, and having questioned me, the Sultan himself told me that I must either worship the false prophet or die, to which you can guess my answer. So they led me away, as I thought, to death, but none offered to do me hurt. 3 days later Saladin sent for me again, and offered to spare my life if I would swear an oath, which oath was that I should take a certain package and deliver it to you, or to your daughter named the Lady Rosamund, here at your hall of Steeple in Essex, and bring back the answer to Damascus. Not wishing to die, I said that I would do this if the Sultan passed his word, which he never breaks, that I should be set free afterwards. And now you are safe in England, do you propose to return to Damascus with the answer? And if so, why?" "For 2 reasons, Sir Andrew. First, because I have sworn to do so, and I do not break my word any more than does Saladin. Secondly, because I continue to wish to live, and the Sultan promised me that if I failed in my mission, he would bring about my death wherever I might be, which I am sure he has the power to do by magic or otherwise. Well, the rest of the tale is short. The chest was handed over to me as you see it, and with it money sufficient for my faring to and fro and something to spare. Then I was escorted to Joppa, where I took passage on a ship bound to Italy, where I found another ship named the Holy Mary sailing for Calais, which we reached after being nearly cast away. Thence I came to Dover in a fishing boat, landing there 8 days ago, and having bought a mule, joined some travellers to London, and so on here." "And how will you return?" The palmer shrugged his shoulders. "As best I may, and as quickly. Is your answer ready, Sir Andrew?" "Yes, it is here," and he handed him the roll, which Nicholas hid away in the folds of his great cloak. Then Sir Andrew added, "You say you know nothing of all the business in which you play this part?" "Nothing, or rather, only this. The officer who escorted me to Jaffa told me that there was a stir among the learned doctors and diviners at the court because of a certain dream which the Sultan had dreamed 3 times. It had to do with a lady who was half of the blood of Ayyub and half English, and they said that my mission was mixed up with this matter. Now I see that the noble lady before me has eyes strangely like those of the Sultan Saladin," and he spread out his hands and ceased. "You seem to see a good deal, friend Nicholas." "Sir Andrew, a poor palmer who wishes to preserve his throat unslit must keep his eyes open. Now, I have eaten well, and I am weary. Is there any place where I may sleep? I must be gone at daybreak, for those who do Saladin's business dare not tarry, and I have your letter." "There is a place," answered Sir Andrew. "Wulf, take him to it, and tomorrow, before he leaves, we will speak again. Till then, farewell, holy Nicholas." With one more searching glance, the palmer bowed and went. When the door closed behind him, Sir Andrew beckoned Godwin to him and whispered, "Tomorrow, Godwin, you must take some men and follow this Nicholas to see where he goes and what he does, for I tell you I do not trust him. I fear him much. These embassies to and from Saracens are strange traffic for a Christian man. Also, although he says his life hangs on it, I think that were he honest, once safe in England here, he would stop, since the first priest would absolve him of an oath forced from him by the infidel." "Were he dishonest, would he not have stolen those jewels?" asked Godwin. "They are worth some risk. What do you think, Rosamund?" "I?" she answered. "Oh, I think there is more in this than any of us dream. I think," she added in a voice of distress and with an involuntary wringing motion of the hands, "that for this house and those who dwell in it, time is big with death, and that sharp-eyed palmer is its midwife. How strange is the destiny that wraps us all about, and how comes the sword of Saladin to shape it, and the hand of Saladin to drag me from my peaceful state to a dignity which I do not seek, and the dreams of Saladin, of whose kin I am, to interweave my life with the bloody policies of Syria and the unending war between Cross and Crescent, that are, both of them, my heritage." Then, with a woeful gesture, Rosamund turned and left them. Her father watched her go and said, "The maid is right. Great business is afoot in which all of us must bear our parts. For no little thing would Saladin stir thus, he who braces himself, as I know well, for the last struggle in which Christ or Mahomet must go down. Rosamund is right. On her brow shines the crescent diadem of the house of Ayyub, and at her heart hangs the black cross of the Christian, and round her struggle creeds and nations. What, Wulf, does the man sleep already?" "Like a dog, for he seems outworn with travel." "Like a dog with one eye open, perhaps. I do not wish that he should give us the slip during the night, as I want more talk with him and other things, of which I have spoken to Godwin." "No fear of that, uncle. I have locked the stable door, and a sainted palmer will scarcely leave us the present of such a mule." "Not he, if I know his tribe," answered Sir Andrew. "Now let us sup, and afterwards take counsel together, for we shall need it before all is done." An hour before the dawn next morning, Godwin and Wulf were up, and with them certain trusted men who had been warned that their services would be needed. Presently Wulf, bearing a lantern in his hand, came to where his brother stood by the fire in the hall. "Where have you been?" Godwin asked. "To wake the palmer?" "No, to place a man to watch the road to Steeple Hill, and another at the creek path. Also to feed his mule, which is a very fine beast, too good for a palmer. Doubtless he will be stirring soon, as he said that he must be up early." Godwin nodded, and they sat together on the bench beside the fire, for the weather was bitter, and dozed till the dawn began to break. Then Wulf rose and shook himself, saying, "He will not think it uncourteous if we rouse him now." And walking to the far end of the hall, he drew a curtain and called out, "Awake, holy Nicholas, awake! It is time for you to say your prayers, and breakfast will soon be cooking." But no Nicholas answered. "Of a truth," grumbled Wulf, as he came back for his lantern, "that palmer sleeps as though Saladin had already cut his throat." Then, having lit it, he returned to the guest place. "Godwin," he called presently, "come here. The man has gone." "Gone?" said Godwin, as he ran to the curtain. "Gone where?" "Back to his friend Saladin, I think," answered Wulf. "Look, that is how he went," and he pointed to the shutter of the sleeping place that stood wide open, and to an oaken stool beneath, by means of which the sainted Nicholas had climbed up to and through the narrow window slit. "He must be without, grooming the mule which he would never have left," said Godwin. "Honest guests do not part from their hosts thus," answered Wulf. "But let us go and see." So they ran to the stable and found it locked, and the mule safe enough within. Nor, though they looked, could they find any trace of the palmer, not even a footstep, since the ground was frost-bound. Only on examining the door of the stable they discovered that an attempt had been made to lift the lock with some sharp instrument. "It seems that he was determined to be gone, either with or without the beast," said Wulf. "Well, perhaps we can catch him yet," and he called to the men to saddle up and ride with him to search the country. For 3 hours they hunted far and wide, but nothing did they see of Nicholas. "The knave has slipped away like a night hawk, and left as little trace," reported Wulf. "Now, my uncle, what does this mean?" "I do not know, save that it is of a piece with the rest, and that I like it little," answered the old knight anxiously. "Here the value of the beast was of no account, that is plain. What the man held of account was that he should be gone in such a fashion that none could follow him or know whither he went. The net is about us, my nephews, and I think that Saladin draws its string." Still less pleased would Sir Andrew have been could he have seen the palmer Nicholas creeping round the hall while all men slept, ere he girded up his long gown and ran like a hare for London. Yet he had done this by the light of the bright stars, taking note of every window slit in it, more especially of those of the solar, of the plan of the outbuildings also, and of the path that ran to Steeple Creek, some 500 yards away. From that day forward fear settled on the place, fear of some blow that none were able to foresee, and against which they could not guard. Sir Andrew even talked of leaving Steeple and of taking up his abode in London, where he thought that they might be safer. But such foul weather set in that it was impossible to travel the roads, and still less to sail the sea. So it was arranged that if they moved at all, and there were many things against it, not the least of which were Sir Andrew's weak health and the lack of a house to go to, it should not be till after New Year's Day. Thus the time went on, and nothing happened to disturb them. The friends of whom the old knight took counsel laughed at his forebodings, They said that so long as they did not wander about unguarded, there was little danger of any fresh attack upon them, and if one should by chance be made, with the aid of the men they had, they could hold the hall against a company until help was summoned. Moreover, at heart, none of them believed that Saladin or his emissaries would stir in this business before the spring, or more probably until another year had passed. Still, they always set guards at night, and besides themselves kept 20 men sleeping at the hall. Also they arranged that on the lighting of a signal fire upon the tower of Steeple church, their neighbours should come to succour them. So the time went on towards Christmas, before which the weather changed and became calm, with sharp frost. It was on the shortest day that Prior John rode up to the hall and told them that he was going to Southminster to buy some wine for the Christmas feast. Sir Andrew asked what wine there was at Southminster. The prior answered that he had heard that a ship, laden amongst other things with wine of Cyprus of wonderful quality, had come into the river Crouch with her rudder broken. He added that as no shipwrights could be found in London to repair it till after Christmas, the chapman, a Cypriot, who was in charge of the wine, was selling as much as he could in Southminster and to the houses about at a cheap rate, and delivering it by means of a wain that he had hired. Sir Andrew replied that this seemed a fair chance to get fine liquor, which was hard to come by in Essex in those days. The end of it was that he bade Wulf, whose taste in strong drink was nice, to ride with the prior into Southminster, and, if he liked the stuff, to buy a few casks of it for them to make merry with at Christmas, although he himself, because of his ailments, now drank only water. So Wulf went, nothing loath. In this dark season of the year, when there was no fishing, it grew very dull, loitering about the hall, and since he did not read much, like Godwin, sitting for long hours by the fire at night, watching Rosamund going to and fro upon her tasks, but not speaking with her overmuch. For, notwithstanding all their pretence of forgetfulness, some sort of veil had fallen between the brethren and Rosamund, and their intercourse was not so open and familiar as of old. She could not but remember that they were no more her cousins only, but her lovers also, and that she must guard herself lest she seemed to show preference to one above the other. The brethren, for their part, must always bear in mind also that they were bound not to show their love, and that their cousin Rosamund was no longer a simple English lady, but also by creation as by blood, a princess of the East, whom destiny might yet lift beyond the reach of either of them. Moreover, as has been said, Dread sat upon that roof tree like a croaking raven, nor could they escape from the shadow of its wing. Far away in the east a mighty monarch had turned his thoughts towards this English home, and the maid of his royal blood who dwelt there, and who was mingled with his visions of conquest and of the triumph of his faith. Driven on by no dead oath, by no mere fancy or imperial desire, but by some spiritual hope or need, he had determined to draw her to him, by fair means if he could, if not, by foul. Already means both foul and fair had failed, for that the attack at Death Creek Quay had to do with this matter they could no longer doubt. It was certain also that others would be tried again and again, till his end was won, or Rosamund was dead. For here, if even she would go back upon her word, marriage itself could not shield her. So the house was sad, and saddest of all seemed the face of the old knight, Sir Andrew, oppressed as he was with sickness, with memories and fears. Therefore Wulf could find pleasure even in an errand to Southminster to buy wine, of which, in truth, he would have been glad to drink deeply, if only to drown his thoughts a while. So away he rode up Steeple Hill with the prior, laughing as he used to do before Rosamund led him to gather flowers at St. Peter's on the Wall. Asking where the foreign merchant dwelt who had wine to sell, they were directed to an inn near the minster. Here in a back room they found a short, stout man, wearing a red cloth cap, who was seated on a pillow between two kegs. In front of him stood a number of folk, gentry and others, who bargained with him for his wine and the silks and embroideries that he had to sell, giving the latter to be handled and samples of the drink to all who asked for them. "Clean cups," he said, speaking in bad French to the drawer who stood beside him. "Clean cups, for here come a holy man and a gallant knight who wish to taste my liquor. Nay, fellow, fill them up, for the top of Mount Trooidos in winter is not so cold as this cursed place, to say nothing of its damp, which is that of a dungeon." And he shivered, drawing his costly shawl closer around him. "Sir Abbot, which will you taste first, the red wine or the yellow? The red is the stronger, but the yellow is the more costly, and a drink for saints in paradise and abbots upon earth. The yellow from Crienia. Well, you are wise. They say it was my patron Saint Helena's favourite vintage when she visited Cyprus, bringing with her Disma's cross." "Are you a Christian, then?" asked the prior. "I took you for a paynim." "Were I not a Christian, would I visit this foggy land of yours to trade in wine, a liquor forbidden to the Moslems?" answered the man, drawing aside the folds of his shawl and revealing a silver crucifix upon his broad breast. "I am a merchant of the Famagusta in Cyprus, Georgios by name, and of the Greek Church, which you Westerners hold to be heretical. But what do you think of that wine, holy abbot?" The prior smacked his lips. "Friend Georgios, it is indeed a drink for the saints," he answered. "Aye, and has been a drink for sinners ere now, for this is the very tipple that Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt, drank with her Roman lover Antony, of whom you, being a learned man, may have heard. And you, Sir Knight, what say you of the black stuff, Mavro we call it, not the common, but that which has been 20 years in cask?" "I have tasted worse," said Wulf, holding out his horn to be filled again. "Aye, and will never taste better if you live as long as the Wandering Jew. Well, sirs, may I take your orders? If you are wise, you will make them large, since no such chance is likely to come your way again, and that wine, yellow or red, will keep a century." Then the chaffering began, and it was long and keen. Indeed, at one time they nearly left the place without purchasing, but the merchant Georgios called them back and offered to come to their terms if they would take double the quantity, so as to make up a cartload between them, which he said he would deliver before Christmas Day. To this they consented at length, and departed homewards, made happy by the gifts with which the chapman clinched his bargain after the Eastern fashion. To the prior he gave a roll of worked silk, to be used as an edging to an altar cloth or banner, and to Wulf a dagger handle, quaintly carved in olive wood to the fashion of a rampant lion. Wulf thanked him, and then asked him with a somewhat shamed face if he had more embroidery for sale, whereat the prior smiled. The quick-eyed Cypriote saw the smile, and inquired if it might be needed for a lady's wear, at which some neighbours present in the room laughed outright. "Do not laugh at me, gentlemen," said the Eastern, "for how can I, a stranger, know this young knight's affairs, and whether he has mother or sisters or wife or lover? Well, here are broideries fit for any of them." Then, bidding his servant bring a bale, he opened it and began to show his goods, which indeed were very beautiful. In the end, Wulf purchased a veil of gauze-like silk, worked with golden stars, as a Christmas gift for Rosamund. Afterwards, remembering that even in such a matter he must take no advantage of his brother, he added to it a tunic broidered with gold and silver flowers, such as he had never seen, for they were Eastern tulips and anemones, which Godwin would give her also if he wished. These silks were costly, and Wulf turned to the prior to borrow money, but he had no more upon him. Georgios said, however, that it mattered nothing, as he would take a guide from the town and bring the wine in person, where he could receive payment for the broideries, of which he hoped to sell more to the ladies of the house. He offered also to go with the prior and Wulf to where his ship lay in the river, and show them many other goods aboard of her, which, he explained to them, were the property of a company of Cyprian merchants who had embarked upon this venture jointly with himself. This they declined, however, as the darkness was not far off, but Wulf added that he would come after Christmas with his brother to see the vessel that had made so great a voyage. Georgios replied that they would be very welcome, but if he could make shift to finish the repairs to his rudder, he was anxious to sail for London while the weather held calm, for there he looked to sell the bulk of his cargo. He added that he had expected to spend Christmas at that city, but their helm having gone wrong in rough weather, they were driven past the mouth of Thames, and had they not drifted into that of the Crouch, would, he thought, have foundered. So he bade them farewell for that time, but not before he had asked and received the blessing of the prior. Thus the pair of them departed, well pleased with their purchases, and the Cypriote Georgios, whom they found a very pleasant merchant. Prior John stopped to eat at the hall that night, when he and Wulf told of all their dealings with this man. Sir Andrew laughed at the story, showing them how they had been persuaded by the Eastern to buy a great deal more wine than they needed, so that it was he and not they who had the best of the bargain. Then he went on to tell tales of the rich island of Cyprus, where he had landed many years before and stayed a while, and of the gorgeous court of its emperor and of its inhabitants. These were, he said, the cunningest traders in the world, so cunning, indeed, that no Jew could overmatch them. Bold sailors also which they had from the Phoenicians of Holy Writ, who, with the Greeks, were their forefathers, adding that what they told him of this Georgios accorded well with the character of that people. Thus it came to pass that no suspicion of Georgios or his ship entered the mind of any one of them, which, indeed, was scarcely strange, seeing how well his tale held together, and how plain were the reasons of his presence and the purpose of his dealings in wines and silks. Chapter 6 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 6. The Christmas Feast at Steeple. The fourth day after Wulf's visit to Southminster was Christmas morning, and the weather being bad, Sir Andrew and his household did not ride to Stangate, but attended Mass in Steeple Church. Here, after service, according to his custom on this day, he gave a largesse to his tenants and villeins, and with it his good wishes and a caution that they should not become drunk at their Yuletide feast, as was the common habit of the time. "We shall not get the chance," said Wulf, as they walked to the hall, "since that merchant Georgios has not delivered the wine, of which I hoped to drink a cup tonight." "Perhaps he has sold it at a better price to someone else. It would be like a Cypriote," answered Sir Andrew, smiling. And as had been agreed between them, together the brethren gave their Christmas gifts to Rosamund. She thanked them prettily enough, and much admired the beauty of the work. When they told her that it had not yet been paid for, she laughed and said that, however they were come by, she would wear both tunic and veil at their feast, which was to be held at nightfall. About 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a servant came into the hall to say that a wain, drawn by 3 horses and accompanied by 2 men, one of whom led the horses, was coming down the road from Steeple village. "Our merchant, and in time after all," said Wulf, and followed by the others, he went out to meet them. Georgios it was, sure enough, wrapped in a great sheepskin cloak such as Cypriotes wear in winter, and seated on the head of one of his own barrels. "Your pardon, knights," he said, as he scrambled nimbly to the ground. "The roads in this country are such that, although I have left nearly half my load at Stangate, it has taken me 4 long hours to come from the Abbey here, most of which time we spent in mud-holes that have wearied the horses and, as I fear, strained the wheels of this crazy wagon. Still, here we are at last, and, noble sir," he added, bowing to Sir Andrew, "here, too, is the wine that your son bought of me." "My nephew," interrupted Sir Andrew. "Once more your pardon. I thought from their likenesses to you that these knights were your sons." "Has he bought all that stuff?" asked Sir Andrew, for there were 5 tubs on the wagon, besides 1 or 2 smaller kegs and some packages wrapped in sheepskin. "No, alas," answered the Cypriote ruefully and shrugging his shoulders. "Only 2 of the Malvro. The rest I took to the Abbey, for I understood the holy prior to say he would purchase 6 casks, but it seems that it was but 3 he needed." "He said 3," put in Wulf. "Did he, sir? Then doubtless the error was mine, who speak your tongue but ill. So I must drag the rest back again over those accursed roads," and he made another grimace. "Yet I will ask you, sir," he added to Sir Andrew, "to lighten the load a little by accepting this small keg of the old sweet vintage that grows on the slopes of Trooidos." "I remember it well," said Sir Andrew with a smile. "But, friend, I do not wish to take your wine for nothing." At these words the face of Georgios beamed. "What, noble sir," he exclaimed, "do you know my land of Cyprus? Oh, then indeed I kiss your hands, and surely you will not affront me by refusing this little present. Indeed, to be frank, I can afford to lose its price, who have done a good trade even here in Essex." "As you will," said Sir Andrew. "I thank you,
and perhaps you have other things to sell." "I have, indeed, a few embroideries, if this most gracious lady would be pleased to look at them. Some carpets also, such as the Muslims used to pray on in the name of their false prophet Mahomet." And turning, he spat upon the ground. "I see that you are a Christian," said Sir Andrew. "Yet, although I fought against them, I have known many a good Muslim man, nor do I think it necessary to spit at the name of Mahomet, who, to my mind, was a great man deceived by the artifice of Satan." "Neither do I," said Godwin reflectively. "Its true servants should fight the enemies of the cross and pray for their souls, not spit at them." The merchant looked at them curiously, fingering the silver crucifix that hung upon his breast. "The captors of the Holy City thought otherwise," he said, "when they rode into the Mosque El-Aqsa up to their horses' knees in blood, and I have been taught otherwise. But the times grow liberal, and, after all, what right has a poor traitor whose mind, alas, is set more on gain than on the sufferings of the blessed Son of Mary," and he crossed himself, "to form a judgment upon such high matters? Pardon me, I accept your reproof, who perhaps am bigoted." Yet, had they but known it, this reproof was to save the life of many a man that night. "May I ask help with these packages?" he went on, "as I cannot open them here, and to move the casks? Nay, the little keg I will carry myself, as I hope that you will taste of it at your Christmas feast. It must be gently handled, though I fear me that those roads of yours will not improve its quality." Then, twisting the tub from the end of the wain onto his shoulder in such a fashion that it remained upright, he walked off lightly towards the open door of the hall. "For one not tall, that man is strangely strong," thought Wulf, who followed with a bale of carpets. Then the other casks of wine were stowed away in the stone cellar beneath the hall. Leaving his servant, a silent, stupid-looking, dark-eyed fellow named Petros, to bait the horses, Georgios entered the hall and began to unpack his carpets and embroideries with all the skill of one who had been trained in the bazaars of Cairo, Damascus, or Nicosia. Beautiful things they were which he had to show, broideries that dazzled the eye, and rugs of many hues, yet soft and bright as an otter's pelt. As Sir Andrew looked at them, remembering long dead days, his face softened. "I will buy that rug," he said, "for of a truth it might be one on which I lay sick many a year ago in the house of Ayub at Damascus. Nay, I haggle not at the price. I will buy it." Then he fell to thinking how, whilst lying on such a rug, indeed, although he knew it not, it was the same, looking through the rounded beads of the wooden lattice work of his window, he had first seen his Eastern wife walking in the orange garden with her father Ayub. Afterwards, still recalling his youth, he began to talk of Cyprus, and so time went on until the dark was falling. Now Georgios said that he must be going, as he had sent back his guide to Southminster, where the man desired to eat his Christmas feast. So the reckoning was paid. It was a long one, and while the horses were harnessed to the wain, the merchant bored holes in the little cask of wine and set spigots in them, bidding them all be sure to drink of it that night. Then, calling down good fortune on them for their kindness and liberality, he made his salaams in the Eastern fashion, and departed, accompanied by Wulf. Within 5 minutes there was a sound of shouting, and Wulf was back again, saying that the wheel of the wain had broken at the first turn, so that now it was lying upon its side in the courtyard. Sir Andrew and Godwin went out to see to the matter, and there they found Georgios wringing his hands, as only an Eastern merchant can, and cursing in some foreign tongue. "Noble knights," he said, "what am I to do? Already it is nearly dark, and how I shall find my way up yonder steep hill, I know not. As for the priceless broideries, I suppose they must stay here for the night, since that wheel cannot be mended till tomorrow." "As you had best do also," said Sir Andrew kindly. "Come, man, do not grieve. We are used to broken axles here in Essex, and you and your servant may as well eat your Christmas dinners at Steeple as in Southminster." "I thank you, Sir Knight, I thank you. But why should I, who am but a merchant, thrust myself upon your noble company? Let me stop outside with my man Petros, and dine with your people in that barn, where I see they are making ready their food." "By no means," answered Sir Andrew. "Leave your servant with my people, who will look after him, and come you into the hall, and tell me some more of Cyprus, till our food is ready, which will be soon. Do not fear for your goods, they shall be placed under cover." "All unworthy as I am, I obey," answered the obsequious Georgios. "Petros, do you understand? This noble lord gives us hospitality for the night. His people will show you where to eat and sleep, and help you with your horses." This man, who, he explained, was a Cypriot, a fisherman in summer and a muleteer in winter, bowed, and fixing his dark eyes upon those of his master, spoke in some foreign tongue. "You hear what he says? The silly fellow," said Georgios. "What? Do you not understand Greek? Only Arabic? Well, he asked me to give him money to pay for his dinner and his night's lodging. You must forgive him, for he is but a simple peasant, and cannot believe that anyone may be lodged and fed without payment. I will explain to him, the pig." And explain he did in shrill, high notes, of which no one else could understand a word. "There, Sir Knight, I do not think he will offend you so again. Ah, look, he is walking off. He is sulky. Well, let him alone. He will be back for his dinner, the pig. Oh, the wet and the wind! A Cypriot does not mind them in his sheepskin, in which he will sleep even in the snow." So, Georgios still declaiming upon the shortcomings of his servant, they went back into the hall. Here the conversation soon turned upon other matters, such as the differences between the creeds of the Greek and Latin churches, a subject upon which he seemed to be an expert, and the fear of the Christians in Cyprus, lest Saladin should attempt to capture that island. At length 5 o'clock came, and Georgios, having first been taken to the lavatory, it was but a stone trough, to wash his hands, was led to the dinner, or rather to the supper table, which stood upon a dais in front of the entrance to the solar. Here places were laid for 6: Sir Andrew, his nephews, Rosamund, the chaplain Matthew, who celebrated masses in the church and ate at the hall on feast days, and the Cypriot merchant, Georgios himself. Below the dais, and between it and the fire, was another table at which were already gathered 12 guests, being the chief tenants of Sir Andrew and the reeves of his outlying lands. On most days the servants of the house, with the huntsmen, swineherds, and others, sat at a third table beyond the fire, but as nothing would stop these from growing drunk on the good ale at a feast, and though many ladies thought little of it, there was no sin that Rosamund hated so much as this. Now their lord sent them to eat and drink at their ease in the barn, which stood in the courtyard with its back to the moat. When all had taken their seats, the chaplain said grace, and the meal began. It was rude, but very plentiful. First, borne in by the cook on a wooden platter, came a great codfish, whereof he helped portions to each in turn, laying them on their trenchers, that is, large slices of bread, whence they ate them with the spoons that were given to each. After the fish appeared the meats, of which there were many sorts, served on silver spits. These included fowls, partridges, duck, and chief of all, a great swan, that the tenants greeted by knocking their horn mugs upon the table, after which came the pastries, and with them nuts and apples. For drink, ale was served at the lower table. On the dais, however, they drank some of the black wine which Wulf had bought, that is, except Sir Andrew and Rosamund, the former because he dared not, and the latter because she had always hated any drink but water, a dislike that came to her, doubtless, with her Eastern blood. Thus they grew merry, since their guest proved himself a cheerful fellow, who told them many stories of love and war, for he seemed to know much of loves, and to have been in sundry wars. At these even Sir Andrew, forgetting his ailments and forebodings, laughed well, while Rosamund, looking more beautiful than ever in the gold-starred veil and the broidered tunic which the brethren had given her, listened to them, smiling somewhat absently. At last the feast drew towards its end, when suddenly, as though struck by a sudden recollection, Georgios exclaimed, "The wine! The liquor amber from Chuedo! I had forgotten it. Noble knight, have I your leave to draw?" "Aye, excellent merchant," answered Sir Andrew. "Certainly you can draw your own wine." So Georgios rose and took a large jug and a silver tankard from the sideboard where such things were displayed. With these he went to the little keg, which, it will be remembered, had been stood ready upon the trestles, and bending over it while he drew the spigots, filled the vessels to the brim. Then he beckoned to a reeve sitting at the lower table to bring him a leather jack that stood upon the board. Having rinsed it out with wine, he filled that also, handing it with the jug to the reeve to drink their lord's health on this Yule night. The silver vessel he bore back to the high table, and with his own hand filled the horn cups of all present, Rosamund alone excepted, for she would touch none, although he pressed her hard and looked vexed at her refusal. Indeed, it was because it seemed to pain the man that Sir Andrew, ever courteous, took a little himself, although, when his back was turned, he filled the goblet up with water. At length, when all was ready, Georgios charged, or seemed to charge, his own horn, and lifting it, said, "Let us drink, every one of us, to the noble knight, Sir Andrew D'Arcy, to whom I wish, in the phrase of my own people, that he may live forever. Drink, friends, drink deep, for never will wine such as this pass your lips again." Then, lifting his beaker, he appeared to drain it in great gulps, an example which all followed, even Sir Andrew drinking a little from his cup, which was 3 parts filled with water. There followed a long murmur of satisfaction. "Wine, it is nectar," said Wulf. "Aye," put in the chaplain Matthew, "Adam might have drunk this in the garden," while from the lower table came jovial shouts of praise of this smooth, cream-like vintage. Certainly that wine was both rich and strong. Thus, after his sup of it, a veil, as it were, seemed to fall on the mind of Sir Andrew, and to cover it up. It lifted again, and lo, his brain was full of memories and foresights. Circumstances which he had forgotten for many years came back to him all together, like a crowd of children tumbling out to play. These passed, and he grew suddenly afraid. Yet what had he to fear that night? The gates across the moat were locked and guarded. Trusty men, a score or more of them, ate in his outbuildings within those gates, while others, still more trusted, sat in his hall, and on his right hand and on his left were those two strong and valiant knights, Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf. No, there was nothing to fear, and yet he felt afraid. Suddenly he heard a voice speak. It was Rosamund's, and she said, "Why is there such silence, father? A while ago I heard the servants and bondsmen carousing in the barn. Now they are still as death. Oh, and look, are all here drunken? Godwin!" But as she spoke, Godwin's head fell forward on the board, while Wulf rose, half drew his sword, then threw his arm about the neck of the priest, and sank with him to the ground. As it was with these, so it seemed with all, for folk rocked to and fro, then sank to sleep, every one of them save the merchant Georgios, who rose to call another toast. "Stranger," said Sir Andrew in a heavy voice, "your wine is very strong." "It would seem so, Sir Knight," he answered, "but I will wake them from their wuzzle." Springing from the dais, lightly as a cat, he ran down the hall, crying, "Air is what they need, air!" Now coming to the door, he threw it wide open, and drawing a silver whistle from his robe, blew it long and loud. "What?" he laughed. "Do they still sleep? Why, then, I must give a toast that will rouse them all." And seizing a horn mug, he waved it and shouted, "Arouse you, ye drunkards, and drink to the Lady Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbec, and niece to my royal master, Yusuf Saladin, who sends me to lead her to him." "Oh, father!" shrieked Rosamund. "The wine was drugged, and we are betrayed." As the words passed her lips, there rose a sound of running feet, and through the open door at the far end of the hall burst in a score or over of armed men. Then at last Sir Andrew saw and understood. With a roar of rage like that of a wounded lion, he seized his daughter and dragged her back with him down the passage into the solar, where a fire burned and lights had been lit ready for their retiring, flinging to and bolting the door behind them. "Swift," he said as he tore his gown from him. "There is no escape, but at least I can die fighting for you. Give me my mail." She snatched his hauberk from the wall, and while they thundered at the door, did it on to him, ay, and his steel helm also, and gave him his long sword and his shield. "Now," he said, "help me." And they thrust the oak table forward and overset it in front of the door, throwing the chairs and stools on either side, that men might stumble on them. "There is a bow," he said, "and you can use it as I have taught you. Get to one side and out of reach of the sword sweeps, and shoot past me as they rush. It may stay one of them. Oh, that Godwin and Wulf were here, and we would still teach these Paynim dogs a lesson." Rosamund made no answer, but there came into her mind a vision of the agony of Godwin and of Wulf, should they ever wake again to learn what had chanced to her and them. She looked round. Against the wall stood a little desk, at which Godwin was wont to write, and on it lay a pen and parchment. She seized them, and as the door gave slowly inwards, scrawled, "Follow me to Saladin. In that hope I live on. Rosamund." Then, as the stout door at length crashed in, Rosamund turned what she had written face downwards on the desk, and seizing the bow, set an arrow to its string. Now it was down, and on rushed the mob up the 6 feet of narrow passage. At the end of it, in front of the overturned table, they halted suddenly. For there before them, skull emblazoned shield on arm, his long sword lifted, and a terrible wrath burning in his eyes, stood the old knight, like a wolf at bay, and by his side, bow in hand, the beauteous Lady Rosamund, clad in all her festal broideries. "Yield you!" cried a voice. By way of answer the bowstring twanged, and an arrow sped home to its feathers through the throat of the speaker, so that he went down, grabbing at it, and spoke no more for ever. As he fell clattering to the floor, Sir Andrew cried in a great voice, "We yield not to pagan dogs and prisoners. Ah, D'Arcy, meet D'Arcy, meet death." Thus for the last time did old Sir Andrew utter the war cry of his race, which he had feared would never pass his lips again. His prayer had been heard, and he was to die as he had desired. "Down with him! Seize the princess!" said a voice. It was that of Georgios, no longer humble with a merchant's obsequious whine, but speaking in tones of cold command, and in Arabic. For a moment the swarthy mob hung back, as well they might in face of that glittering sword. "Saladin! Saladin!" On they surged with flashing spears and scimitars. The overthrown table was in front of them, and one leapt upon its edge, but as he leapt, the old knight, all his years and sickness forgotten now, sprang forward and struck downwards, so heavy a blow that in the darkling mouth of the passage the sparks streamed out, and where the Saracen's head had been appeared his heels. Back Sir Andrew stepped again to win space for his sword play, while round the ends of the table broke 2 fierce-faced men. At one of them Rosamund shot with her bow, and the arrow pierced his thigh, but as he fell he struck with his keen scimitar and shore the end off the bow, so that it was useless. The second man caught his foot in the bar of the oak chair, which he did not see, and went down prone, while Sir Andrew, taking no heed of him, rushed with a shout at the crowd who followed, and catching their blows upon his shield, rained down others so desperate that, being hampered by their very number, they gave before him and staggered back along the passage. "Guard your right, father!" cried Rosamund. He sprang round to see the Saracen, who had fallen on his feet. At him he went, nor did the man wait the onset, but turned to fly, only to find his death, for the great sword caught him between neck and shoulders. Now a voice cried, "We make poor sport with this old lion and loose men. Keep clear of his claws, and whelm him with spear casts." But Rosamund, who understood their tongue, sprang in front of him and answered in Arabic, "Aye, through my breast, and go tell that tale to Saladin." Then, clear and calm, was heard the command of Georgios, "He who harms a hair of the princess dies. Take them both living if you may, but lay no hand on her. Stay, let us talk." So they ceased from their onslaught and began to consult together. Rosamund touched her father and pointed to the man who lay upon the floor with an arrow through his thigh. He was struggling to his knee, raising the heavy scimitar in his hand. Sir Andrew lifted his sword as a husbandman lifts a stick to kill a rat. Then let it fall again, saying, "I fight not with wounded. Drop that steel and get you back to your own folk." The fellow obeyed him, yes, and even touched the floor with his forehead in salaam as he crawled away, for he knew that he had been given his life, and that the deed was noble towards him, who had planned a coward stroke. Then Georgios stepped forward, no longer the same Georgios who had sold poisoned wine and Eastern broideries, but a proud-looking, high-browed Saracen, clad in the mail which he wore beneath his merchant's robe, and in place of the crucifix wearing on his breast a great star-shaped jewel, the emblem of his house and rank. "Sir Andrew," he said, "hearken to me, I pray you. Noble was that act," and he pointed to the wounded man being dragged away by his fellows, "and noble has been your defence, well worthy of your lineage and your knighthood. It is a tale that my master," and he bowed as he said the word, "will love to hear if it pleases Allah that we return to him in safety. Also, you will think that I have played a knave's trick upon you, overcoming the might of those gallant knights, Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf, not with sword blows but with drugged wine, and treating all your servants in like fashion, since not one of them can shake off its fumes before tomorrow's light. So indeed it is, a very scurvy trick, which I shall remember with shame to my life's end, and that perchance may yet fall back upon my head in blood and vengeance. Yet bethink you how we stand, and forgive us. We are but a little company of men in your great country, hidden, as it were, in a den of lions, who, if they saw us, would slay us without mercy. That, indeed, is a small thing, for what are our lives, of which your sword has taken tithe, and not only yours, but those of the twin brethren on the quay by the water?" "I've thought it," broke in Sir Andrew contemptuously. "Indeed, that deed was worthy of you, 20 or more men against 2. Georgios held up his hand. "Judge us not harshly," he said, speaking slowly, who, for his own ends, wished to gain time. "You who have read the letter of our Lord, see you, these were my commands: to secure the Lady Rose of the World as best I might, but if possible without bloodshed. Now, I was reconnoitring the country with a troop of the sailors from my ship, who are but poor fighters, and a few of my own people, when my spies brought me word that she had ridden out, attended by only 2 men, and surely I thought that already she was in my hands. But the knights foiled me by strategy and strength, and you know the end of it. So afterwards my messenger presented the letter, which indeed should have been done at first. The letter failed also, for neither you nor the princess," and he bowed to Rosamund, "could be bought. More, the whole country was awakened. You were surrounded with armed men. The knightly brethren kept watch and ward over you, and you were about to fly to London, where it would have been hard to snare you. Therefore, because I must, I who am a prince and an emir, who also, although you remember it not, have crossed swords with you in my youth, yes, at Herrick, became a dealer in drugged wine. Now hearken, yield you, Sir Andrew, who have done enough to make your name a song for generations, and accept the love of Saladin, whose word you have, the word that, as you know well, cannot be broken, which I, the Lord El-Hassan, for no meaner man has been sent upon this errand, plight to you afresh. Yield you and save your life, and live on in honour, clinging to your own faith, till Israel takes you from the pleasant fields of Baalbec to the waters of paradise, if such there be for infidels, however gallant. For know, this deed must be done. Did we return without the princess, Rose of the World, we should die, every one of us, and did we offer her harm or insult, then more horribly than I can tell you. This is no fancy of a great king that drives him on to the stealing of a woman, although she be of his own high blood. The voice of God has spoken to Saladin by the mouth of his angel Sleep. Thrice has Allah spoken in dreams, telling him who is merciful, that through your daughter and her nobleness alone can countless lives be saved. Therefore, sooner than she should escape him, he would lose even the half of all his empire. Outwit us, defeat us now, capture us, cause us to be tortured and destroyed, and other messengers would come to do his bidding. Indeed, they are already on the way. Moreover, it is useless to shed more blood, seeing it is written in the books that this lady Rose of the World must return to the east where she was begot, there to fulfill her destiny and save the lives of men. Then, Emir El-Hassan, I shall return as a spirit, said Rosamund proudly. Not so, princess, he answered, bowing, for Allah alone has power over your life, and it is otherwise decreed. Sir Andrew, the time grows short, and I must fulfill my mission. Will you take the peace of Saladin, or force his servants to take your life? The old knight listened, resting on his reddened sword. Then he lifted his head and spoke. I am aged, and near my death, wine-seller Georgios, or Prince El-Hassan, whichever you may be. In my youth I swore to make no pact with paynims, and in my old I will not break that vow. While I can lift sword, I will defend my daughter, even against the might of Saladin. Get to your coward's work again, and let things go as God has willed them. Then, princess, answered El-Hassan, bear me witness throughout the East that I am innocent of your father's blood. On his own head be it, and on yours. And for the second time he blew upon the whistle that hung around his neck.
Chapter 7 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 7. The Banner of Saladin. As the echoes of Hassan's whistle died away, there was a crash amongst the wooden shutters of the window behind them, and down into the room leapt a long, lithe figure, holding an axe aloft. Before Sir Andrew could turn to see whence the sound came, that axe dealt him a fearful blow between the shoulders, which, although the ringed mail remained unshorn, shattered his spine beneath. Down he fell, rolled onto his back, and lay there, still able to speak and without pain, but helpless as a child, for he was paralyzed, and never more would move hand or foot or head. In the silence that followed he spake in a heavy voice, letting his eyes rest upon the man who had struck him down. "A knightly blow, truly, one worthy of a Christian born, who does murder for Paynim pay. Traitor to God and man, who have eaten my bread, and now slaughter me like an ox on my hearthstone. May your own end be even worse, and at the hands of those you serve." The palmer Nicholas, for it was he, although he no longer wore the palmer's robe, slunk away muttering, and was lost among the crowd in the passage. Then, with a sudden and a bitter cry, Rosamund swooped forward as a bird swoops, snatched up the sword her sire would never lift again, and setting its hilt upon the floor, cast herself forward. But its point never touched her breast, for the emir sprang swiftly and struck the steel aside, then, as she fell, caught her in his arms. "Lady," he said, loosing her very gently, "Allah does not need you yet. I have told you that it is not fated. Now will you pass me your word, for being of the blood of Saladin and D'Arcy, you too cannot lie, that neither now nor afterwards you will attempt to harm yourself? If not, I must bind you, which I am loath to do. It is a sacrilege to which, I pray, you will not force me." "Promise, Rosamund," said the hollow voice of her father, "and go to fulfill your fate. Self-murder is a crime, and the man is right. It is decreed. I bid you promise." "I obey and promise," said Rosamund. "It is your hour, my lord Hassan." He bowed deeply and answered, "I am satisfied, and henceforth we are your servants. Princess, the night air is bitter. You cannot travel thus. In which chamber are your garments?" She pointed with her finger. A man took a taper and, accompanied by two others, entered the place, to return presently with their arms full of all the apparel they could find. Indeed, they even brought her missal and her silver crucifix, which hung above her bed, and with it her leathern case of trinkets. "Keep out the warmest cloak," said Hassan, "and tie the rest up in those carpets." So the rugs that Sir Andrew had bought that day from the merchant Georgios were made to serve as travelling bags to hold his daughter's gear. Thus, even in this hour of haste and danger, thought was taken for her comfort. "Princess," said Hassan, bowing, "my master, your uncle, sent you certain jewels of no mean value. Is it your wish that they should accompany you?" Without lifting her eyes from her dying father's face, Rosamund answered heavily, "Where they are, there let them bide. What have I to do with jewels?" "Your will is my law," he said, "and others will be found for you. Princess, all is ready. We wait your pleasure." "My pleasure? Oh God, my pleasure!" exclaimed Rosamund in the same drear voice, still staring at her father, who lay before her on the ground. "I cannot help it," said Hassan, answering the question in her eyes, and there was grief in his tone. "He would not come. He brought it on himself. Though, in truth, I wish that accursed Frank had not struck so shrewdly. If you ask it, we will bear him with you, but, lady, it is idle to hide the truth. He is sped. I have studied medicine, and I know." "Nay," said Sir Andrew from the floor, leave me here. Daughter, we must part a while. As I stole his child from Ayyub, so Ayyub's son steals my child from me. Daughter, cling to the faith, that we may meet again." "To the death," she answered. "Be comforted," said Hassan. "Has not Saladin passed his word that except her own will or that of Allah should change her heart, a cross worshipper she may live and die? Lady, for your own sake as well as ours, let this sad farewell be brief. Begone, my servants, taking these dead and wounded with you. There are things it is not fitting that common eyes should see." They obeyed, and the three of them remained alone together. Then Rosamund knelt down beside her father, and they whispered into each other's ears. Hassan turned his back upon them, and threw the corner of his cloak over his head and eyes, that he might neither see nor hear their voices in this dread and holy hour of parting. It would seem that they found some kind of hope and consolation in it. At least, when Rosamund kissed him for the last time, Sir Andrew smiled and said, "Yes, yes, it may all be for the best. God will guard you, and his will be done. But I forgot. Tell me, daughter, which?" Again she whispered into his ear, and when he had thought a moment, he answered, "Maybe you are right. I think that is wisest for all. And now, on the three of you, aye, and on your children's children's children, let my blessing rest, as rest it shall. Come hither, Amir." Hassan heard him through his cloak, and uncovering, came. "Say to Saladin, your master, that he has been too strong for me, and paid me back in my own coin. Well, had it been otherwise, my daughter and I must soon have parted, for death drew near to me. At least, it is the decree of God to which I bow my head, trusting there may be truth in that dream of his, and that our sorrows, in some way unforeseen, will bring blessings to our brethren in the East. But to Saladin say also that whatever his bigot faith may teach, for Christian and for pagan there is a meeting place beyond the grave. Say that if aught of wrong or insult is done towards this maiden, I swear by the God who made us both that there I will hold him to account. Now, since it must be so, take her and go your way, knowing that my spirit follows after you and her. Yes, and that even in this world she will find avengers." "I hear your words, and I will deliver them," answered Hassan. "More, I believe that they are true, and for the rest you have the oath of Saladin, aye, and my oath while she is in my charge. Therefore, Sir Andrew D'Arcy, forgive us, who are but the instruments of Allah, and die in peace." "I, who have so much to be forgiven, forgive you," answered the old knight slowly. Then his eyes fixed themselves upon his daughter's face, with one long, searching look, and closed. "I think that he is dead," said Hassan. "May God, the merciful and compassionate, rest his soul." And taking a white garment from the wall, he flung it over him, adding, "Lady, come." Thrice Rosamund looked at the shrouded figure on the floor. Once she wrung her hands and seemed about to fall. Then, as though a thought struck her, she lifted her father's sword from where it lay, and gathering her strength, drew herself up, and passed like a queen down the blood-stained passage on the steps of the solar. In the hall beneath waited the band of Hassan, who bowed as she came, a vision of despairing loveliness that held aloft a red and naked sword. There too lay the drugged men, fallen this way and that, and among them Wulf across the table, and Godwin on the dais. Rosamund spoke. "Are these dead or sleeping?" "Have no fear," answered Hassan. "By my hope of paradise, they do but sleep, and will awake ere morning." Rosamund pointed to the renegade Nicholas, he that had struck down her father from behind, who, an evil look upon his face, stood apart from the Saracens, holding in his hand a lighted torch. "What does this man with the torch?" she asked. "If you would know, lady," Nicholas answered with a sneer, "I wait till you are out of it to fire the hall." "Prince Hassan," said Rosamund, "is this a deed that great Saladin would wish, to burn drugged men beneath their own roof? Now, as you shall answer to him in the name of Saladin, I, a daughter of his house, command you, strike the fire from that man's hand, and in my hearing give your order that none should even think of such an act of shame." "What?" broke in Nicholas. "And leave knights like these, whose quality you know," and he pointed to the brethren, "to follow in our path and take our lives in vengeance? Why, it is madness." "Are you master here, traitor, or am I?" asked Hassan in cold contempt. "Let them follow if they will, and I for one shall rejoice to meet foes so brave in open battle, and there give them their revenge. Ali," he added, addressing the man who had been disguised as a merchant's underling, and who had drugged the men in the barn as his master had drugged those in the hall, and opened the moat gate to the band. "Ali, stamp upon the torch, and guard that Frank till we reach the boat, lest the fool should raise the country on us with his fires. Now, Princess, are you satisfied?" "Aye, having your word," she answered. "One moment, I pray you. I would leave a token to my knights." Then, while they watched her with wondering eyes, she unfastened the gold cross and chain that hung upon her bosom, and slipping the cross from the chain, went to where Godwin lay, and placed it on his breast. Next, with a swift movement, she wound the chain about the silver hilt of Sir Andrew's sword, and passing to Wulf, with one strong thrust, drove the point between the oak boards of the table, so that it stood before him, at once a cross, a brand of battle, and a lady's token. "His grandsire bore it," she said in Arabic, "when he leapt on to the walls of Jerusalem. It is my last gift to him." But the Saracens muttered and turned pale at these words of evil omen. Then, taking the hand of Hassan, who stood searching her white, inscrutable face, with never a word or a backward look, she swept down the length of the long hall and out into the night beyond. "It would have been well to take my counsel and fire the place, or at least to cut the throats of all within it," said the man Nicholas to his guard Ali as they followed with the rest. "If I know aught of these brethren, cross and sword will soon be hard upon our track, and men's lives must pay the price of such soft folly," and he shivered as though in fear. "It may be so, spy," answered the Saracen, looking at him with sombre, contemptuous eyes. "It may be that your life will pay the price." Wulf was dreaming that he stood on his head upon a wooden plank, as once he had seen a juggler do, which turned round one way while he turned round the other, till at length someone shouted at him, and he tumbled off the board and hurt himself. Then he awoke to hear a voice shouting surely enough, the voice of Matthew, the chaplain of Steeple Church. "Awake!" said the voice. "In God's name I conjure you, awake!" "What is it?" he said, lifting his head sleepily, and became conscious of a dull pain across his forehead. "It is that death and the devil have been here, Sir Wulf." "Well, they are often near together, but I thirst. Give me water." A serving woman, pallid, dishevelled, heavy-eyed, who was stumbling to and fro, lighting torches and tapers, for it was still dark, brought it to him in a leathern jack, from which he drank deeply. "That is better," he said. Then his eye fell upon the bloody sword, set point downwards in the wood of the table before him, and he exclaimed, "Mother of God, what is that? My uncle's silver-hilted sword, red with blood, and Rosamund's gold chain upon the hilt. Priest, where is the Lady Rosamund?" "Gone," answered the chaplain, in a voice that sounded like a groan. "The women woke and found her gone, and Sir Andrew lies dead or dying in the solar. But now I have shriven him, and oh, we have all been drugged. Look at them," and he waved his hand towards the recumbent forms. "I say that the devil has been here." Wulf sprang to his feet with an oath. "The devil! Aye, I have it now. You mean the Cyprian chapman Georgios, he who sold wine." "He who sold drugged wine," echoed the chaplain, "and has stolen away the Lady Rosamund." Then Wulf seemed to go mad. "Stolen Rosamund over our sleeping carcasses! Stolen Rosamund with never a blow struck by us to save her! Oh, Christ, that such a thing should be! Oh, Christ, that I should live to hear it!" And he, the mighty man, the knight of skill and strength, broke down and wept like a very child. But not for long, for presently he shouted in a voice of thunder, "Awake, ye drunkards! Awake and learn what has chanced to us! Your Lady Rosamund has been raped away, while we were lost in sleep." At the sound of that great voice, a tall form arose from the floor and staggered towards him, holding a gold cross in its hand. "What awful words are those, my brother?" asked Godwin, who, pale and dull-eyed, rocked to and fro before him. Then he, too, saw the red sword, and stared, first at it, and next at the gold cross in his hand. "My uncle's sword, Rosamund's chain, Rosamund's cross. Where, then, is Rosamund?" "Gone, gone, gone!" cried Wulf. "Tell him, priest." So the chaplain told him all he knew. "Thus have we kept our oaths," went on Wulf. "Oh, what can we do now, save die for very shame?" "Nay," answered Godwin dreamingly, "we can live on to save her. See, these are her tokens, the cross for me, the blood-stained sword for you, and about its hilt the chain, a symbol of her slavery. Now both of us must bear the cross, both of us must wield the sword, and both of us must cut the chain, or if we fail, then die." "You rave," said Wulf, "and little wonder. Here, drink water. Would that we had never touched aught else as she did and desired that we should do. What said you of my uncle, priest? Dead, or only dying? Nay, answer not. Let us see. Come, brother." Now together they ran, or rather reeled, torch in hand, along the passage. Wulf saw the bloodstains on the floor and laughed savagely. "The old man made a good fight," he said. while, like drunken brutes, we slept. They were there, and before him, beneath the white, shroud-like cloak, lay Sir Andrew, the steel helm on his head, and his face beneath it, even whiter than the cloak. At the sound of their footsteps he opened his eyes. At length, he muttered. Oh, how many years have I waited for you? Nay, be silent, for I do not know how long my strength will last. But listen, kneel down and listen. So they knelt on either side of him, and in quick, fierce words he told them all, of the drugging, of the fight, of the long parley carried on to give the palmer knave time to climb to the window, of his cowardly blow, and of what chanced afterwards. Then his strength seemed to fail him, but they poured drink down his throat, and it came back again. "Take horse, swiftly," he gasped, pausing now and again to rest, "and rouse the countryside. There is still a chance. Nay, 7 hours have gone by. There is no chance. Their plans were too well laid. By now they will be at sea. So hear me. Go to Palestine. There's money for your faring in my chest, but go alone, with no company, for in time of peace these would betray you. Godwin, draw off this ring from my finger, and with it, as a token, find Al-Jebal, the black sheik of the mountain tribe at Masyaf on Lebanon. Bid him remember the vow he made to Andrew D'Arcy, the English knight. If any can aid you, it will be Jebal, who hates the house of Nureddin and of Ayyub. So, I charge you, let nothing, I say nothing, turn you aside from seeking him. Afterwards act as God shall guide you. If they still live, kill that traitor Nicholas and Hugh Lozelle. But, save in open war, spare the Emir Hassan, who did but do his duty as an Eastern reads it, and shown some mercy, for he could have slain or burnt us all. This riddle has been hard for me, yet now in my dying hour I seem to see its answer. I think the Saladin did not dream in vain. Keep brave hearts, for I think also that at Masyaf you will find friends, and that things will yet go well, and our sorrows bear good fruit. What is that you said? She left you my father's sword, Wulf? Then wield it bravely, winning honor for our name. She left you the cross, Godwin? Wear it worthily, winning glory for the Lord and salvation to your soul. Remember what you have sworn. Whatever befall, bear no bitterness to one another. Be true to one another, and to her, your lady, so that when at the last you make your report to me before high heaven, I may have no cause to be ashamed of you, my nephews, Godwin and Wulf." For a moment the dying man was silent, until his face lit up as with a great gladness, and he cried in a loud, clear voice, "Beloved wife, I hear you. O God, I come." Then, though his eyes stayed open, and the smile still rested on his face, his jaw fell. Thus died Sir Andrew D'Arcy. Still kneeling on either side of him, the brethren watched the end, and, as his spirit passed, bowed their heads in prayer. "We have seen a great death," said Godwin presently. "Let us learn a lesson from it, that when our time comes we may die like him." "Aye," answered Wulf, springing to his feet, "but first let us take vengeance for it. Why, what is this? Rosamund's writing. Read it, Godwin." Godwin took the parchment and read, "Follow me to Saladin. In that hope I live on." "Surely we will follow you, Rosamund," he cried aloud. "Follow you through life, to death or victory." Then he threw down the paper, and calling for the chaplain to come to watch the body, they ran into the hall. By this time about half of the folk were awake from their drugged sleep, whilst others who had been doctored by the man Ali in the barn staggered into the hall, wild-eyed, white-faced, and holding their hands to their heads and hearts. They were so sick and bewildered, indeed, that it was difficult to make them understand what had chanced, and when they learned the truth, the most of them could only groan. Still, a few were found strong enough in wit and body to grope their way through the darkness and the falling snow to Stangate Abbey, to Southminster, and to the houses of their neighbours, although of these there were none near, praying that every true man would arm and ride to help them in the hunt. Also Wulf, cursing the priest Matthew and himself that he had not thought of it before, called him from his prayers by their dead uncle, and charged him to climb the church tower as swiftly as he could, and set light to the beacon that was laid ready there. Away he went, taking flint, steel, and tinder with him, and 10 minutes later the blaze was flaring furiously above the roof of Steeple church, warning all men of the need for help. Then they armed, saddled such horses as they had, amongst them the 3 that had been left there by the merchant Georgios, and gathered all of them, who were not too sick to ride or run, in the courtyard of the hall. But as yet their haste availed them little, for the moon was down. Snow fell also, and the night was still black as death, so black that a man could scarcely see the hand he held before his face. So they must wait, and wait they did, eating their hearts out with grief and rage, and bathing their aching brows in icy water. At length the dawn began to break, and by its first grey light they saw men, mounted and afoot, feeling their way through the snow, shouting to each other as they came to know what dreadful thing had happened at Steeple. Quickly the tidings spread among them that Sir Andrew was slain, and the Lady Rosamund snatched away by the Paynims, while all who feasted in the place had been drugged with poisoned wine by a man whom they believed to be a merchant. So soon as a band was got together, perhaps 30 men in all, and there was light to stir by, they set out and began to search, though where to look they knew not, for the snow had covered up all traces of their foes. "One thing is certain," said Godwin, "they must have come by water." "Ay," answered Wulf, "and landed near by, since, had they far to go, they would have taken the horses, and must run the risk also of losing their path in the darkness. To the Staithe! Let us try Steeple Staithe." So on they went across the meadow to the creek. It lay but 3 bow shots distant. At first they could see nothing, for the snow covered the stones of the little pier, but presently a man cried out that the lock of the water-house, in which the brethren kept their fishing boat, was broken, and next minute that the boat was gone. "She was small, she would hold but 6 men," cried a voice. "So great a company could never have crowded into her." "Fool," one answered, "there may have been other boats." So they looked again, and beneath the thin coating of rime found a mark in the mud by the Staithe, made by the prow of a large boat, and not far from it a hole in the earth, into which a peg had been driven to make her fast. Now the thing seemed clear enough, but it was to be made yet clearer, for presently, even through the driving snow, the quick eye of Wulf caught sight of some glittering thing which hung to the edge of a clump of dead reeds. A man with a lance lifted it out at his command, and gave it to him. "I thought so," he said in a heavy voice. "It is a fragment of that star-wrought veil which was my Christmas gift to Rosamund. She has torn it off and left it here to show us her road. To St. Peter's on the Wall! To St. Peter's, I say, for there the boats or ship must pass, and maybe that in the darkness they have not yet won out to sea." So they turned their horses' heads, and those of them that were mounted rode for St. Peter's by the inland path that runs through Steeple, St. Lawrence, and Bradwell town, while those who were not started to search along the saltings and the river bank. On they galloped through the falling snow, Godwin and Wulf leading the way, whilst behind them thundered an ever-gathering train of knights, squires, and yeomen who had seen the beacon flare on Steeple Tower and learned the tale from messengers, yes, and even of monks from Stangate and traders from Southminster. Hard they rode, but the lanes were heavy with fallen snow and mud beneath, and the way was far, so that an hour had gone by before Bradwell was left behind, and the shrine of St. Chad lay but half a mile in front. Now of a sudden the snow ceased, and a strong northerly wind springing up drove the thick mist before it, and left the sky hard and blue behind. Still riding in this mist, they pressed on to where the old tower loomed in front of them, then drew rein and waited. "What is that?" said Godwin presently, pointing to a great dim thing upon the vapour-hidden sea. As he spoke, a strong gust of wind tore away the last veils of mist, revealing the red face of the risen sun, and not 100 yards away from them, for the tide was high, the tall mast of a galley creeping out to sea beneath her banks of oars. As they stared, the wind caught her, and on the main mast rose her bellying sail, while a shout of laughter told them that they themselves were seen. They shook their swords in the madness of their rage, knowing well who was aboard that galley, while to the fore-peak ran up the yellow flag of Saladin, streaming there like gold in the golden sunlight. Nor was this all, for on the high poop appeared the tall shape of Rosamund herself, and on one side of her, clad now in a coat of mail and turban, the Emir Hassan, whom they had known as the merchant Georgios, and on the other a stout man also clad in mail, who at that distance looked like a Christian knight. Rosamund stretched out her arms toward them. Then suddenly she sprang forward as though she would throw herself into the sea, had not Hassan caught her by the arm and held her back, whilst the other man who was watching slipped between her and the bulwark. In his fury and despair, Wulf drove his horse into the water till the waves broke about his middle, and there, since he could go no further, sat shaking his sword and shouting, "Fear not! We follow! We follow!" in such a voice of thunder that even through the wind and across the over-widening space of foam his words may have reached the ship. At least, Rosamund seemed to hear them, for she tossed up her arms as though in token. But Hassan, one hand pressed upon his heart and the other on his forehead, only bowed thrice in courteous farewell. Then the great sail filled, the oars were drawn in, and the vessel swept away swiftly across the dancing waves, till at length she vanished, and they could only see the sunlight playing on the golden banner of Saladin, which floated from her truck. Chapter 8 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 8. The Widow Masouda. Many months had gone by since the brethren sat upon their horses that winter morning, and from the shrine of St. Peter's on the Wall, at the mouth of the Black Water in Essex, watched with anguished hearts the galley of Saladin sailing southwards, their love and cousin Rosamund standing a prisoner on the deck. Having no ship in which to follow her, and this indeed it would have been too late to do, they thanked those who had come to aid them, and returned home to Steeple, where they had matters to arrange. As they went, they gathered from this man and that tidings which made the whole tale clear to them. They learned, for instance, then and afterwards, that the galley which had been thought to be a merchantman put into the river Crouch by design, feigning an injury to her rudder, and that on Christmas Eve she had moved up with the tide and anchored in the Black Water about 3 miles from its mouth. Thence a great boat, which she towed behind her, and which was afterwards found abandoned, had rowed in the dusk, keeping along the further shore to avoid observation, to the mouth of Steeple Creek, which she descended at dark, making fast to the Staithe unseen of any. Her crew of 30 men or more, guided by the false palmer Nicholas, next hid themselves in the grove of trees about 50 yards from the house, where traces of them were found afterwards, waiting for the signal, and, if that were necessary, ready to attack and burn the hull while all men feasted there. But it was not necessary, since the cunning scheme of the drugged wine, which only an Eastern could have devised, succeeded. So it happened that the one man they had to meet in arms was an old knight, of which doubtless they were glad, as their numbers being few, they wished to avoid a desperate battle, wherein many must fall, and if help came, they might be all destroyed. When it was over, they led Rosamund to the boat, felt their way down the creek, towing behind them the little skiff which they had taken from the water-house, laden with their dead and wounded. This, indeed, proved the most perilous part of their adventures, since it was very dark, and came on to snow. Also twice they grounded upon mud banks. Still guided by Nicholas, who had studied the river, they reached the galley before dawn, and with the first light weighed anchor, and very cautiously rowed out to sea. The rest is known. 2 days later, since there was no time to spare, Sir Andrew was buried with great pomp at Stangate Abbey, in the same tomb where lay the heart of his brother, the father of the Brethren, who had fallen in the Eastern wars. After he had been laid to rest amidst much lamentation, and in the presence of a great concourse of people, for the fame of these strange happenings had travelled far and wide, his will was opened. Then it was found that, with the exception of certain sums of money left to his nephews, a legacy to Stangate Abbey, and another to be devoted to masses for the repose of his soul, with some gifts to his servants and the poor, all his estate was devised to his daughter Rosamund. The brethren, or the survivor of them, however, held it in trust on her behalf, with the charge that they should keep watch and ward over her, and manage her lands till she took a husband. These lands, together with their own, the brethren placed in the hands of Prior John of Stangate, in the presence of witnesses, to administer for them subject to the provisions of the will, taking a tithe of the rents and profits for his pains. The priceless jewels also that had been sent by Saladin were given into his keeping, and a receipt with a list of the same signed in a duplicate, deposited with a clerk at Southminster. This indeed was necessary, seeing that none save the brethren and the prior knew of these jewels, of which, being of so great a value, it was not safe to speak. Their affairs arranged, having first made their wills in favour of each other, with remainder to their heirs at law, since it was scarcely to be hoped that both of them would return alive from such a quest, they received the communion, and with it his blessing from the hands of the Prior John, Then, early one morning, before any were astir, they rode quietly to London. On the top of Steeple Hill, sending forward the servant who led the mule laden with their baggage, that same mule which had been left by the spy Nicholas, the brethren turned their horses' heads to look in farewell on their home. There to the north of them lay the Black Water, and to the west the parish of Mayland, towards which the laden barges crept along the stream of Steeple Creek. Below was the wide, flat plain, outlined with trees, and in it, marked by the plantation where the Saracens had hid, the hall and church of Steeple, the home in which they had grown from childhood to youth, and from youth to man's estate in the company of the fair, lost Rosamund, who was the love of both, and whom both went forth to seek. The past was all behind them, and in front a dark and troublous future, of which they could not read the mystery nor guess the end. Would they ever look on Steeple Hall again? Were they who stood there about to match their strength and courage against all the might of Saladin, doomed to fail, or gloriously to succeed? Through the darkness that shrouded their forward path shone one bright star of love. But for which of them did that star shine? Or was it perchance for neither? They knew not. How could they know aught save that the venture seemed very desperate? Indeed, the few to whom they had spoken of it thought them mad. Yet they remembered the last words of Sir Andrew, bidding them keep a high heart, since he believed that things would yet go well. It seemed to them, in truth, that they were not quite alone, as though his brave spirit companioned them on their search, guiding their feet with ghostly counsel, which they could not hear. They remembered also their oaths to him, to one another, and to Rosamund, and in silent token that they would keep them to the death, pressed each other's hands. Then, turning their horses southwards, they rode forward with light hearts, not caring what befell, if only at the last, living or dead, Rosamund and her father should, in his own words, find no cause to be ashamed of them. Through the hot haze of a July morning, a dromond, as certain merchant vessels of that time were called, might have been seen drifting before a light breeze into St. George's Bay at Beirut, on the coast of Syria. Cyprus, whence she had sailed last, was not 100 miles away, yet she had taken 6 days to do the journey, not on account of storms, of which there was none at this time of year, but through lack of wind to move her. Still her captain and the motley crowd of passengers, for the most part Eastern merchants and their servants, together with a number of pilgrims of all nations, thanked God for so prosperous a voyage, for in those times he who crossed the seas without shipwreck was very fortunate. Among these passengers were Godwin and Wulf, travelling as their uncle had bidden them, unattended by squires or by servants. Upon the ship they passed themselves off as brothers named Peter and John of Lincoln, a town of which they knew something, having stayed there on their way to the Scottish wars. Simple gentlemen of small estate, making a pilgrimage to the Holy Land in penitence for their sins and for the repose of the souls of their father and mother. At this tale their fellow passengers, with whom they had sailed from Genoa, to which place they travelled overland, shrugged their shoulders, for these brethren looked what they were, knights of high degree, and considering their great stature, long swords, and the coats of mail they always wore beneath their gambesons, none believed them but plain gentlefolk bent on a pious errand. Indeed, they nicknamed them Sir Peter and Sir John, and as such they were known throughout the voyage. The brethren were seated together in a little place apart in the bow of the ship, and engaged, Godwin in reading from an Arabic translation of the Gospels made by some Egyptian monk, and Wulf in following it with little ease in the Latin version. Of the former tongue, indeed, they had acquired much in their youth, since they learned it from Sir Andrew with Rosamund, although they could not talk it as she did, who had been taught to lisp it as an infant by her mother. Knowing, too, that much might hang upon a knowledge of this tongue, they occupied their long journey in studying it from such books as they could get, also in speaking it with a priest who had spent many years in the East, and instructed them for a fee, and with certain Syrian merchants and sailors. "Shut the book, brother," said Wulf. "There is Lebanon at last," and he pointed to the great line of mountains revealing themselves dimly through their wrappings of mist. "Glad I am to see them, who have had enough of these crooked scrolls and learnings." "Aye," said Godwin, "the promised land." "And the land of promise for us," answered his brother. "Well, thank God that the time has come to act, though how we are to set about it is more than I can say." "Doubtless time will show. As our uncle bade, we will seek out this Sheik Jebal." "Hush!" said Wulf, for just then some merchants, and with them a number of pilgrims, their travel-worn faces full of rapture at the thought that the terrors of the voyage were done, and that they were about to set foot upon the ground their Lord had trodden, crowded forward to the bow to obtain their first view of it, and there burst into prayers and songs of thanksgiving. Indeed, one of these men, a trader known as Thomas of Ipswich, was, they found, standing close to them, and seemed as though he listened to their talk. The brethren mingled with them, while this same Thomas of Ipswich, who had visited the place before, or so it seemed, pointed out the beauties of the city, of the fertile country by which it was surrounded, and of the distant cedar-clad mountains where, as he said, Hiram, king of Tyre, had cut the timber for Solomon's temple. "Have you been on them?" asked Wulf. "Aye, following my business," he answered, "so far," and he showed them a great snow-capped peak to the north. "Few ever go further." "Why not?" asked Godwin. "Because there begins the territory of the Sheik Al-Jebal," and he looked at them meaningly. "Whom," he added, "neither Christian nor Saracen visit without an invitation, which is seldom given." Again they inquired why not. "Because," answered the trader, still watching them, "most men love their lives, and that man is the lord of death and magic. Strange things are to be seen in his castle, and about it lie wonderful gardens inhabited by lovely women that are evil spirits, who bring the souls of men to ruin. Also, this old man of the mountain is a great murderer, of whom even all the princes of the East are terrified, for he speaks a word to his fedai, or servants, who are initiated, and they go forth and bring to death any whom he hates. Young men, I like you well, and I say to you, be warned. In this Syria there are many wonders to be seen. Leave those of Masyaf and its fearful lord alone, if you desire to look again upon the towers of Lincoln." "Fear not, we will," answered Godwin, "who come to seek holy places, not haunts of devils." "Of course we will," added Wulf. "Still, that country must be worth travelling in." Then boats came out to greet them from the shore, for at that time Beirut was in the hands of the Franks, and in the shouting and confusion which followed they saw no more of this merchant Thomas. Nor did they seek him out again, since they thought it unwise to show themselves too curious about the Sheik Al-Jebal. Indeed, it would have been useless, since that trader was ashore 2 full hours before they were suffered to leave the ship, from which he departed alone in a private boat. At length they stood in the motley eastern crowd upon the quay, wondering where they could find an inn that was quiet and of cheap charges, since they did not wish to be considered persons of wealth or importance. As they lingered here, somewhat bewildered, a tall, veiled woman, whom they had noted watching them, drew near, accompanied by a porter who led a donkey. This man, without more ado, seized their baggage, and, helped by other porters, began to fasten it upon the back of the donkey with great rapidity, and when they would have forbidden him, pointed to the veiled woman. "Your pardon," said Godwin to her at length, and speaking in French, "but this man loads up your baggage to take it to my inn. It is cheap, quiet, and comfortable, things which I heard you say you required just now. Did I not?" she answered in a sweet voice, also speaking in good French. Godwin looked at Wulf, and Wulf at Godwin, and they began to discuss together what they should do. When they had agreed that it seemed not wise to trust themselves to the care of a strange woman in this fashion, they looked up to see the donkey laden with their trunks being led away by the porter. "Too late to say no, I fear me," said the woman with a laugh. "So you must be my guest a while if you would not lose your baggage. Come, after so long a journey, you need to wash and eat. Follow me, sirs, I pray you." Then she walked through the crowd, which they noted parted for her as she went, to a post where a fine mule was tied. Loosing it, she leapt to the saddle without help, and began to ride away, looking back from time to time to see that they were following her, as indeed they must. "Whither go we, I wonder?" said Godwin, as they trudged through the sands of Beirut, with the hot sun striking on their heads. "Who can tell when a strange woman leads?" replied Wulf with a laugh. At last the woman on the mule turned through a doorway in a wall of unburnt brick, and they found themselves before the porch of a white, rambling house, which stood in a large garden planted with mulberries, oranges, and other fruit trees that were strange to them, and was situated on the borders of the city. Here the woman dismounted and gave the mule to a Nubian who was waiting. Then, with a quick movement, she unveiled herself and turned towards them as though to show her beauty. Beautiful she was, of that there could be no doubt, with her graceful, swaying shape, her dark and liquid eyes, her rounded features, and strangely impassive countenance. She was young also, perhaps 25, no more, and very fair-skinned for an Eastern. "My poor house is for pilgrims and merchants, not for famous knights. Yet, sirs, I welcome you to it," she said presently, scanning them out of the corners of her eyes. "We are but squires in our own country who make the pilgrimage," replied Godwin. "For what sum each day will you give us board and a good room to sleep in?" "These strangers," she said in Arabic to the porter, "do not speak the truth." "What is that to you?" he answered, as he busied himself in loosening the baggage. "They will pay their score, and all sorts of mad folk come to this country pretending to be what they are not. Also you sought them, why I know not they you." "Mad or sane, they are proper men," said the impassive woman, as though to herself. Then added in French, "Sirs, I repeat, this is but a humble place, scarce fit for knights like you. But if you will honour it, the charge is so much." "We are satisfied," said Godwin. "Especially," he added, with a bow and removing the cap from his head, "as having brought us here without leave asked, we are sure that you will treat us, who are strangers, kindly." "As kindly as you wish, I mean as you can pay for," said the woman. "Nay, I will settle with the porter, he would cheat you." Then followed a wrangle 5 minutes long between this curious, handsome, still-faced woman and the porter, who, after the Eastern fashion, lashed himself into a frenzy over the sum she offered, and at length began to call her by ill names. She stood looking at him quite unmoved, although Godwin, who understood all, but pretended to understand nothing, wondered at her patience. Presently, however, in a perfect foam of passion, he said, or rather spat out, "No wonder, Masouda the spy, that after hiring me to do your evil work, you take the part of these Christian dogs against a true believer, you, child of Al-Jebal." Instantly the woman seemed to stiffen, like a snake about to strike. "Who is he?" she said coldly. "Do you mean the Lord, who kills?" And she looked at him, a terrible look. At that glance all the anger seemed to go out of the man. "Your pardon, Widow Masouda," he said. "I forgot that you are a Christian, and naturally side with Christians. The money will not pay for the wear of my ass's hooves, but give it me, and let me go to pilgrims who will reward me better." She gave him the sum, adding in her quiet voice, "Go, and if you love life, keep better watch over your words." Then the porter went, and now so humble was his mien that in his dirty turban and long tattered robe he looked, Wulf thought, more like a bundle of rags than a man mounted on the donkey's back. Also, it came into his mind that their strange hostess had powers not possessed by innkeepers in England. When she had watched him through the gate, Masouda turned to them and said in French, "Forgive me, but here in Beirut these Saracen porters are extortionate, especially towards us Christians. He was deceived by your appearance. He thought that you were knights, not simple pilgrims as you avow yourselves, who happen to be dressed and armed like knights beneath your gambesons. And," she added, fixing her eyes upon the line of white hair on Godwin's head, where the sword had struck him in the fray on Death Creek Quay, "and show the wounds of knights, though it is true that a man might come by such in any brawl in a tavern. Well, you are to pay me a good price, and you shall have my best room, while it pleases you to honour me with your company. Ah, your baggage. You do not wish to leave it. Slave, come here." With startling suddenness, the Nubian who had led away the mule appeared, and took up some of the packages. Then she led them down a passage into a large, sparsely furnished room with high windows, in which were 2 beds laid on the cement floor, and asked them if it pleased them. They said, "Yes, it will serve." Reading what passed in their minds, she added, "Have no fear for your baggage. Were you as rich as you say you are poor, and as noble as you say you are humble, both it and you are safe in the inn of the Widow Masouda, O my guests. But how are you named?" "Peter and John." "O my guests, Peter and John, who have come to visit the land of Peter and John and other holy founders of our faith, and have been so fortunate as to be captured on its shore by the Widow Masouda," answered Godwin, bowing again. "Wait to speak of the fortune until you have done with her, sir. Is it Peter or John?" she replied, with something like a smile upon her handsome face. "Peter," answered Godwin. "Remember, the pilgrim with the line of white hair is Peter." "You need it to distinguish you apart, who, I suppose, are twins. Let me see. Peter has a line of white hair and grey eyes. John has blue eyes. John also is the greater warrior, if a pilgrim can be a warrior. Look at his muscles. But Peter thinks the more. It would be hard for a woman to choose between Peter and John, who must both of them be hungry, so I go to prepare their food." "A strange hostess," said Wulf, laughing when she had left the room. "But I like her, though she netted us so finely. I wonder why. What is more, brother Godwin, she likes you, which is as well, since she may be useful. But, friend Peter, do not let it go too far, since, like that porter, I think also that she may be dangerous. Remember, he called her a spy, and probably she is one." Godwin turned to reprove him, when the voice of the widow Masouda was heard without, saying, "Brothers Peter and John, I forgot to caution you to speak low in this house, as there is lattice work over the doors to let in the air. Do not be afraid. I only heard the voice of John, not what he said." "I hope not," muttered Wulf, and this time he spoke very low indeed. Then they undid their baggage, and having taken from it clean garments, washed themselves after their long journey with the water that had been placed ready for them in great jars. This, indeed, they needed, for on that crowded dromon there was little chance of washing. By the time they had clothed themselves afresh, putting on their shirts of mail beneath their tunics, the Nubian came and led them to another room, large and lighted with high-set lattices, where cushions were piled upon the floor round a rug that also was laid upon the floor. Motioning them to be seated on the cushions, he went away, to return again presently, accompanied by Masouda, bearing dishes upon brass platters. These she placed before them, bidding them eat. What that food was they did not know, because of the sauces with which it had been covered, until she told them that it was fish. After the fish came flesh, and after the flesh, fowls, and after the fowls, cakes, and sweetmeats, and fruits, until, ravenous as they were, who for days had fed upon salted pork and biscuits full of worms, washed down with bad water, they were forced to beg her to bring no more. "Drink another cup of wine, at least," she said, smiling, and filling their mugs with the sweet vintage of Lebanon, for it seemed to please her to see them eat so heartily of her fare. They obeyed, mixing the wine with water. While they drank, she asked them suddenly what were their plans and how long they wished to stay in Beirut. They answered that for the next few days they had none, as they needed to rest, to see the town and its neighbourhood, and to buy good horses, a matter in which perhaps she could help them. Masouda nodded again, and asked whither they wished to ride on horses. "Out yonder," said Wulf, waving his hand towards the mountains. "We desire to look upon the cedars of Lebanon and its great hills before we go on towards Jerusalem." "Cedars of Lebanon," she replied. "That is scarcely safe for two men alone, for in those mountains are many wild beasts, and wilder people who rob and kill. Moreover, the lord of those mountains has just now a quarrel with the Christians, and would take any whom he found prisoners." "How is that lord named?" asked Godwin. "Sinon," she answered, and they noted that she looked round quickly as she spoke. "Oh," he said, "we thought the name was Jebal." Now she stared at him with wide, wondering eyes, and replied, "He is so called also, but, sir pilgrims, what know you of the dread Lord Al-Jebal?" "Only that he lives at a place called Masyaf, which we wish to visit." Again she stared. "Are you mad?" she queried, then checked herself, and clapped her hands for the slave to remove the dishes. While this was being done, they said they would like to walk abroad. "Good," answered Masouda. "The man shall accompany you. Nay, it is best that you do not go alone, as you might lose your way. Also, the place is not always safe for strangers, however humble they may seem," she added with meaning. "Would you wish to visit the governor at the castle, where there are few English knights, also some priests who give advice to pilgrims?" "We think not," answered Godwin. "We are not worthy of such high company. But, lady, why do you look at us so strangely?" "I am wondering, Sir Peter and Sir John, why you think it worth while to tell lies to a poor widow. Say, in your own country, did you ever hear of certain twin brethren named, how are they named? Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf of the house of Darcy, which has been told of in this land?" Now Godwin's jaw dropped, but Wulf laughed out loud, and seeing that they were alone in the room, for the slave had departed, asked in his turn, "Surely those twins would be pleased to find themselves so famous. But how did you chance to hear of them, O widowed hostess of a Syrian inn?" "I? Oh, from a man on the Drummond, who called here while I made ready your food, and told me a strange story that he had learned in England of a band sent by Saladin, may his name be cursed, to capture a certain lady, of how the brethren named Godwin and Wulf fought all that band also, aye, and held them off, a very knightly deed he said it was, while the lady escaped, and of how afterwards they were taken in a snare, as those who are apt to be who deal with the Sultan, and this time the lady was snatched away." "A wild tale, truly," said Godwin. "But did this man tell you further whether that lady has chanced to come to Palestine?" She shook her head. "Of that he told me nothing, and I have heard nothing. Now listen, my guest. You think it strange that I should know so much, but it is not strange, since here in Syria knowledge is the business of some of us. Did you, then, believe, O foolish children, that two knights like you, who have played a part in a very great story, whereof already whispers run throughout the East, could travel by land and sea and not be known? Did you then think that none were left behind to watch your movements, and to make report of them to that mighty one who sent out the ship of war charged with a certain mission? Well, what he knows, I know. Have I not said it is my business to know? Now, why do I tell you this? Well, perhaps I like such knights as you are, and I like that tale of two men who stood side by side upon a pier while a woman swam the stream behind them, and afterwards, sore wounded, charged their way through a host of foes. In the East we love such deeds of chivalry. Perhaps also because I would warn you not to throw away lives so gallant by attempting to win through the guarded gates of Damascus upon the maddest of all quests. What? You still stare at me and doubt? Good. I have been telling you lies. I was not awaiting you upon the quay, and that porter with whom I seemed to quarrel was not charged to seize your baggage and bring it to my house. No spies watched your movements from England to Beirut. Only, since you have been at dinner, I visited your room and read some writings which, foolishly, you and John have left among your baggage, and opened some books in which other names than Peter and John were written, and drew a great sword from its scabbard on which was engraved a motto, "Meet Darcy, meet death," and heard Peter call John Wulf, and John call Peter Godwin, and so forth. "It seems," said Wulf in English, "that we are flies in a web, and that the spider is called the Widow Masouda, though of what use we are to her I know not. Now, brother, what is to be done? Make friends with the spider?" "An ill ally," answered Godwin. Then, looking her straight in the face, he asked, "Hostess, who knows so much, tell me why, amongst other names, did that donkey driver call you daughter of Al-Jebal?" She started and answered, "So, you understand Arabic? I thought it. Why do you ask? What does it matter to you?" "Not much, except that, as we are going to visit Al-Jebal, of course we think ourselves fortunate to have met his daughter." "Going to visit Al-Jebal? Yes, you hinted as much upon the ship, did you not? Perhaps that is why I came to meet you. Well, your throats will be cut before ever you reach the first of his castles." "I think not," said Godwin, and putting his hand into his breast, he drew thence a ring, with which he began to play carelessly. "Whence that ring?" she said, with fear and wonder in her eyes. "It is—" and she ceased. "From one to whom it was given, and who has charged us with a message. Now, hostess, let us be plain with one another. You know a great deal about us, but although it has suited us to call ourselves the pilgrims, Peter and John, in all this there is nothing of which we need be ashamed, especially as you say that our secret is no secret, which I can well believe. Now, this secret being out, I propose that we remove ourselves from your roof and go to stay with our own people at the castle, where I doubt not we shall be welcome, telling them that we would bide no longer with one who is called a spy, whom we have discovered also to be a daughter of Al-Jebal. After which, perhaps you will bide no longer in Beirut, where, as we gather, spies and the daughters of Al-Jebal are not welcome." She listened with an impassive face, and answered, "Doubtless you have heard that one of us who was so named was burned here recently as a witch?" "Yes," broke in Wulf, who now learned this fact for the first time. "We heard it." "And think to bring a like fate upon me? Why, foolish men, I can lay you both dead before ever those words pass your lips." "You think you can," said Godwin, "but for my part I am sure that this is not fated, and I am sure also that you do not wish to harm us any more than we wish to harm you. To be plain, then, it is necessary for us to visit Al-Jebal, as chance has brought us together, if it be chance. Will you aid us in this, as I think you can, or must we seek other help?" "I do not know. I will tell you after 4 days. If you are not satisfied with that, go, denounce me, do your worst, and I will do mine, for which I should be sorry." "Where is the security that you will not do it, if we are satisfied?" asked Wulf bluntly. "You must take the word of a daughter of Al-Jebal. I have none other to offer," she replied. "That may mean death," said Wulf. "You said just now that was not fated, and although I have sought your company for my own reasons, I have no quarrel with you, as yet. Choose your own path. Still, I tell you that if you go, who, chancing to know Arabic, have learned my secret, you die, and that if you stay, you are safe, at least while you are in this house. I swear it on the token of Al-Jebal," and bending forward she touched the ring in Godwin's hand. "But remember that for the future I cannot answer." Godwin and Wulf looked at each other. Then Godwin replied, "I think that we will trust you and stay," words at which she smiled a little, as though she were pleased, then said, "Now, if you wish to walk abroad, guests Peter and John, I will summon the slave to guide you, and in 4 days we will talk more of this matter of your journey, which until then had best be forgotten." So the man came, armed with a sword, and led them out, clad in their pilgrims' robes, through the streets of this eastern town, where everything was so strange that for a while they forgot their troubles in studying the new life about them. They noted, moreover, that though they went into quarters where no Franks were to be seen, and where fierce-looking servants of the Prophet stared at them sourly, the presence of this slave of Masouda seemed to be sufficient to protect them from affront, since on seeing him even the turbaned Saracens nudged each other and turned aside. In due course they came to the inn again, having met no one they knew, except 2 pilgrims who had been their fellow passengers on the Drummond. These men were astonished when they said that they had been through the Saracen quarter of the city, where, although this town was in the hands of the Christians, it was scarcely thought safe for Franks to venture without a strong guard. When the brethren were back in their chamber, seated at the far end of it, and speaking very low lest they should be overheard, they consulted together long and earnestly as to what they should do. This was clear. They and something of their mission was known, and doubtless notice of their coming would soon be given to the Sultan Saladin. From the king and great Christian lords in Jerusalem they could expect little help, since to give it might be to bring about an open rupture with Saladin, such as the Franks dreaded, and for which they were ill prepared. Indeed, if they went to them, it seemed likely that they would be prevented from stirring in this dangerous search for a woman who was the niece of Saladin, and for aught they knew, thrown into prison or shipped back to Europe. True, they might try to find their way to Damascus alone, but if the Sultan was warned of their coming, would he not cause them to be killed upon the road, or cast into some dungeon where they would languish out their lives? The more they spoke of these matters, the more they were perplexed, till at length Godwin said, "Brother, our uncle bade us earnestly to seek out this Al-Jebal, and though it seems that to do so is very dangerous, I think that we had best obey him, who may have been given foresight at the last. When all paths are full of thorns, what matter which you tread?" "A good saying," answered Wulf. "I am weary of doubts and troublings. Let us follow our uncle's will, and visit this old man of the mountains, to do which I think the Widow Masouda is the woman to help us. If we die on that journey, well, at least we shall have done Chapter 9 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 9. The Horses, Flame and Smoke. On the following morning, when they came into the eating-room of the inn, Godwin and Wulf found they were no longer alone in the house, for sundry other guests sat there partaking of their morning meal. Among them were a grave merchant of Damascus, another from Alexandria in Egypt, a man who seemed to be an Arab chief, a Jew of Jerusalem, and none other than the English trader Thomas of Ipswich, their fellow passenger, who greeted them warmly. Truly, they seemed a strange and motley set of men, considering them as the young and stately Widow Masouda moved from one to the other, talking to each in turn while she attended to their wants. It came into Godwin's mind that they might be spies, meeting there to gain or exchange information, or even to make report to their hostess, in whose pay perhaps they were. Still, if so, of this they showed no sign. Indeed, for the most part they spoke in French, which all of them understood on general matters, such as the heat of the weather, the price of transport animals or merchandise, and the cities whither they purposed to travel. The trader Thomas, it appeared, had intended to start for Jerusalem that morning with his goods, but the riding mule he had bought proved to be lame from a prick in the hoof, nor were all his hired camels come down from the mountains, so that he must wait a few days, or so he said. Under these circumstances he offered the brethren his company in their ramblings about the town. This they thought it wise not to refuse, although they felt little confidence in the man, believing that it was he who had found out their story and true names and revealed them to Masouda, either through talkativeness or with a purpose. However these things might be, this Thomas proved of service to them, since, although he was but just landed, He seemed to know all that had passed in Syria since he left it, and all that was passing then. Thus he told them how Guy of Lusignan had just made himself king in Jerusalem on the death of the child Baldwin, and how Raymond of Tripoli refused to acknowledge him and was about to be besieged in Tiberias. How Saladin also was gathering a great host at Damascus to make war upon the Christians, and many other things, false and true. In his company, then, and sometimes in that of the other guests, none of whom showed any curiosity concerning them, though whether this was from good manners or for other reasons they could not be sure, the brethren passed the hours profitably enough. It was on the third morning of their stay that their hostess Masouda, with whom as yet they had no further private talk, asked them if they had not said that they wished to buy horses. On their answering yes, she added that she had told a certain man to bring 2 for them to look at, which were now in the stable beyond the garden. Thither they went, accompanied by Masouda, to find a grave Arab, wrapped in a garment of camel's hair and carrying a spear in his hand, standing at the door of the cave which served the purpose of a stable, as is common in the East, where the heat is so great. As they advanced toward him, Masouda said, "If you like the horses, leave me to bargain, and seem to understand nothing of my talk." The Arab, who took no notice of them, saluted Masouda, and said to her in Arabic, "Is it then for francs that I have been ordered to bring the 2 priceless ones?" "What is that to you, my uncle, son of the sand?" she asked. "Let them be led forth, that I may know whether they are those for which I sent." The man turned and called into the door of the cave, "Flame, come hither!" As he spoke there was a sound of hoofs, and through the low archway leapt the most beautiful horse that ever their eyes had seen. It was grey in colour, with flowing mane and tail, and on its forehead was a black star, not over tall, but with a barrel-like shape of great strength, small-headed, large-eyed, wide-nostrilled, big-boned, but fine beneath the knee, and round-hoofed. Out it sprang snorting. Then, seeing its master, the Arab, checked itself, and stood still by him, as though it had been turned to stone. "Come hither, Smoke!" called the Arab again, and another horse appeared and ranged itself by the first. In size and shape it was the same, but the colour was coal-black, and the star upon its forehead white. Also the eye was more fiery. "These are the horses," said the Arab, Masouda translating. "They are twins, 7 years old, and never backed until they were rising 6, cast at a birth by the swiftest mare in Syria, and of a pedigree that can be counted for 100 years." "Horses indeed," said Wulf. "Horses indeed. But what is the price of them?" Masouda repeated the question in Arabic, whereon the man replied in the same tongue, with a slight shrug of the shoulders, "Be not foolish. You know this is no question of price, for they are beyond price. Say what you will." "He says," said Masouda, "that it is 100 gold pieces for the pair. Can you pay as much?" The brethren looked at each other. The sum was large. "Such horses have saved men's lives ere now," added Masouda, "and I do not think that I can ask him to take less, seeing that, did he but know it, in Jerusalem they could be sold for thrice as much. But if you wish, I could lend you money, since doubtless you have jewels or other articles of value you could give as security. That ring in your breast, for instance, Peter." "We have the gold itself," answered Wulf, who would have paid to his last piece for those horses. "They buy," said Masouda. "They buy, but can they ride?" asked the Arab. "These horses are not for children or pilgrims. Unless they can ride well, they shall not have them. No, not even if you ask it of me." Godwin said that he thought so. At least, they would try. Then the Arab, leaving the horses standing there, went into the stable, and with the help of two of the inn servants brought out bridles and saddles unlike any they had seen. They were but thickly quilted pads stretching far back upon the horses' loins, with strong hide girths strapped with wool, and chased stirrups fashioned like half-hoofs. The bits also were only snaffles, without curbs. When all was ready, and the stirrups had been let down to the length they desired, the Arab motioned to them to mount. As they prepared to do so, however, he spoke some word, and suddenly those meek, quiet horses were turned into two devils, which reared up on their hind legs and threatened them with their teeth and their front hoofs, that were shod with thin plates of iron. Godwin stood wondering, but Wulf, who was angry at the trick, got behind the horses, and watching his chance, put his hands upon the flanks of the stallion named Smoke, and with one spring leapt into the saddle. Masouda smiled, and even the Arab muttered, "Good," while Smoke, feeling himself backed, came to the ground again, and became quiet as a sheep. Then the Arab spoke to the horse Flame, and Godwin was allowed to vault into the saddle also. "Where shall we go?" he asked. Masouda said they would show them, and accompanied by her and the Arab, they walked the horses until they were quite clear of the town, to find themselves on a road that had the sea to the left, and to the right a stretch of flat land, some of it cultivated, above which rose the steep and stony sides of hills. Here on this road the brethren trotted and cantered the horses to and fro, till they began to be at home in their strange saddles, who from childhood had ridden barebacked in the Essex marshes, and to learn what pressure on the bit was needed to check or turn them. When they came back to where the pair stood, Masouda said that if they were not afraid, the seller wished to show them that the horses were both strong and swift. "We fear no ride that he dares to take himself," answered Wulf angrily, whereon the Arab smiled grimly and said something in a low voice to Masouda. Then, placing his hand upon Smoke's flank, he leapt up behind Wulf, the horse never stirring. "Say, Peter, are you minded to take a companion for this ride?" asked Masouda, and as she spoke a strange look came into her eyes, a wild look that was new to the brethren. "Surely," answered Godwin, "but where is the companion?" Her reply was to do as the Arab had done, and seating herself straddle-legged behind Godwin, to clasp him around the middle. "Truly you look a pretty pilgrim now, brother," said Wulf, laughing aloud, while even the grave Arab smiled, and Godwin muttered between his teeth the old proverb, "Woman on croup, devil on bow." But aloud he said, "I am indeed honoured, yet, friend Masouda, if harm should come of this, do not blame me." "No harm will come to you, friend Peter, and I have been so long cooped in an inn that I, who am desert-born, wish for a gallop on the mountains with a good horse beneath me and a brave knight in front. Listen, you brethren, you say you do not fear. Then leave your bridles loose, and wherever we go and whatever we meet, seek not to check or turn the horses Flame and Smoke. Now, son of the sand, we will test these nags of which you sing so loud a song. Away, and let the ride be fast and far." "On your head be it, then, daughter," answered the old Arab. "Pray Allah that these Franks can sit a horse." Then his sombre eyes seemed to take fire, and gripping the encircling saddle girth, he uttered some word of command, at which the stallions threw up their heads and began to move at a long, swinging gallop towards the mountains a mile away. At first they went over cultivated land, off which the crops had been already cut, taking 2 or 3 ditches and a low wall in their stride, so smoothly that the brethren felt as though they were seated upon swallows. Then came a space of sandy sward, half a mile or more, where their pace quickened, after which they began to breast the long slope of a hill, picking their way amongst its stones like cats. Ever steeper it grew, till in places it was so sheer that Godwin must clutch the mane of Flame, and Masouda must cling close to Godwin's middle to save themselves from slipping off behind. Yet, notwithstanding the double weight they bore, those gallant steeds never seemed to falter or to tire. At one spot they plunged through a mountain stream. Godwin noted that not 50 yards to their right this stream fell over a little precipice, cutting its way between cliffs, which were full 18 feet from bank to bank, and thought to himself that had they struck it lower down, that ride must have ended. Beyond the stream lay 100 yards or so of level ground, and above it still steeper country, up which they pushed their way through bushes, till at length they came to the top of the mountain and saw the plain they had left lying 2 miles or more below them. "These horses climb hills like goats," Wulf said, "but one thing is certain, we must lead them down." Now on the top of the mountain was a stretch of land almost flat and stoneless, over which they cantered forward, gathering speed as the horses recovered their wind, till the pace grew fast. Suddenly the stallions threw themselves on to their haunches and stopped, as well they might, for they were on the verge of a chasm, at whose far foot a river brawled in foam. For a moment they stood, then at some word from the Arab, wheeled round and, bearing to the left, began to gallop back across the tableland until they approached the edge of the mountainside, where the brethren thought that they would stop. But Masouda cried to the Arab, and the Arab cried to the horses, and Wulf cried to Godwin in the English tongue, "Show no fear, brother. Where they go, we can go." "Pray God that the girths may hold," answered Godwin, leaning back against the breast of Masouda behind him. As he spoke they began to descend the hill, slowly at first, afterwards faster, and yet more fast, till they rushed downwards like a whirlwind. How did those horses keep their footing? They never knew, and certainly none that were bred in England could have done so. Yet never falling, never stumbling even, on they sped, taking great rocks in their stride, till at length they reached the level piece of land above the stream, or rather above the cleft full 18 feet in width, at the foot of which that stream ran. Godwin saw and turned cold. Were these folk mad, that they would put double-laden horses at such a jump? If they hung back, if they missed their stride, if they caught hoof or sprang short, swift death was their portion. But the old Arab, seated behind Wulf, only shouted aloud, and Masouda only tightened her round arms about Godwin's middle and laughed in his ear. The horses heard the shout, and seeming to see what was before them, stretched out their long necks and rushed forward over the flat ground. Now they were on the edge of the terrible place, and like a man in a dream, Godwin noted the sharp, sheer lips of the cliff, the gulf between them, and the white foam of the streams a score of yards beneath. Then he felt the brave horse Flame gather itself together, and next instant fly into the air like a bird. Also, and was this dream indeed, or even as they sped over that horrible pit, did he feel a woman's lips pressed upon his cheek? He was not sure. Who could have been at such a time, with death beneath them? Perchance it was the wind that kissed him, or a lock of her loose hair which struck his face. Indeed, at the moment he thought of other things than women's lips, those of the black and yawning gulf, for instance. They swooped through the air, the white foam vanished. They were safe. No, the hind feet of Flame had missed their footing. They fell. They were lost. A struggle. How tight those arms clung about him, how close that face was pressed against his own. Lo, it was over. They were speeding down the hill, and alongside of the grey horse Flame raced the black horse Smoke. Wulf, on its back, with eyes that seemed to be starting from his head, was shouting, "A D'Arcy! A D'Arcy!" And behind him, turban gone, and white burnous floating like a pennon on the air, the grim-visaged Arab, who also shouted. Swifter and yet swifter. Did ever horses gallop so fast? Swifter and yet swifter, till the air sang past them, and the ground seemed to fly away beneath. The slope was done. They were on the flat. The flat was past. They were in the fields. The fields were left behind, and behold, side by side, with hanging heads and panting flanks, the horses, Smoke and Flame, stood still upon the road, their sweating hides dyed red in the light of the sinking sun. The grip loosened from about Godwin's middle. It had been close. On Masouda's round and naked arms were the prints of the steel shirt beneath his tunic, for she slipped to the ground and stood looking at them. Then she smiled one of her slow, thrilling smiles, gasped and said, "You ride well, Pilgrim Peter, and Pilgrim John rides well also, and these are good horses. And oh, that ride was worth the riding, even though death had been its end. Son of the Sand, my uncle, what say you? The dyed grow old for such gallops. 2 on 1 horse with nothing to win." "Nothing to win?" said Masouda. "I am not so sure," and she looked at Godwin. "Well, you have sold your horses to pilgrims who can ride, and they have proved them, and I have had a change from my cooking in the inn, to which I must now get me back again." Wulf wiped the sweat from his brow, shook his head, and muttered, "I always heard the East was full of madmen and devils. Now I know that it is true." But Godwin said nothing. They led the horses back to the inn, where the brethren groomed them down under the direction of the Arab, that the gallant beasts might get used to them, which, after carrying them upon that fearful ride, they did readily enough. Then they fed them with chopped barley, ear and straw together, and gave them water to drink, that had stood in the sun all day to warm, in which the Arab mixed flour and some white wine. Next morning, at the dawn, they rose to see how Flame and Smoke fared after that journey. Entering the stable, they heard the sound of a man weeping, and hidden in the shadow, saw by the low light of the morning that it was the old Arab, who stood with his back to them, an arm around the neck of each horse, which he kissed from time to time. Moreover, he talked aloud in his own tongue to them, calling them his children, and saying that rather would he sell his wife and his sister to the Franks. "But," he added, "she has spoken, why I know not, and I must obey. Well, at least they are gallant men, and worthy of such steeds. Half I hoped that you and the three of us and my niece Masouda, the woman with the secret face and eyes that have looked on fear, might perish in the cleft of the stream. But it was not willed of Allah. So farewell, flame, and farewell, smoke, children of the desert, who are swifter than arrows, for never more shall I ride you in battle. Well, at least I have others of your matchless blood." Then Godwin touched Wulf on the shoulder, and they crept away from the stable, without the Arab knowing that they had been there, for it seemed shameful to pry upon his grief. When they reached their room again, Godwin asked Wulf, "Why does this man sell us those noble steeds?" "Because his niece Masouda has bid him so to do," he answered. "And why has she bidden him?" "Ah," replied Wulf, "he called her the woman with the secret face and eyes that have looked on fear, didn't he? Well, for reasons that have to do with his family, perhaps, or with her secrets, or us, with whom she plays some game of which we know neither the beginning nor the end. But, brother Godwin, you are wiser than I. Why do you ask me these riddles? For my part, I do not wish to trouble my head about them. All I know is that the game is a brave one, and I mean to go through with it, especially as I believe that this plain will lead us to Rosamund." "May it lead us nowhere worse," answered Godwin, with something like a groan, for he remembered that dream, of which he dreamed in mid-air between the edges of black rock with the bubbling foam beneath. But to Wulf he said nothing of this dream. When the sun was fully up, they prepared to go out again, taking with them the gold to pay the Arab. But on opening the door of their room, they met Masouda, apparently about to knock upon it. "Whither go you, friends Peter and John, and so early?" she asked, looking at them with a smile upon her beautiful face that was so thrilling and seemed to hide so much mystery. Godwin thought to himself that it was like another smile, that on the face of the woman-headed stone sphinx which they had seen set up in the marketplace of Beirut. "To visit our horses and pay your uncle the Arab his money," answered Wulf. "Indeed, I thought I saw you do the first an hour ago, and as for the second, it is useless. Son of the Sand has gone." "Gone? With the horses?" "Nay, he has left them behind." "Did you pay him then, lady?" asked Godwin. It was easy to see that Masouda was pleased at this courteous word, for her voice, which in general seemed a little hard, softened as she answered, for the first time giving him his own title. "Why do you call me lady, Sir Godwin D'Arcy, who am but an innkeeper, for whom sometimes men find hard names? Well, perhaps I was a lady once, before I became an innkeeper, but now I am the Widow Masouda, as you are the pilgrim Peter. Still, I thank you for this bad guess of yours." Then, stepping back a foot or two towards the door, which she had closed behind her, she made him a curtsy so full of dignity and grace that any who saw it must be sure that, wherever she might dwell, Masouda was not bred in inns. Godwin returned the bow, doffing his cap. Their eyes met, and in hers he learned that he had no treachery to fear from this woman, whatever else he might have to fear. Indeed, from that moment, however black and doubtful seemed the road, he would have trusted his life to her, for this was the message written there, a message which she meant that he should read. Yet, at his heart, he felt terribly afraid. Wulf, who saw something of all this, and guessed more, also was afraid. He wondered what Rosamund would have thought of it, if she had seen that strange and turbulent look in the eyes of this woman, who had been a lady, and was an innkeeper, of one whom men called Spy, the daughter of Satan, and child of Al-Jebal. To his fancy that look was like a flash of lightning upon a dark night, which for a second illumines some magical, unguessed landscape, after which comes the night again, blacker than before. Now the widow Masouda was saying in her usual, somewhat hard voice, "No, I did not pay him. At the last he would take no money. But, having passed it, neither would he break his word to knights who ride so well and boldly. So I made a bargain with him on behalf of both of you, which I expect that you will keep, since my good faith is pledged, and this Arab is a chief and my kinsman. It is this, that if you and these horses should live, and the time comes when you have no more need of them, you will cause it to be cried in the marketplace of whatever town is nearest to you, by the voice of the public crier, that for 6 days they stand to be returned to him who lent them. Then, if he comes not, they can be sold, which must not be sold or given away to anyone without this proclamation. Do you consent?" "Aye," answered both of them, but Wulf added, "Only we should like to know why the Arab, son of the sand, who is your kinsman, trusts his glorious horses to us in this fashion." "Your breakfast is served, my guests," answered Masouda, in tones that rang like the clash of metal, so steely were they. Whereon Wulf shook his head and followed her into the eating-room, which was now empty again, as it had been on the afternoon of their arrival. Most of that day they spent with their horses. In the evening, this time unaccompanied by Masouda, they rode out for a little way, though rather doubtfully, since they were not sure that these beasts, which seemed to be almost human, would not take the bits between their teeth and rush with them back to the desert whence they came. But although from time to time they looked about them for their master, the Arab, whinnying as they looked, this they did not do, or show vice of any kind. Indeed, 2 ladies' palfreys could not have been more quiet. So the brethren brought them home again, groomed, fed, and fondled them, while they pricked their ears, sniffing them all over, as though they knew that these were their new lords, and wished to make friends of them. The morrow was a Sunday, and attended by Masouda's slave, without whom she would not suffer them to walk in the town, the brethren went to mass, in the big church which once had been a mosque, wearing pilgrims' robes over their mail. "Do you not accompany us, who are of the faith?" asked Wulf. "Nay," answered Masouda, "I am in no mood to make confession. This day I count my beads at home." So they went alone, and mingling with a crowd of humble persons at the back of the church, which was large and dim, watched the knights and priests of various nations struggling for precedence of place beneath the dome. Also they heard the bishop of the town preach a sermon from which they learnt much. He spoke at length of the great coming war with Saladin, whom he named Antichrist. Moreover, he prayed them all to compose their differences and prepare for that awful struggle, lest in the end the cross of their master should be trampled under foot of the Saracen, his soldiers slain, his fanes desecrated, and his people slaughtered or driven into the sea, words of warning that were received in heavy silence. 4 full days have gone by. Let us ask our hostess if she has any news for us, said Wulf, as they walked back to the inn. Aye, we will ask her, answered Godwin. As it chanced, there was no need, for when they entered their chamber they found Masouda standing in the centre of it, apparently lost in thought. I have come to speak with you, she said, looking up. Do you still wish to visit the Sheikh Al-Jebal? They answered, Yes. Good. I have leave for you to go, but I counsel you not to go, since it is dangerous. Let us be open with one another. I know your object. I knew it an hour before ever you set foot upon this shore, and that is why you were brought to my house. You would seek the help of the Lord Sinan against Saladin, from whom you hope to rescue a certain great lady of his blood, who is your kinswoman, and whom both of you desire in marriage. You see, I have learned that also. Well, this land is full of spies who travel to and from Europe, and make report of all things to those who pay them enough. For instance, I can say it, as you will not see him again, the traitor Thomas, with whom you stayed in this house, is such a spy. To him your story has been passed on by other spies in England, and he passed it on to me. Are then you a spy also, as the porter called you? Asked Wulf outright. I am what I am, she answered coldly. Perhaps I also have sworn oaths and serve as you serve. Who my master is, or why I do so, is not to you. But I like you well, and we have ridden together. A wild ride. Therefore I warn you, though perhaps I should not say so much, that the Lord Al-Jebal is one who takes payment for what he gives, and that this business may cost you your lives. You warned us against Saladin also, said Godwin. So what is left to us if we may dare a visit to neither? She shrugged her shoulders. To take service under one of the great Frankish lords, and wait a chance that will never come. Or, better still, to sew some cockle-shells into your hats, go home as holy men who have made the pilgrimage, marry the richest wives that you can find, and forget Masouda the widow, and Al-Jebal, and Saladin, and the lady about whom he has dreamed a dream. Only then, she added in a changed voice, remember you must leave the horse's flame and smoke behind you. We wish to ride those horses, said Wulf lightly, and Godwin turned on her with anger in his eyes. You seem to know our story, he said, and the mission to which we are sworn. What sort of knights do you think us, then, that you offer us counsel which is fitter for those spies from whom you learn your tidings? You talk of our lives. Well, we hold our lives in trust, and when they are asked of us, we will yield them up, having done all that we may do. Well spoken, answered Masouda. Ill should I have thought of you had you said otherwise. But why should you go to Al-Jebal? Because our uncle, at his death, bade us so to do without fail, and having no other counsel, we will take that of his spirit, let come what may. Well spoken again. Then to Al-Jebal you shall go, and let come what come may, to all 3 of us. To all 3 of us, said Wulf. What, then, is your part in this matter? I do not know, but perhaps more than you think. At least, I must be your guide. Do you mean to betray us? Asked Wulf bluntly. She drew herself up and looked him in the eyes till he grew red, then said, Ask your brother if he thinks that I mean to betray you. No, I mean to save you, if I can, and it comes into my mind that before all is done you will need saving, who speak so roughly to those who would befriend you. Nay, answer not. It is not strange that you should doubt. Pilgrims to the fearful shrine of Al-Jebal, if it pleases you, we will ride at nightfall. Do not trouble about food and such matters. I will make preparation, but we go alone and secretly. Take only your arms and what garments you may need. The rest I will store, and for it give you my receipt. Now I go to make things ready. See, I pray of you, that the horses Flame and Smoke are saddled by sunset." At sundown, accordingly, the brethren stood waiting in their room. They were fully armed beneath their rough pilgrims' robes, even to the bucklers which had been hidden in their baggage. Also the saddle-bags of carpet which Masouda had given them were packed with such things as they must take, the rest having been handed over to her keeping. Presently the door opened, and a young man stood before them, clothed in the rough camel-hair garment, or burnous, which is common in the East. "What do you want?" asked Godwin. "I want you, brothers Peter and John," was the reply, and they saw that the slim young man was Masouda. "What? You English innocents, do you not know a woman through a camel-hair cloak?" she added, as she led the way to the stable. "Well, so much the better, for it shows that my disguise is good. Henceforth be pleased to forget the widow Masouda, and, until we reach the land of Al-Jebal, to remember that I am your servant, a half-breed from Jaffa, named David, of no religion or of all." In the stable the horses stood saddled, and near to them another, a good Arab, and 2 laden Cyprian mules, but no attendant was to be seen. They brought them out and mounted, Masouda riding like a man and leading the mules, of which the head of one was tied to the tail of the other. 5 minutes later they were clear of Beirut, and through the solemn twilight hush followed the road whereon they had tried the horses towards the Dog River, 3 leagues away, which Masouda said they would reach by moonrise. Soon it grew very dark, and she rode alongside of them to show them the path, but they did not talk much. Wulf asked her who would take care of the inn while she was absent, to which she answered sharply that the inn would take care of itself, and no more. Picking their way along the stony road at a slow amble, they crossed the bed of 2 streams, then almost dry, till at length they heard running water sounding above that of the slow wash of the sea to their left, and Masouda bade them halt. So they waited until presently the moon rose in a clear sky, revealing a wide river in front, the pale ocean 100 feet beneath them to the left, and to the right great mountains, along the face of which their path was cut. So bright was it that Godwin could see strange shapes carven on the sheer face of the rock, and beneath them writing which he could not read. "What are these?" he asked Masouda. "The tablets of kings," she answered, "whose names are written in your holy book, who ruled Syria and Egypt thousands of years ago. They were great in their day when they took this land, greater even than Saladin, and now these seals, which they set upon this rock, are all that is left of them." Godwin and Wulf stared at the weather-worn sculptures, and in the silence of that moonlit place there arose in their minds a vision of the mighty armies of different tongues and peoples, who had stood in their pride on this road and looked upon yonder river and the great stone wolf that guarded it, which wolf, so said the legend, howled at the approach of foes. But now he howled no more, for he lay headless beneath the waters, and there he lay to this day. Well, they were dead, every one of them, and even their deeds were forgotten. And oh, how small the thought of it made them feel, these two young men bent upon a desperate quest in a strange and dangerous land. Masouda read what was passing in their hearts, and as they came to the brink of the river, pointed to the bubbles that chased each other towards the sea, bursting and forming again before their eyes. "Such are we," she said briefly, "but the ocean is always yonder, and the river is always here, and of fresh bubbles there will always be a plenty. So dance on life's water while you may, in the sunlight, in the moonlight, beneath the storm, beneath the stars, for ocean calls and bubbles burst. Now follow me, for I know the ford, and at this season the stream is not deep. Pilgrim Peter, ride you at my side in case I should be washed from the saddle, and Pilgrim John, come you behind, and if they hang back, prick the mules with your sword point." Thus, then, they entered the river, which many might have feared to do at night, and although once or twice the water rose to their saddles, and the mules were stubborn in the swift stream, in the end gained the further bank in safety. Thence they pursued their path through mountains till at length the sun rose and they found themselves in a lonely land where no one was to be seen. Here they halted in a grove of oaks, off-saddled their animals, tethered and fed them with barley which they had brought upon a mule, and ate of the food that Masouda had provided. Then, having secured the beasts, they lay down to sleep, all three of them, since Masouda said that here there was nothing to fear, and being weary, slept on till the heat of noon was past, when once more they fed the horses and mules, and having dined themselves, set forward upon their way. Now their road, if road it could be called, for they could see none, ran ever upwards through rough mountainous country, where seemed to dwell neither man nor beast. At sunset they halted again, and at moonrise went forward till the night turned towards morning, when they came to a place where was a little cave. Before they reached this spot, of a sudden the silence of those lonely hills was broken by a sound of roaring, not very near to them, but so loud and so long that it echoed and re-echoed from the cliff. At it the horses Flame and Smoke pricked their ears and trembled, while the mules strove to break away and run back. "What is that?" asked Wulf, who had never heard its like. "Lions," answered Masouda. "We draw near the country where there are many of them, and therefore shall do well to halt presently, since it is best to pass through that land in daylight." So when they came to the cave, having heard no more of the lion, or lions, they unsaddled there, purposing to put the horses into it, where they would be safe from the attack of any such ravening beast. But when they tried to do this, Smoke and Flame spread out their nostrils, setting their feet firm before them, refused to enter the place, about which there was an evil smell. "Perhaps jackals have been here," said Masouda. "Let us tether them all in the open." This then they did, building a fire in front of them with dry wood that lay about in plenty, for here grew sombre cedar trees. The brethren sat by this fire, but the night being hot, Masouda laid herself down about 15 paces away under a cedar tree, which grew almost in front of the mouth of the cave, and slept, being tired with long riding. Wulf slept also, since Godwin had agreed to keep watch for the first part of the night. For an hour or more he sat close by the horses, and noted that they fed uneasily and would not lie down. Soon, however, he was lost in his own thoughts, and as he heard no more of the lions, fell to wondering over the strangeness of their journey, and of what the end of it might be. He wondered also about Masouda, who she was, how she came to know so much, why she befriended them if she really was a friend, and other things, for instance, of that leap over the sunken stream, and whether— No, surely he had been mistaken. Her eyes had never looked at him like that. Why, he was sleeping at his post, and the eyes in the darkness yonder were not those of a woman. Women's eyes were not green and gold. They did not grow large, then lessen and vanish away. Godwin sprang to his feet. As he thought, they were no eyes. He had dreamed, that was all. So he took cedar boughs and threw them on to the fire, where soon they flared gloriously, which done he sat himself down again close to Wulf, who was lost in heavy slumber. The night was very still, and the silence so deep that it pressed upon him like a weight. He could bear it no longer, and rising, began to walk up and down in front of the cave, drawing his sword and holding it in his hand, as sentries do. Masouda lay upon the ground, with her head pillowed on a saddle-bag, and the moonlight fell through the cedar boughs upon her face. Godwin stopped to look at it, and wondered that he had never noted before how beautiful she was. Perhaps it was but the soft and silvery light which clothed those delicate features with so much mystery and charm. She might be dead, not sleeping, but even as he thought this, life came into her face, colour stole up beneath the pale, olive-hued skin, the red lips opened, and seeming to mutter some words, and she stretched out her rounded arms as though to clasp a vision of her dream. Godwin turned aside. It seemed not right to watch her thus, although in truth he had only come to know that she was safe. He went back to the fire, and lifting a cedar bough which blazed like a torch in his left hand, was about to lay it down again on the centre of the flame, when suddenly he heard the sharp and terrible cry of a woman in an agony of pain or fear, and at the same moment the horses and mules began to plunge and snort. In an instant, the blazing bough still in his hand, he was back by the cave, and lo, there before him, the form of Masouda hanging from its jaws, stood a great yellow beast, which, although he had never seen its like, he knew must be a lioness. It was heading for the cave, then catching sight of him, turned and bounded away in the direction of the fire, purposing to re-enter the wood beyond. But the woman in its mouth cumbered it, and running swiftly, Godwin came face to face with the brute just opposite the fire. He hurled the burning bough at it, whereon it dropped Masouda, and rearing itself straight upon its hind legs, stretched out its claws and seemed about to fall on him. For this Godwin did not wait. He was afraid. Indeed, he had never before fought lions, but he knew that he must do or die. Therefore he charged straight at it, and with all the strength of his strong arm drove his long sword into the yellow beast, till it seemed to him that the steel vanished, and he could see nothing but the hilt. Then a shock, a sound of furious snarling, and down he went to earth beneath a soft and heavy weight, and there his senses left him. When they came back again, something soft was still upon his face, but this proved to be only the hand of Masouda, who bathed his brow with a cloth dipped in water, while Wulf chafed his hands. Godwin sat up, and in the light of the new risen sun saw a dead lioness lying before him, its breast still transfixed with his own sword. "So I saved you," he said faintly. "Yes, you saved me," answered Masouda, and kneeling down she kissed his feet. Then rising again, with her long soft hair, wiped away the blood that was running from a wound in his Chapter 10 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in April 2012. Chapter 10. On Board the Galley. Rosamund was led from the hall of Steeple across the meadow down to the quay at Steeple Creek, where a great boat waited, that of which the brethren had found the impress in the mud. In this the band embarked, placing their dead and wounded, with one or two to tend them, in the fishing skiff that had belonged to her father. This skiff having been made fast to the stern of the boat, they pushed off, and in utter silence rowed down the creek till they reached the tidal stream of the black water, where they turned their bow seawards. Through the thick night and the falling snow, slowly they felt their way along, sometimes rowing, sometimes drifting, while the false palmer Nicholas steered them. The journey proved dangerous, for they could scarcely see the shore, although they kept as close to it as they dared. The end of it was that they grounded on a mud bank, and do what they would, could not thrust themselves free. Now hope arose in the heart of Rosamund, who sat still as a statue in the middle of the boat, the Prince Hassan at her side, and the armed men, 20 or 30 of them, all about her. Perhaps, she thought, they would remain fast there till daybreak, and be seen and rescued when the brethren woke from their drugged sleep. But Hassan read her mind, and said to her gently enough, "Be not deceived, lady, for I must tell you that if the worst comes to the worst, we shall place you in the little skiff and go on, leaving the rest to take their chance." As it happened, at the full tide they floated off the bank and drifted with the ebb down towards the sea. At the first break of dawn she looked up, and there, looming large in the mist, lay a galley, anchored in the mouth of the river. Giving thanks to Allah for their safe arrival, the band brought her aboard and led her towards the cabin. On the poop stood a tall man, who was commanding the sailors that they should get up the anchor. As she came, he advanced to her, bowing and saying, "Lady Rosamund, thus you find me once more, who doubtless you never thought to see again." She looked at him in the faint light, and her blood went cold. It was the knight Lozelle. "You here, Sir Hugh?" she gasped. "Where you are, there I am," he answered, with a sneer upon his coarse, handsome face. "Did I not swear that it should be so, beauteous Rosamund, after your saintly cousin worsted me in the fray?" "You here?" she repeated. "You, a Christian knight, and in the pay of Saladin?" "In the pay of anyone who leads me to you, Rosamund." Then, seeing the emir Hassan approach, he turned to give some orders to the sailors, and she passed on to the cabin, and in her agony fell upon her knees. When Rosamund rose from them, she felt that the ship was moving, and desiring to look her last on Essex land, went out again upon the poop, where Hassan and Sir Hugh placed themselves, one upon either side of her. Then it was that she saw the tower of St. Peter's on the wall, and her cousins seated on horseback in front of it, the light of the risen sun shining upon their mail. Also she saw Wulf spur his horse into the sea, and faintly heard his great cry of, "Fear not, we follow, we follow!" A thought came to her, and she sprang towards the bulwark, but they were watching and held her, so that all she could do was to throw up her arms in token. Now the wind caught the sail, and the ship went forward swiftly, so that soon she lost sight of them. Then, in her grief and rage, Rosamund turned upon Sir Hugh Lozelle and beat him with bitter words till he shrank before her. "Coward and traitor," she said, "so it was you who planned this, knowing every secret of our home, where often you were a guest. You, who for Paynim gold have murdered my father, not daring to show your face before his sword, but hanging like a thief upon the coast, ready to receive what braver men had stolen. Oh, may God avenge his blood and me on you, false knight, false to him and me and faith and honour, as avenge he will. Heard you not what my kinsmen called to me? We follow, we follow. Yes, they follow, and their swords, those swords you feared to look on, shall yet pierce your heart and give up your soul to your master Satan." And she paused, trembling with her righteous wrath, while Hassan stared at her and muttered, "By Allah, a princess indeed. So have I seen Saladin look in his rage. Yes, and she has his very eyes." But Sir Hugh answered in a thick voice, "Let them follow, one or both. I fear them not, and out there my foot will not slip in the snow." "Then I say that it shall slip in the sand or on a rock," she answered, and turning, fled to the cabin and cast herself down and wept till she thought that her heart would break. Well might Rosamund weep, whose beloved sire was slain, who was torn from her home to find herself in the power of a man she hated. Yet there was hope for her. Hassan, Eastern trickster as he might be, was her friend, and her uncle, Saladin, at least, would never wish that she should be shamed. Most like he knew nothing of this man Lozelle, except as one of those Christian traitors who were ever ready to betray the cross for gold. But Saladin was far away, and her home lay behind her, and her cousins and lovers were eating out their hearts upon that fading shore. And she, one woman alone, was on this ship with the evil man Lozelle, who thus had kept his promise, and there were none save Easterners to protect her, none save them, and God, who had permitted that such things should be. The ship swayed. She grew sick and faint. Hassan brought her food with his own hands, but she loathed it who only desired to die. The day turned to night. The night turned to day again, and always Hassan brought her food and strove to comfort her, till at length she remembered no more. Then came a long, long sleep, and in the sleep dreams of her father, standing with his face to the foe and sweeping them down with his long sword as a sickle sweeps corn, of her father felled by the pilgrim knave, dying upon the floor of his own house, and saying, "God will guard you, his will be done." Dreams of Godwin and Wulf also, fighting to save her, plighting their troths and swearing their oaths, and between the dreams blackness. Rosamund awoke to feel the sun streaming warmly through the shutter of her cabin, and to see a woman who held a cup in her hand, watching her, a stout woman of middle age, with a not unkindly face. She looked about her and remembered all. So she was still in the ship. "Whence come you?" she asked the woman. "From France, lady. This ship put in Marseille, and there I was hired to nurse one who lay sick, which suited me very well, as I wished to go to Jerusalem to seek my husband, and good money was offered me. Still, had I known that they were all Saracens on this ship, I am not sure that I should have come, that is, except the captain, Sir Hugh, and the palmer, Nicholas, though what they, or you either, are doing in such company I cannot guess." "What is your name?" asked Rosamund idly. "Marie Boucher. My husband is a fishmonger, or was, until one of those crusading priests got hold of him and took him off to kill Paynims and save his soul, much against my will. Well, I promised him that if he did not return in 5 years I would come to look for him. So here I am. But where he may be is another matter." "It is brave of you to go," said Rosamund, then added by an afterthought, "How long is it since we left Marseilles?" Marie counted on her fat fingers and answered, 5, nearly 6 weeks. You have been wandering in your mind all that time, talking of many strange things, and we have called at 3 ports. I forget their names, but the last one was an island with a beautiful harbour. Now, in about 20 days, if all goes well, we should reach another island called Cyprus. But you must not talk so much, you must sleep. The Saracen called Hassan, who is a clever doctor, told me so." So Rosamund slept, and from that time forward, floating on the calm Mediterranean Sea, her strength began to come back again rapidly, who was young and strong in body and constitution. 3 days later she was helped to the deck, where the first man she saw was Hassan, who came forward to greet her with many Eastern salutations and joy written on his dark, wrinkled face. "I give thanks to Allah for your sake and my own," he said, "for yours, that you still live whom I thought would die, and for myself, that had you died your life would have been required at my hands by Saladin my master." "If so, he should have blamed Israel, not you," answered Rosamund, smiling. Then suddenly turned cold, for before her was Sir Hugh Lozelle, who also thanked heaven that she had recovered. She listened to him coldly, and presently he went away, but soon was at her side again. Indeed, she could never be free of him, for whenever she appeared on deck he was there, nor could he be repelled, since neither silence nor rebuff would stir him. Always he sat near, talking in his false, hateful voice, and devouring her with the greedy eyes which she could feel fixed upon her face. With him often was his jackal, the false palmer Nicholas, who crawled about her like a snake and strove to flatter her, but to this man she would never speak a word. At last she could bear it no longer, and when her health had returned to her, summoned Hassan to her cabin. "Tell me, Prince," she said, "who rules upon this vessel?" "3 people," he answered, bowing. "The knight, Sir Hugh Lozelle, who, as a skilled navigator, is the captain and rules the sailors. I, who rule the fighting men, and you, Princess, who rules us all." "Then I command that the rogue named Nicholas shall not be allowed to approach me. Is it to be borne that I must associate with my father's murderer?" "I fear that in that business we all had a hand. Nevertheless, your order shall be obeyed. To tell you the truth, lady, I hate the fellow, who is but a common spy." "I desire also," went on Rosamund, "to speak no more with Sir Hugh Lozelle." "That is more difficult," said Hassan, "since he is the captain whom my master ordered me to obey in all things that have to do with the ship." "I have nothing to do with the ship," answered Rosamund, "and surely the Princess of Baalbec, if so I am, may choose her own companions. I wish to see more of you and less of Sir Hugh Lozelle." "I am honoured," replied Hassan, "and will do my best." For some days after this, although he was always watching her, Lozelle approached Rosamund but seldom, and whenever he did so he found Hassan at her side, or rather standing behind her like a guard. At length, as it chanced, the prince was taken with a sickness from drinking bad water, which held him to his bed for some days, and then Lozelle found his opportunity. Rosamund strove to keep her cabin to avoid him, but the heat of the summer sun in the Mediterranean drove her out of it to a place beneath an awning on the poop, where she sat with the woman Marie. Here Lozelle approached her, pretending to bring her food or to inquire after her comfort, but she would answer him nothing. At length, since Marie could understand what he said in French, he addressed her in Arabic, which he spoke well, but she feigned not to understand him. Then he used the English tongue, as it was talked among the common people in Essex, and said, "Lady, how sorely you misjudge me. What is my crime against you? I am an Essex man of good lineage, who met you in Essex, and learnt to love you there. Is that a crime in one who is not poor, who, moreover, was knighted for his deeds by no mean hand? Your father said me nay, and you said me nay, and stung by my disappointment at his words, for he called me a sea-thief and raked up old tales that are not true against me. I talked as I should not have talked, swearing that I would wed you yet in spite of all. For this I was called to account with justice, and your cousin, the young knight Godwin, who was then a squire, struck me in the face. Well, he worsted and wounded me, fortune favouring him, and I departed with my vessel to the east, for that is my business, to trade between Syria and England. Now, as it chanced, there being peace at the time between the Sultan and the Christians, I visited Damascus to buy merchandise. Whilst I was there, Saladin sent for me and asked if it were true that I belonged to a part of England called Essex. When I answered yes, he asked if I knew Sir Andrew Darcy and his daughter. Again I said yes, whereon he told me that strange tale of your kinship to him, of which I had heard already, also a still stranger tale of some dream that he had dreamed concerning you, which made it necessary that you should be brought to his court, where he was minded to raise you to great honour. In the end he offered to hire my finest ship for a large sum if I would sail it to England to fetch you, but he did not tell me that any force was to be used, and I, on my part, said that I would lift no hand against you or your father, nor indeed have I done so." "Who remembered the swords of Godwin and Wulf," broke in Rosamund scornfully, "and preferred that braver men should face them." "Lady," answered Lozelle, colouring, "hitherto none have accused me of a lack of courage, of your courtesy. Listen, I pray you. I did wrong to enter on this business, but, lady, it was love for you that drove me to it, for the thought of this long voyage in your company was a bait I could not withstand." "Paynim gold was the bait you could not withstand. That is what you mean. Be brief, I pray you. I weary." "Lady, you are harsh and misjudge me, as I will show you," and he looked about him cautiously. "Within a week from now, if all goes well, we cast anchor at Limassol in Cyprus, to take in food and water before we run to a secret port near Antioch, whence you are to be taken overland to Damascus, avoiding all cities of the Franks. Now, the Emperor Isaac of Cyprus is my friend, and over him Saladin has no power. Once in his court, you would be safe until such time as you found opportunity to return to England. This, then, is my plan, that you should escape from the ship at night, as I can arrange." "And what is your payment?" she asked, "who are a merchant knight." "My payment, lady, is yourself. In Cyprus we will be wed. Oh, think before you answer. At Damascus many dangers await you. With me you will find safety, and a Christian husband who loves you well, so well that for your sake he is willing to lose his ship, and what is more, to break faith with Saladin, whose arm is long." "Have done," she said coldly. Sooner will I trust myself to an honest Saracen than to you, Sir Hugh, whose spurs, if you met your desert, should be hacked from your heels by scullions. Yes, sooner would I take death for my lord than you, who for your own base ends devised the plot that brought my father to his murder and me to slavery. Have done, I say, and never dare again to speak of love to me." And rising, she walked past him to her cabin. But Lozelle, looking after her, muttered to himself, "Nay, fair lady, I have but begun, nor will I forget your bitter words, for which you shall pay the merchant knight in kisses." From her cabin Rosamund sent a message to Hassan, saying that she would speak with him. He came, still pale with illness, and asked her will, whereon she told him what had passed between Lozelle and herself, demanding his protection against this man. Hassan's eyes flashed. "Yonder he stands," he said, "alone. Will you come with me and speak to him?" She bowed her head, and giving her his hand, he led her to the poop. "Sir Captain," he began, addressing Lozelle, "the princess here tells me a strange story, that you have dared to offer your love to her, by Allah, to her, a niece of Saladin." "What of it, Sir Saracen?" answered Lozelle insolently. "Is not a Christian knight fit mate for the blood of an Eastern chief? Had I offered her less than marriage, you might have spoken." "You," answered Hassan, with rage in his low voice, "you huckstering thief and renegade, who swore by Mahomet in Damascus, and by your prophet Jesus in England. I deny it not, I have heard you, as have heard that rogue Nicholas, your servant. You, her fit mate! Why, were it not that you must guide this ship, and that my master bade me not to quarrel with you till your task was done, I would behead you now and cut from your throat the tongue that dared to speak such words." And as he spoke, he gripped the handle of his scimitar. Lozelle quailed before his fierce eyes, for well he knew Hassan, and knew also that if it came to fighting, his sailors were no match for the emir and his picked Saracens. "When your duty is done, you shall answer for those words," he said, trying to look brave. "By Allah, I hold you to the promise," replied Hassan. "Before Saladin I will answer for them, when and where you will, as you shall answer to him for your treachery." "Of what, then, am I accused?" asked Lozelle. "Of loving the lady Rosamund, as do all men, perhaps yourself, old and withered as you are, among them?" "Aye, and for that crime I will repay you, old and withered as I am, Sir Renegade. But with Saladin you have another score to settle, that by promising her escape you tried to seduce her from this ship, where you were sworn to guard her, saying that you would find her refuge among the Greeks of Cyprus." "Were this true," replied Lozelle, "the Sultan might have cause of complaint against me, but it is not. Hearken, since speak I must. The lady Rosamund prayed me to do this deed, and I told her that for my honour's sake it is not possible, although it was true that I loved her now, as always, and would dare much for her. Then she said that if I did but save her from you Saracens, I should not go without my reward, since she would wed me. Again, although it cost me sore, I answered that it might not be, but when once I had brought my ship to land, I was her true knight, and being freed of my oath, would do my best to save her." "Princess, you hear," said Hassan, turning to Rosamund. What say you?" "I say," she answered coldly, "that this man lies to save himself. I say, moreover, that I answer to him that sooner would I die than that he should lay a finger on me." "I hold also that he lies," said Hassan. "Nay, unclasp that dagger if you would live to see another sun. Here I will not fight with you, but Saladin shall learn all this case when we reach his court, and judge between the word of the princess of Baalbec and of his hired servant, the false Frank and pirate, Sir Hugh Lozelle." "Let him learn it when we reach his court," answered Lozelle with meaning, then added, "Have you aught else to say to me, Prince Hassan? Because if not, I must be attending to the business of my ship, which you suppose that I was about to abandon to win a lady's smile." "Only this, that the ship is the Sultan's and not yours, for he bought it from you, and that henceforth this lady will be guarded day and night, and doubly guarded when we come to the shores of Cyprus, where it seems that you have friends. Understand and remember." "I understand, and certainly I will remember," replied Lozelle, and so they parted. "I think," said Rosamund, when he had gone, "that we shall be fortunate if we land safe in Syria." "That was in my mind also, lady. I think, too, that I have forgot my wisdom, but my heart rose against this man, and being still weak from sickness, I lost my judgment and spoke what was in my heart, who would have done better to wait. Now, perhaps it will be best to kill him, if it were not that he alone has the skill to navigate the ship, which is a trade that he has followed from his youth. Nay, let it go as Allah wills. He is just and will bring the matter to judgment in due time." "Yes, but to what judgment?" asked Rosamund. "I hope to that of the sword," answered Hassan, as he bowed and left her. From that time forward, armed men watched all the night through before Rosamund's cabin, and when she walked the deck, armed men walked after her. Nor was she troubled by Lozelle, who sought to speak with her no more, or to Hassan either. Only with the man Nicholas he spoke much. At length, upon one golden evening, for Lozelle was a skilful pilot, one of the best indeed who sailed those seas, they came to the shores of Cyprus and cast anchor. Before them, stretched along the beach, lay the white town of Limassol, with palm trees standing up amidst its gardens, while beyond the fertile plain rose the mighty mountain range of Trooidos. Sick and weary of the endless ocean, Rosamund gazed with rapture at this green and beauteous shore, the home of so much history, and sighed to think that on it she might set no foot. Lozelle saw her look and heard her sigh, and as he climbed into the boat which was come out to row him into the harbour, mocked her, saying, "Will you not change your mind, lady, and come with me to visit my friend the Emperor Isaac? I swear that his court is gay, not packed full of sour Saracens or pilgrims thinking of their souls. In Cyprus they only make pilgrimages to Paphos yonder, where Venus was born from out the foam, and has reigned since the beginning of the world, aye, and will reign until its end." Rosamund made no answer, and Lozelle, descending into the boat, was rowed shorewards through the breakers by the dark-skinned Cyprian oarsmen, who wore flowers in their hair and sang as they laboured at the oars. For 10 whole days they rolled off Limassol, although the weather was fair and the wind blew straight for Syria. When Rosamund asked why they bided there so long, Hassan stamped his foot and said it was because the Emperor refused to supply them with more food or water than was sufficient for their daily need, unless he, Hassan, would land and travel to an inland town called Nicosia, where his court lay, and there do homage to him. This, scenting a trap, he feared to do, nor could they put out to sea without provisions. "Cannot Sir Hugh Lozelle see to it?" asked Rosamund. "Doubtless, if he will," answered Hassan, grinding his teeth, "but he swears that he is powerless." So there they abode, day after day, baked by the sweltering summer sun, and rocked to and fro on the long ocean rollers, till their hearts grew sick within them, and their bodies also, for some of them were seized with a fever common to the shores of Cyprus, of which 2 died. Now and again some officer would come off from the shore with Lozelle and a little food and water, and bargain with them, saying that before their wants were supplied, the Prince Hassan must visit the Emperor and bring with him the fair lady who was his passenger, whom he desired to see. Hassan would answer no, and double the guard about Rosamund, for at nights boats appeared that cruised round them. In the daytime also bands of men, fantastically dressed in silks, and with them women, could be seen riding to and fro upon the shore and staring at them, as though they were striving to make up their minds to attack the ship. Then Hassan armed his grim Saracens and bade them stand in line upon the bulwarks, drawn scimitar in hand, a sight that seemed to frighten the Cypriotes. At least, they always rode away towards the great square tower of Colossi. At length Hassan would bear it no more. One morning Lozelle came off from Limazol, where he slept at night, bringing with him 3 Cyprian lords who visited the ship, not to bargain as they pretended, but to obtain sight of the beauteous Princess Rosamund. Thereon the common talk began of homage that must be paid before food was granted, failing which the Emperor would bid his seamen capture the ship. Hassan listened a while, then suddenly issued an order that the lords should be seized. "Now," he said to Lozelle, "bid your sailors haul up the anchor, and let us be gone for Syria." "But," answered the knight, "we have neither food nor water for more than 1 day." "I care not," answered Hassan. "As well die of thirst and starvation on the sea as rot here with fever. What we can bear, these Cyprian gallants can bear also. Bid the sailors lift the anchor and hoist the sail, or I loose my scimitars among them." Now Lozelle stamped and foamed, but without avail. So he turned to the 3 lords, who were pale with fear, and said, "Which will you do, find food and water for this ship, or put to sea without them, which is but to die?" They answered that they would go ashore and supply all that was needful. "Nay," said Hassan, "you bide here until it comes." In the end, then, this happened, for one of the lords chanced to be a nephew of the Emperor, who, when he learned that he was captive, sent supplies in plenty. Thus it came about that the Cyprian lords, having been sent back with the last empty boat, within 2 days they were at sea again. Now Rosamund missed the hated face of the spy Nicholas, and told Hassan, who made inquiry, to find, or so said Lozelle, that he went ashore and vanished there on the first day of their landing in Cyprus, though whether he had been killed in some brawl, or fallen sick, or hidden himself away, he did not know. Hassan shrugged his shoulders, and Rosamund was glad enough to be rid of him, but in her heart she wondered for what evil purpose Nicholas had left the ship. When the galley was 1 day out from Cyprus, steering for the coast of Syria, they fell into a calm such as is common in those seas in summer. This calm lasted 8 whole days, during which they made but little progress. At length, when all were weary of staring at the oil-like sea, a wind sprang up that grew gradually to a gale blowing towards Syria, and before it they fled along swiftly. Worse and stronger grew that gale, till on the evening of the second day, when they seemed in no little danger of being pooped, they saw a great mountain far away, at the sight of which Lozelle thanked God aloud. "Are those the mountains near Antioch?" asked Hassan. "Nay," he answered, "they are more than 50 miles south of them, between Laodicea and Jebela. There, by the mercy of Heaven, is a good haven, for I have visited it, where we can lie till the storm is past." "But we are steering for Darbazak, not for a haven near Jebela, which is a Frankish port," answered Hassan angrily. "Then put the ship about and steer there yourself," said Lozelle, "and I promise you this, that within 2 hours every one of you will be dead at the bottom of the sea." Hassan considered. It was true, for then the waves would strike them broadside on, and they must fill and sink. "On your head be it," he answered shortly. The dark fell, and by the light of the great lantern at their prow they saw the white seas hiss past as they drove shorewards beneath bare masts, for they dared hoist no sail. All that night they pitched and rolled, till the stoutest of them fell sick, praying God and Allah that they might have light by which to enter the harbour. At length they saw the top of the loftiest mountain grow luminous with the coming dawn, although the land itself was still lost in shadow, and saw also that it seemed to be towering almost over them. "Take courage," cried Lozelle. "I think that we are saved," and he hoisted a second lantern at his masthead. Why, they did not know. After this the sea began to fall, only to grow rough again for a while as they crossed some bar, to find themselves in calm water, and on either side of them what appeared in the dim, uncertain light to be the bush-clad banks of a river. For a while they ran on, till Lozelle called in a loud voice to the sailors to let the anchor go, and sent a messenger to say that all might rest now, as they were safe. So they laid them down and tried to sleep. But Rosamund could not sleep. Presently she rose, and throwing on her cloak, went to the door of the cabin, and looked at the beauty of the mountains, rosy with the new-born light, and at the misty surface of the harbour. It was a lonely place. At least she could see no town or house, although they were lying not 50 yards from the tree-hidden shore. As she stood thus, she heard the sound of boats being rowed through the mist, and perceived 3 or 4 of these approaching the ship in silence, perceived also that Lozelle, who stood alone upon the deck, was watching their approach. Now the first boat made fast, and a man in the prow rose up and began to speak to Lozelle in a low voice. As he did so, the hood fell back from his head, and Rosamund saw the face. It was that of the spy Nicholas. For a moment she stood amazed, for they had left this man in Cyprus. Then understanding came to her, and she cried aloud, "Treachery! Prince Hassan, there is treachery!" As the words left her lips, fierce, wild-looking men began to scramble aboard at the low waist of the galley, to which boat after boat made fast. The Saracens also tumbled from the benches where they slept, and ran oft to the deck where Rosamund was, all except one of them, who was cut off in the prow of the ship. Prince Hassan appeared, too, scimitar in hand, clad in his jewelled turban and coat of mail, but without his cloak, shouting orders as he came. while the hired crew of the ship flung themselves upon their knees and begged for mercy. To him Rosamund cried out that they were betrayed, and by Nicholas whom she had seen. Then a great man, wearing a white burnous and holding a naked sword in his hand, stepped forward and said in Arabic, "Yield you now, for you are outnumbered, and your captain is captured," and he pointed to Lozelle, who was being held by two men, while his arms were bound behind him. "In whose name do you bid me yield?" asked the prince, glaring about him like a lion in a trap. "In the dread name of Sinan, in the name of the Lord Al-Jebal, O servant of Saladin." At these words a groan of fear went up, even from the brave Saracens, for now they learned that they had to do with the terrible chief of the assassins. "Is there then war between the Sultan and Sinan?" asked Hassan. "Aye, there is always war. Moreover, you have one with you," and he pointed to Rosamund, "who is dear to Saladin, whom therefore my master desires as a hostage." "How knew you that?" said Hassan, to gain time while his men formed up. "How does the Lord Sinan know all things?" was the answer. "Come, yield, and perhaps he will show you mercy." "Through spies," hissed Hassan, "such spies as Nicholas, who has come from Cyprus before us, and that Frankish dog who is called a knight," and he pointed to Lozelle. "Nay, we yield not, and here, assassins, you have to do not with poisons and the knife, but with bare swords and brave men. Aye, and I warn you and your lord that Saladin will take vengeance for this deed." "Let him try it, if he wishes to die, who hitherto has been spared," answered the tall man quietly. Then he said to his followers, "Cut them down, all save the women," for the Frenchwoman, Marie, was now clinging to the arm of Rosamund, "and Emir Hassan, whom I am commanded to bring living to Masyaf." "Back to your cabin, lady," said Hassan, "and remember that whatever befalls, we have done our best to save you. Aye, and tell it to my lord, that my honour may be clean in his eyes. Now, soldiers of Saladin, fight and die as he has taught you how. The gates of paradise stand open, and no coward will enter there." They answered with a fierce, guttural cry. Then, as Rosamund fled to the cabin, the fray began, a hideous fray. On came the assassins with sword and dagger, striving to storm the deck. Again and again they were beaten back, till the waist seemed full of their corpses. As man by man they fell beneath the curved scimitars, and again they charged these men who, when their master ordered, knew neither fear nor pity. But more boatloads came from the shore, and the Saracens were but few, worn also with storm and sickness. So at last Rosamund, peeping beneath her hand, saw that the poop was gained. Here and there a man fought on until he fell beneath the cruel knives in the midst of the circle of the dead. Among them the warrior Prince Hassan. Watching him with fascinated eyes as he strove alone against a host, Rosamund was put in mind of another scene, when her father, also alone, had striven thus against that emir and his soldiers, and even then she bethought her of the justice of God. See, his foot slipped on the blood-stained deck. He was down, and ere he could rise again, they had thrown cloaks over him, these fierce, silent men, who even with their lives at stake remembered the command of their captain to take him living. So living they took him, with not a wound upon his skin, who when he struck them down had never struck back at him, lest the command of Sinan should be broken. Rosamund noted it, and remembering that his command was also that she should be brought to him unharmed, knew that she had no violence to fear at the hands of these cruel murderers. From this thought, and because Hassan still lived, she took such comfort as she might. "It is finished," said the tall man in his cold voice. "Cast these dogs into the sea who have dared to disobey the command of Al-Jebal." So they took them up, dead and living together, and threw them into the water, where they sank, nor did one of the wounded Saracens pray them for mercy. Then they served their own dead likewise, but those that were only wounded they took ashore. This done, the tall man advanced to the cabin and said, "Lady, come, we are ready to start upon our journey." Having no choice, Rosamund obeyed him, remembering as she went how from a scene of battle and bloodshed she had been brought aboard that ship, and to be carried she knew not whither, which now she left in a scene of battle and bloodshed, to be carried she knew not whither. "Oh," she cried aloud, pointing to the corpses they hurled into the deep, "ill has it gone with these who stole me, and ill may it go with you also, servant of Al-Jebal." But the tall man answered nothing, as, followed by the weeping Marie and the Prince Hassan, he led her to the boat. Soon they reached the shore, and here they tore Marie from her, nor did Rosamund ever learn what became of her, or whether or no this poor woman found her husband, whom she had dared so much. Chapter 11 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in May 2012. Chapter 11. The City of Al-Jebal. "I pray you have done," said Godwin. "It is but a scratch from the beast's claws. I am ashamed that you should put your hair to such vile uses. Give me a little water." He asked it of Wulf, but Masouda rose without a word and fetched the water, in which she mingled wine. Godwin drank of it, and his faintness left him, so that he was able to stand up and move his arms and legs. "Why," he said, "it is nothing. I was only shaken. That lioness did not hurt me at all." "But you hurt the lioness," said Wulf with a laugh. "By St. Chad, a good thrust!" and he pointed to the long sword driven up to the hilt in the brute's breast. "Why, I swear I could not have made it better myself." "I think it was the lion that thrust," answered Godwin. "I only held the sword straight. Drag it out, brother, I am still too weak." So Wulf set his foot upon the breast of the lion, and tugged until at length he loosened the sword, saying as he strained at it, "Oh, what an Essex hog am I, who slept through it all, never waking until Masouda seized me by the hair, and I opened my eyes to see you upon the ground, with this yellow beast crouched on the top of you like a hen on a nest egg. I thought that it was alive and smote it with my sword, which, had I been fully awake, I doubt if I should have found the courage to do. Look," and he pushed the lioness's head with his foot, whereon it twisted round in such a fashion that they perceived for the first time that it only hung to the shoulders by a thread of skin. "I am glad you did not strike a little harder," said Godwin, "or I should now be in two pieces, and drowned in my own blood instead of in that of this dread brute," and he looked ruefully at his burnous and hauberk, that were soaked with gore. "Yes," said Wulf. "I never thought of that. Who would in such a hurry?" "Lady Masouda," said Godwin, "when I last saw you, you were hanging from those jaws. Say, are you hurt?" "Nay," she answered, "for I wear mail like you," and the teeth glanced on it so that she held me by the cloak only. "Come, let us skin the beast and take its pelt as a present to the Lord Al-Jebal." "Good," said Godwin, "and I give you the claws for a necklace." "Be sure that I will wear them," she answered, and helped Wulf to flay the lioness, while he sat by resting. When it was done, Wulf went to the little cave and walked into it, to come out again with a bound. "Why," he said, "there are more of them in there. I saw their eyes and heard them snarl. Now give me a burning branch, and I will show you, brother, that you are not the only one who can fight a lion." "Let be, you foolish man," broke in Masouda. "Doubtless those are her cubs, and if you kill them, her mate will follow us for miles. But if they are left safe, he will stay to feed them. Come, let us be gone from this place as swiftly as we can." So, having shown them the skin of the lion, that they might know it was but a dead thing, at the sight of which they snorted and trembled, they packed it upon one of the mules and rode off slowly into a valley some 5 miles away, where was water but no trees. Here, since Godwin needed rest, they stopped all that day, and the night which followed, seeing no more of lions, though they watched for them sharply enough. The next morning, having slept well, he was himself again, and they started forward through a broken country towards a deep cleft, on either side of which stood a tall mountain. "This is Al-Jebal's gateway," said Masouda, "and tonight we should sleep in the gate, whence one day's ride brings us to his city." So on they rode till at length, perched upon the sides of the cleft, they saw a castle, a great building with high walls, to which they came at sunset. It seemed that they were expected in this place, for men hastened to meet them, who greeted Masouda and eyed the brethren curiously, especially after they had heard of the adventure with the lion. These took them, not into the castle, but to a kind of hostelry at its back, where they were furnished with food and slept the night. Next morning they went on again to a hilly country with beautiful and fertile valleys. Through this they rode for 2 hours, passing on their way several villages, where sombre-eyed people were labouring in the fields. From each village, as they drew near to it, horsemen would gallop out and challenge them, whereon Masouda rode forward and spoke with the leader alone. Then he would touch his forehead with his hand and bow his head, and they rode on unmolested. "See," she said, when they had thus been stopped for the 4th time, "what chance you had of winning through to Masyaf unguarded. Why, I tell you, brethren, that you would have been dead before ever you passed the gates of the first castle." Now they rode up a long slope, and at its crest paused to look upon a marvellous scene. Below them stretched a vast plain, full of villages, cornfields, olive groves, and vineyards. In the centre of this plain, some 15 miles away, rose a great mountain, which seemed to be walled all about. Within the wall was a city, of which the white, flat-roofed houses climbed the slopes of the mountain, and on its crest a level space of land covered with trees, and a great, many-towered castle surrounded by more houses. "Behold, the home of Al-Jebal, Lord of the Mountain," said Masouda, "where we must sleep tonight. Now, brethren, listen to me. Few strangers who enter that castle come thence living. There is still time. I can pass you back as I passed you hither. will you go on?" "We will go on," they answered with one breath. "Why? What have you to gain? You seek a certain maiden. Why seek her here, whom you say has been taken to Saladin? Because the Al-Jebal in bygone days swore to befriend one of your blood? But that Al-Jebal is dead, and another of his line rules who took no such oath. How do you know that he will befriend you? How that he will not enslave or kill you? I have power in this land. Why or how does not matter, and I can protect you against all that dwell in it, as I swear I will, for did not one of you save my life?" And she glanced at Godwin. "Except my lord Sinan, against whom I have no power, for I am his slave." "He is the enemy of Saladin, and may help us for his hate's sake." "Yes, he is the enemy of Saladin, now more than ever. He may help you, or he may not. Also," she added with meaning, "you may not wish the help he offers." "Oh," and there was a note of entreaty in her voice, "think, think, for the last time, I pray you, think." "We have thought," answered Godwin solemnly, "and whatever chances, we will obey the command of the dead." She heard and bowed her head in assent, then said, looking up again, "So be it. You are not easily turned from your purpose, and I like that spirit well. But hear my counsel. While you are in this city, speak no Arabic, and pretend to understand none. Also, drink nothing but water, which is good here, for the lord Sinan sets strange wines before his guests, that, if they pass the lips, produce visions and a kind of waking madness in which you might do deeds whereof you were afterwards ashamed, or you might swear oaths that would sit heavy on your souls, and yet could not be broken except at the cost of life." "Fear not," answered Wulf. "Water shall be our drink, who have had enough of drugged wines," for he remembered the Christmas feast in the hall at Steeple. "You, Sir Godwin," went on Masouda, "have about your neck a certain ring, which you were mad enough to show me, a stranger. A ring with writing on it, which none can read, save the great men that in this land are called the dais. Well, as it chances, the secret is safe with me. But be wise. Say nothing of that ring, and let no eye see it." "Why not?" asked Godwin. "It is the token of our dead uncle to the Al-Jebal." She looked round her cautiously, and replied, "Because it is, or was once, the great signet, and a day may come when it will save your lives. Doubtless, when the Lord who is dead thought it gone forever, he caused another to be fashioned, so like that I, who have had both in my hand, could not tell the two apart. To him who holds that ring, all gates are open. But to let it be known that you have its double means death. Do you understand?" They nodded, and Masouda continued, "Lastly, though you may think that this seems much to ask, trust me always, even if I seem to play you false, who for your sakes," and she sighed, "have broken oaths and spoken words for which the punishment is to die by torment. Nay, thank me not, for I do only what I must, who am a slave. A slave." "A slave? To whom?" asked Godwin, staring at her. "To the Lord of all the mountains," she answered, with a smile that was sweet yet very sad, and without another word spurred on her horse. "What does she mean?" asked Godwin of Wulf, when she was out of hearing. "Seeing that if she speaks truth, for our sakes, in warning us against him, Masouda is breaking her fealty to this lord." "I do not know, brother, and I do not seek to know. All her talk may be a part of a plot to blind us, or it may not. Let well alone and trust in fortune, say I." "A good counsel," answered Godwin, and they rode forward in silence. They crossed the plain, and towards evening came to the wall of the outer city, halting in front of its great gateway. Here, as at the first castle, a band of solemn-looking mounted men came out to meet them, and having spoken a few words with Masouda, led them over the drawbridge that spanned the first rock-cut moat, and through triple gates of iron into the city. Then they passed up a street, very steep and narrow, from the roofs and windows of the houses on either side of which hundreds of people, many of whom seemed to be engaged at their evening prayer, watched them go by. At the head of this street they reached another fortified gateway, on the turrets of which, so motionless that at first they took them to be statues cut in stone, stood guards wrapped in long white robes. After parley, this also was opened to them, and again they rode through triple doors. Then they saw all the wonder of that place, for between the outer city, where they stood, and the castle, with its inner town which was built around and beneath it, yawned a vast gulf over 90 feet in depth. Across this gulf, built of blocks of stone, quite unrailed, and not more than 3 paces wide, ran a causeway some 200 yards in length, which causeway was supported upon arches reared up at intervals from the bottom of the gulf. "Ride on and have no fear," said Masouda. "Your horses are trained to heights, and the mules and mine will follow." So Godwin, showing nothing in his face of the doubt that he felt in his heart, patted Flame upon the neck, and after hanging back a little, the horse started lifting its hoofs high and glancing from side to side at the terrible gulf beneath. Where Flame went, Smoke knew that it could go, and came on bravely, but snorting a little, while the mules, that did not fear heights so long as the ground was firm beneath their feet, followed. Only Masouda's horse was terrified, backed and strove to wheel round, till she drove the spur into it, when of a sudden it started and came over at a gallop. At length they were across, and passing under another gateway which had broad terraces on either side of it, rode up the long street beyond, and entered a great courtyard, around which stood the castle, a vast and frowning fortress. Here a white-robed officer came forward, greeting them with a low bow, and with him servants who assisted them to dismount. These men took the horses to a range of stables on one side of the courtyard, whither the brethren followed to see their beasts groomed and fed. Then the officer, who had stood patiently by the while, conducted them through doorways and down passages to the guest chambers, large stone-roofed rooms where they found their baggage ready for them. Here Masouda said that she would see them again on the following morning, and departed in company with the officer. Wulf looked round the great vaulted chamber, which, now that the dark had fallen, was lit by flickering lamps set in iron brackets upon the wall, and said, "Well, for my part, I had rather pass the night in a desert among the lions than in this dismal place." Scarcely were the words out of his lips when curtains swung aside, and beautiful women entered, clad in gauzy veils and bearing dishes of food. These they placed upon the ground before them, inviting them to eat with nods and smiles, while others brought basins of scented water, which they poured over their hands. Then they sat down and ate the food that was strange to them, but very pleasant to the taste. And while they ate, women, whom they could not see, sang sweet songs, and played upon harps and lutes. Wine was offered to them also, but of this, remembering Masouda's words, they would not drink, asking by signs for water, which was brought after a little pause. When their meal was done, the beautiful women bore away the dishes, and black slaves appeared. These men led them to the baths, such as they had never seen, where they washed first in hot water, then in cold. Afterwards they were rubbed with spicy-smelling oils, and having been wrapped in white robes, conducted back to their chamber, where they found beds spread for them. On these, being very weary, they lay down, when the strange, sweet music broke out afresh, and to the sound of it they fell asleep. When they awoke, it was to see the light streaming through the high latticed windows. "Did you sleep well, Godwin?" asked Wulf. "Well enough," answered his brother, "only I dreamed that throughout the night people came and looked at me." "I dreamed that also," said Wulf. "Moreover, I think that it was not all a dream, since there is a coverlet on my bed which was not there when I went to sleep." Godwin looked at his own, where also was another coverlet added, doubtless as the night grew colder in that high place. "I have heard of enchanted castles," he said. "Now I think that we have found one." "Aye," replied Wulf, "and it is well enough while it lasts." They rose and dressed themselves, putting on clean garments and their best cloaks, that they had brought with them on the mules, after which the veiled women entered the room with breakfast, and they ate. When this was finished, having nothing else to do, they made signs to one of the women that they wished for cloths wherewith to clean their armour, for, as they had been bidden, they pretended to understand no word of Arabic. She nodded, and presently returned with a companion, carrying leathers and paste in a jar. Nor did they leave them, but sitting upon the ground, whether the brethren willed it or no, took the shirts of mail and rubbed them till they shone like silver, while Godwin and Wulf polished their helms, spurs, and bucklers, cleansing their swords and daggers also, and sharpening them with a stone which they had carried for that purpose. Now, as these women worked, they began to talk to each other in a low voice, and some of their talk, though not all, the brethren understood. "A handsome pair truly," said the first. "We should be fortunate if we had such men for husbands, although they are Franks and infidels." "Aye," answered the other, "and from their likeness they must be twins. Now which of them would you choose?" Then for a long while they discussed them, comparing them feature by feature and limb by limb, until the brethren felt their faces grow red beneath the sunburn, and scrubbed furiously at their armour to show a reason for it. At length one of the women said, "It was cruel of the Lady Masouda to bring these birds into the master's net. She might have warned them." "Masouda was ever cruel," answered the other, "who hates all men, which is unnatural. Yet I think if she loved a man she would love him well, and perhaps that might be worse for him than her hate." "Are these knights spies?" asked the first. "I suppose so," was the answer. "Silly fellows who think that they can spy upon a nation of spies. They would have done better to keep to fighting, at which doubtless they are good enough. What will happen to them?" "What always happens, I suppose. A pleasant time at first, then, if they can be put to no other use, a choice between the faith and the cup. Or, perhaps, as they seem men of rank, they may be imprisoned in the dungeon tower and held to ransom. Yes, yes, it was cruel of Masouda to trick them so, who may be but travellers after all, desiring to see our city." Just then the curtain was drawn, and through it entered Masouda herself. She was dressed in a white robe that had a dagger worked in red over the left breast, and her long black hair fell upon her shoulders, although it was half hid by the veil, open in front, which hung from her head. Never had they seen her look so beautiful as she seemed thus. "Greetings, brothers Peter and John. Is this fit work for pilgrims?" she said in French, pointing to the long swords which they were sharpening. "Aye," answered Wulf, as they rose and bowed to her, "for pilgrims to this holy city." The women who were cleaning the mail bowed also, for it seemed that here Masouda was a person of importance. She took the hauberks from their hands. "Ill-cleansed," she said sharply. "I think that you girls talk better than you work. Nay, they must serve. Help these lords to don them. Fools, that is the shirt of the grey-eyed knight. Give it me, I will be his squire." And she snatched the hauberk from their hands, whereat, when her back was turned, they glanced at one another. "Now," she said, when they were fully armed and had donned their mantles, "you brethren look as pilgrims should. Listen, I have a message for you. The master," and she bowed her head, as did the women, guessing of whom she spoke, "will receive you in an hour's time, till when, if it please you, we can walk in the gardens, which are worth your seeing." So they went out with her, and as they passed towards the curtain, she whispered, "For your lives' sake, remember all that I have told you, above everything about the wine and the ring. For if you dream the drink dream, you will be searched. Speak no word to me save of common matters." In the passage beyond the curtain, white-robed guards were standing, armed with spears, who turned and followed them without a word. First they went to the stables to visit Flame and Smoke, which whinnied as they drew near. These they found well fed and tended. Indeed, a company of grooms were gathered round them, discussing their points and beauty, who saluted as the owners of such steeds approached. Leaving the stable, they passed through an archway into the famous gardens, which were said to be the most beautiful in all the East. Beautiful they were indeed, planted with trees, shrubs, and flowers, such as are seldom seen, while between fern-clad rocks flowed rills which fell over deep cliffs in waterfalls of foam. In places the shade of cedars lay so dense that the brightness of day was changed to twilight, but in others the ground was open and carpeted with flowers, which filled the air with perfume. Everywhere grew roses, myrtles, and trees laden with rich fruits, while from all sides came the sound of cooing doves and the voices of many bright-winged birds, which flashed from palm to palm. On they walked, down the sand-strewn paths for a mile or more, accompanied by Masouda and the guard. At length, passing through a brake of whispering reed-like plants, of a sudden they came to a low wall, and saw, yawning black and wide at their very feet, that vast cleft which they had crossed before they entered the castle. "It encircles the inner city, the fortress and its grounds," said Masouda, "and who lives today that could throw a bridge across it? Now come back." So, following the gulf round, they returned to the castle by another path, and were ushered into an ante-room, where stood a watch of 12 men. Here Masouda left them in the midst of the men, who stared at them with stony eyes. Presently she returned and beckoned to them to follow. Walking down a long passage, they came to curtains, in front of which were 2 sentries, who drew these curtains as they approached. Then, side by side, they entered a great hall, long as Stangate Abbey church, and passed through a number of people, all crouched upon the ground. Beyond these the hall narrowed, as a chancel does. Here sat and stood more people, fierce-eyed, turbaned men, who wore great knives in their girdles. These, as they learned afterwards, were called the Fedai, the sworn assassins, who lived but to do the command of their lord, the great assassin. At the end of this chancel were more curtains, beyond which was a guarded door. It opened, and on its further side they found themselves in full sunlight, on an unwalled terrace, surrounded by the mighty gulf into which it was built out. On the right and left edges of this terrace sat old and bearded men, 12 in number, their heads bowed humbly and their eyes fixed upon the ground. These were the dais, or councillors. At the head of the terrace, under an open and beautifully carved pavilion of wood, stood 2 gigantic soldiers, having the red dagger blazoned on their white robes. Between them was a black cushion, and on the cushion a black heap. At first, staring out of the bright sunlight at this heap in the shadow, the brethren wondered what it might be. Then they caught sight of the glitter of eyes, and knew that the heap was a man who wore a black turban on his head, and a black bell-shaped robe clasped at the breast with a red jewel. The weight of the man had sunk him down deep into the soft cushion, so that there was nothing of him to be seen save the folds of the bell-shaped cloak, the red jewel, and the head. He looked like a coiled-up snake. The dark and glittering eyes also were those of a snake. Of his features, in the deep shade of the canopy and of the wide black turban, they could see nothing. The aspect of this figure was so terrible and inhuman that the brethren trembled at the sight of him. They were men, and he was a man, but between that huddled, beady-eyed heap and those 2 tall western warriors, clad in their gleaming mail and coloured cloaks, helms on brow, buckler on arm, and long sword at side, the contrast was that of death and life. Chapter 12 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in June 2012. Chapter 12. The Lord of Death. Masouda ran forward and prostrated herself at full length, but Godwin and Wulf stared at the heap, and the heap stared at them. Then, at some motion of his chin, Masouda arose and said, "Strangers, you stand in the presence of the Master Sinan, Lord of Death. Kneel and do homage to the Master." But the brethren stiffened their backs and would not kneel. They lifted their hands to their brows in salute, but no more. Then from between the black turban and the black cloak came a hollow voice, speaking in Arabic. "Are these the men who brought me the lion's skin? Well, what seek ye, Franks?" They stood silent. "Dread lord," said Masouda, "these knights are but now come from England over sea, and do not understand our tongue." "Set out their story and their request," said Al-Jebal, "that we may judge of them." "Dread lord," answered Masouda, "as I sent you word, they say that they are the kin of a certain knight who in battle saved the life of him who ruled before you, but is now an inhabitant of Paradise." "I have heard that there was such a knight," said the voice. "He was named D'Arcy, and he bore the same cognizance on his shield, the sign of a skull." "Lord, these brethren are also named D'Arcy, and now they come to ask your help against Saladin." At that name the heap stirred as a snake stirs when it hears danger, and the head erected itself a little beneath the great turban. "What help, and why?" asked the voice. "Lord, Saladin has stolen a woman of their house who is his niece, and these knights, her brothers, ask you to aid them to recover her." The beady eyes instantly became interested. "Report has been made to me of that story," said the voice. "But what sign do these Franks show? He who went before me gave a ring, and with it certain rights in this land, to the knight D'Arcy who befriended him in danger. Where is that sacred ring with which he parted in his foolishness?" Masouda translated, and seeing the warning in her eyes and remembering her words, the brethren shook their heads, while Wulf answered, "Our uncle, the knight Sir Andrew, was cut down by the soldiers of Saladin, and as he died, bade us seek you out. What time had he to tell us of any ring?" The head sank upon the breast. "I hoped," said Sinan to Masouda, "that they had the ring, and it was for this reason, woman, that I allowed you to lead these knights hither, after you had reported of them and their quest to me from Beirut. It is not well that there should be two holy signets in the world, and he who went before me, when he lay dying, charged me to recover his if that were possible. Let them go back to their own land and return to me with the ancient ring, and I will help them." Masouda translated the last sentence only, and again the brethren shook their heads. This time it was Godwin who spoke. "Our land is far away, O Lord, and where shall we find this long-lost ring? Let not our journey be in vain. O Mighty One, give us justice against Saladin." "All my years have I sought justice on Saladin," answered Sinan, "and yet he prevails against me. Now I make you an offer. Go, Franks, and bring me his head, or at least put him to death, as I shall show you how, and we will talk again." When they heard this saying, Wulf said to Godwin in English, "I think that we had best go. I do not like this company." But Godwin made no answer. As they stood silent thus, not knowing what to say, a man entered through the door, and throwing himself on his hands and knees, crawled towards the cushion through the double line of councillors or dais. "Your report?" said Sinan in Arabic. "Lord," answered the man, "I acquaint that your will has been done in the matter of the vessel." Then he went on speaking in a low voice, so rapidly that the brethren could scarcely hear and much less understand him. Sinan listened, then said, Let the Fidai enter and make his own report. Bring with him his prisoners." Now one of the dais, he who sat nearest the canopy, rose and pointing towards the brethren said, "Touching these Franks, what is your will?" The beady eyes, which seemed to search out their souls, fixed themselves upon them, and for a long while Sinan considered. They trembled, knowing that he was passing some judgment concerning them in his heart, and that on his next words much might hang, even their lives. "Let them stay here," he said at length. "I may have questions to ask them." For a long time there was silence. Sinan, Lord of Death, seemed to be lost in thought under the black shade of his canopy. The double line of dais stared at nothingness across the passageway. The giant guards stood still as statues. Masouda watched the brethren from beneath her long eyelashes, while the brethren watched the sharp edge of the shadow of the canopy on the marble floor. They strove to seem unconcerned, but their hearts were beating fast within them, who felt that great things were about to happen, though what these might be they knew not. So intense was the silence, so dreadful seemed that inhuman, snake-like man, so strange his aged, passionless counsellors on the place of council surrounded by a dizzy gulf, that fear took hold of them like the fear of an evil dream. Godwin wondered if Sinan could see the ring upon his breast, and what would happen to him if he did see it, while Wulf longed to shout aloud, to do anything that would break this deathly, sunlit quiet. To them these minutes seemed like hours. Indeed, for aught they knew, they might have been hours. At length there was a stir behind the brethren, and at a word from Masouda they separated, falling apart a pace or two, and stood opposite each other and sideways to Sinan. Standing thus, they saw the curtains drawn. Through them came 4 men carrying a stretcher covered with a cloth, beneath which they could see the outline of a form that lay there stirless. The 4 men brought the stretcher to the front of the canopy, set it on the ground, prostrated themselves, and retired, walking backwards down the length of the terrace. Again there was silence, while the brethren wondered whose corpse it was that lay beneath the cloth, for a corpse it must surely be, though neither the lord of the mountain nor his dais and guards seemed to concern themselves in the matter. Again the curtains parted, and a procession advanced up the terrace. First came a great man, clad in a white robe blazoned with a bleeding dagger, after whom walked a tall woman, shrouded in a long veil, who was followed by a thick-set knight clad in Frankish armour, and wearing a cape of which the cowl covered his head, as though to keep the rays of the sun from beating on his helm. Lastly walked 4 guards. Up the long place they marched through the double line of dais, while with a strange stirring in their breasts the brethren watched the shape and movements of the veiled woman who stepped forward rapidly, not seeing them, for she turned her head neither to the right nor left. The leader of the little band reached the space between the canopy, and prostrating himself by the side of the stretcher, lay still. She who walked behind him stopped also, and seeing the black heap upon the cushion, shuddered. "Woman, unveil," commanded the voice of Sinan. She hesitated, then swiftly undid some fastening, so that her drapery fell from her head. The brethren stared, rubbed their eyes, and stared again. Before them stood Rosamund. Yes, it was Rosamund, worn with sickness, terrors, and travel, Rosamund herself beyond all doubt. At the sight of her pale, queenly beauty, the heap on the cushion stirred beneath his black cloak, and the beady eyes were filled with an evil, eager light. Even the dais seemed to wake from their contemplation, and Masouda bit her red lip, turned pale beneath her olive skin, and watched with devouring eyes, waiting to read this woman's heart. "Rosamund!" cried the brethren with one voice. She heard. As they sprang towards her, she glanced wildly from face to face, then with a low cry flung an arm about the neck of each, and would have fallen in the ecstasy of her joy, had they not held her. Indeed, her knees touched the ground. As they stooped to lift her, it flashed into Godwin's mind that Masouda had told Sinan that they were her brethren. The thought was followed by another. If this were so, they might be left with her, whereas otherwise that black-robed devil— "Listen," he whispered in English. "We are not your cousins. We are your brothers, your half-brothers, and we know no Arabic." She heard, and Wulf heard, but the watchers thought they were but welcoming each other, for Wulf began to talk also, random words in French, such as "Greeting, sister," "Well found, sister," and kissed her on the forehead. Rosamund opened her eyes, which had closed, and, gaining her feet, gave one hand to each of the brethren. Then the voice of Masouda was heard, interpreting the words of Sinan. "It seems, lady, that you know these knights." "I do, well. They are my brothers, from whom I was stolen when they were drugged and our father was killed." "How is that, lady, seeing that you are said to be the niece of Saladin? Are these knights, then, the nephews of Saladin?" "Nay," answered Rosamund, "they are my father's sons, but of another wife." The answer appeared to satisfy Sinan, who fixed his eyes upon the pale beauty of Rosamund and asked no more questions. While he remained thus thinking, a noise arose at the end of the terrace, and the brethren, turning their heads, saw that the thick-set knight was striving to thrust his way through the guards who stood by the curtains and barred his path with the shafts of their spears. Then it came into Godwin's mind that just before Rosamund unveiled, he had seen this knight suddenly turn and walk down the terrace. The Lord Sinan looked up at the sound and made a sign. Thereon two of the dais sprang to their feet and ran towards the curtain, where they spoke with the knight, who turned and came back with them, though slowly, as one who is unwilling. Now his hood had fallen from his head, and Godwin and Wulf stared at him as he advanced, for surely they knew those great shoulders, those round black eyes, those thick lips, and that heavy jowl. "Lozelle, it is Lozelle," said Godwin. "Ay," echoed Rosamund, "it is Lozelle, the double traitor who betrayed me first to the soldiers of Saladin, and, because I would have none of his love, next to this Lord Sinan." Wulf heard, and as Lozelle drew near to them, sprang forward with an oath and struck him across the face with his mailed hand. Instantly guards thrust themselves between them, and Sinan asked through Masouda, "Why do you dare to strike this Frank in my presence?" "Because, lord," answered Wulf, "he is a rogue who has brought all these troubles on our house. I challenge him to meet me in battle to the death." "And I also," said Godwin. "I am ready," shouted Lozelle, stung to fury by the blow. "Then, dog, why did you try to run away when you saw our faces?" asked Wulf. Masouda held up her hand and began to interpret, addressing Lozelle and speaking in the first person, as the mouth of Sinan. I thank you for your service, who have served me before. Your messenger came, a Frank whom I knew in old days. As you had arranged it should be, I sent one of my fidei with soldiers to kill the men of Saladin on the ship and capture this lady who is his niece, all of which it seems has been done. The bargain that your messenger made was that the lady should be given over to you." Here Godwin and Wulf ground their teeth and glared at him. "But these knights say that you stole her, their kinswoman, from them, and one of them has struck you and challenged you to single combat, which challenge you have accepted. I sanctioned the combat gladly, who have long desired to see two knights of the Franks fight in tourney according to their custom. I will set the course, and you shall be given the best horse in my kingdom. This knight shall ride his own. These are the conditions. The course shall be on the bridge between the inner and outer gates of the castle city, and the fight, which must be to the death, shall take place on the night of the full moon, that is, 3 days from now. If you are victor, we will talk of the matter of the lady for whom you bargained as a wife." my lord," answered Lozelle, "who can lay a lance on that terrible place in moonlight? Is it thus that you keep faith with me?" "I can and will," cried Wulf. "Dog, I would fight you in the gates of hell with my soul on the hazard." "Keep faith with yourself," said Sinan, "who said that you accepted the challenge of this knight and made no conditions, and when you have proved upon his body that his quarrel is not just, then speak of my faith with you. Nay, no more words. When this fight is done, we will speak again, and not before. Let him be led to the outer castle, and there given of our best. Let my great black horse be brought to him, that he may gallop it to and fro upon the bridge, or where he will within the circuits of the city, by day or by night, but see that he has no speech with this lady whom he has betrayed into my power, or with these knights, his foes, nor suffer him to come into my presence. I will not talk with a man who has been struck in the face until he has washed away the blow in blood." As Masouda finished translating, and before Lozelle could answer, the Lord Sinan moved his head, whereon guards sprang forward and conducted Lozelle from the terrace. "Farewell, sir thief," cried Wulf after him, "till we meet again upon the narrow bridge, and there settle our account. You have fought Godwin, perhaps you will have better luck with Wulf." Lozelle glared back at him, and finding no answer, went on his way. "Your report," said Sinan, addressing the tall fidei, who all this while had lain upon his face before him, still as the form that was stretched upon the bier. "There should have been another prisoner, the great Emir Hassan. Also, where is the Frankish spy?" The fidei rose and spoke. "Lord," he said, "I did your bidding. The knight who has gone steered the ship into the bay, as had been arranged. I attacked with the daylight. The soldiers of Saladin fought bravely, for the lady here saw us and gave them time to gather, and we lost many men. We overcame and killed them all, except the Prince Hassan, whom we took prisoner. I left some men to watch the ship. The crew we spared, as they were the servants of the Frank Lozelle, setting them loose upon the beach, together with a Frankish woman, who was the servant of the lady here, to find their way to the nearest city. This woman I would have killed, But the lady, your captive, begged for her life, saying that she had come from the land of the Franks to seek her husband. So, having no orders, let her go. Yesterday morning we started for Masyaf, the Prince Hassan riding in a litter together with that Frankish spy who was here a while ago, and told you of the coming of the ship. At night they slept in the same tent. I left the prince bound and set a guard, but in the morning when we looked we found him gone. How, I know not, and lying in the tent, the Frankish spy, dead, with a knife wound through his heart. Behold," and withdrawing the cloth from the stretcher, he revealed the stiff form of the spy Nicholas, who lay there dead, a look of terror frozen on his face. "At least this one has come to an end he deserved," muttered Wulf to Godwin. "So, having searched without avail, I came on here with the lady your prisoner, and the Frank Lozelle. I have spoken." Now when he had heard this report, forgetting his calm, Sinan arose from the cushion and stepped forward 2 paces. There he halted, with fury in his glittering eyes, looking like a man clothed in a black bell. For a moment he stroked his beard, and the brethren noted that on the first finger of his right hand was a ring so like to that which hung about the neck of Godwin that none could have told them apart. "Man," Sinan said in a low voice, "what have you done? You have let the Emir Hassan go, who is the most trusted friend and general of the Sultan of Damascus. By now he is there, or near it, and within 6 days we shall see the army of Saladin riding across the plain. Also, you have not killed the crew and the Frankish woman, and they too will make report of the taking of the ship and the capture of this lady, who is of the house of Saladin, and whom he seeks more earnestly than all the kingdom of the Franks. What have you to say?" "Lord," answered the tall Fedai, and his hand trembled as he spoke, "most mighty lord, I had no orders as to the killing of the crew from your lips, and that Frank Lozelle told me that he had agreed with you that they should be spared." "Then, slave, he lied. He agreed with me through that dead spy that they should be slain. And do you not know that if I give no orders in such a case, I mean death, not life? But what of the Prince Hassan?" "Lord, I have nothing to say. I think he must have bribed the spy named Nicholas," and he pointed to the corpse, "to cut his bonds, and afterwards killed the man for vengeance sake. For by the body we found a heavy purse of gold. That he hated him as he hated yonder Lozelle, I know, for he called them dogs and traitors in the boat, and since he could not strike them, his hands being bound, he spat in their faces, cursing them in the name of Allah. That is why, Lozelle being afraid to be near him, I set the spy Nicholas, who was a bold fellow, as a watch over him, and 2 soldiers outside the tent, while Lozelle and I watched the lady." "Let those soldiers be brought," said Sinan, "and tell their story." They were brought and stood by their captain, but they had no story to tell. They swore that they had not slept on guard, nor heard a sound, yet when morning came the prince was gone. Again the Lord of Death stroked his black beard. Then he held up the signet before the eyes of the 3 men, saying, "You see the token. Go." "Lord," said the Fedai, "I have served you well for many years." "Your service is ended. Go," was the stern answer. The Fedai bowed his head in salute, stood for a moment as though lost in thought, then turning suddenly, walked with a steady step to the edge of the abyss and leapt. For an instant the sunlight shone on his white and fluttering robe, then from the depths of that darksome place floated up the sound of a heavy fall, and all was still. "Follow your captain to paradise," said Sinan to the two soldiers, whereon one of them drew a knife to stab himself. But Adai sprang up, saying, "Beast, would you shed blood before your lord? Do you not know the custom? Begone!" So the poor men went, the first with a steady step, and the second, who was not so brave, reeling over the edge of the precipice, as one might who is drunken. "It is finished," said the daïs, clapping their hands gently. "Dread Lord, we thank thee for thy justice." But Rosamund turned sick and faint, and even the brethren paled. This man was terrible indeed, if he were a man and not a devil, and they were in his power. How long would it be, they wondered, before they also were bidden to walk that gulf? Only Wulf swore in his heart that if he went by this road, Sinan should go with him. Then the corpse of the false palmer was borne away to be thrown to the eagles, which always hovered over that house of death, and Sinan, having reseated himself upon the cushion, began to talk again through his mouth, Masouda, in a low, quiet voice, as though nothing had happened to anger him. "Lady," he said to Rosamund, "your story is known to me. Saladin seeks you, nor is it wonderful," here his eyes glittered with a new and horrible light, "that he should desire to see such loveliness at his court, although the Frank Lozelle swore through yonder dead spy that you are precious in his eyes because of some vision that has come to him. Well, this heretic sultan is my enemy, whom Satan protects, for even my Fedai have failed to kill him, and perhaps there will be war on account of you. But have no fear, for the price at which you shall be delivered to him is higher than Saladin himself would care to pay, even for you. So, since this castle is impregnable, here you may dwell at peace, nor shall any desire be denied you. Speak, and your wishes are fulfilled." "I desire," said Rosamund in a low, steady voice, "protection against Sir Hugh Lozelle and all men." "It is yours. The Lord of the Mountain covers you with his mantle." "I desire," she went on, "that my brothers here may lodge with me, that I may not feel alone among strange people." He thought a while and answered, "Your brethren shall lodge near you in the guest castle. Why not, since from them you cannot need protection? They shall meet you at the feast and in the garden. But, lady, do you know it? They came here upon faith of some old tale of a promise made by him who went before me to ask my help to recover you from Saladin, unwitting that I was your host, not Saladin. That they should meet you thus is a chance which makes even my wisdom wonder, for in it I see omens. Now she whom they wished to rescue from Saladin, these tall brethren of yours, might wish to rescue from Al-Jebal. Understand then, all of you, that from the Lord of Death there is but one escape. Yonder runs its path." And he pointed to the dizzy place whence his 3 servants had leapt to their doom. "Knights," he went on, addressing Godwin and Wulf, "lead your sister hence. This evening I bid her and you to my banquet. Till then, farewell. Woman," he added to Masouda, "accompany them. You know your duties. This lady is in your charge. Suffer that no strange man comes near her. Above all, the Frank Lozelle. Deus, take notice and let it be proclaimed. To these 3 is given the protection of the signet in all things, save that they must not leave my walls except under sanction of the signet, nay, in its very presence." The daïs rose, bowed, and seated themselves again. Then, guided by Masouda, and preceded and followed by guards, the brethren and Rosamund walked down the terrace through the curtains into the chancel-like place, where men crouched upon the ground, through the great hall, where more men crouched upon the ground, through the antechamber, where, at a word from Masouda, the guards saluted, through passages to that place where they had slept. Here Masouda halted and said, "Lady Rose of the World, who are fitly so named, I go to prepare your chamber. Doubtless you will wish to speak a while with these your brothers. Speak on, and fear not, for it shall be my care that you are left alone, if only for a little while. Yet walls have ears, so I counsel you, use that English tongue which none of us understand in the land of Al-Jebal, not even I." Then she bowed and went. Chapter 13 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in July 2012. Chapter 13. The Embassy. The brethren and Rosamund looked at each other, for having so much to say, it seemed that they could not speak at all. Then, with a low cry, Rosamund said, "Oh, let us thank God, who, after all these black months of travel and of danger, has thus brought us together again." And kneeling down there together in the guest hall of the Lord of Death, they gave thanks earnestly. Then, moving to the centre of the chamber where they thought that none would hear them, they began to speak in low voices and in English. "Tell you your tale first, Rosamund," said Godwin. She told it as shortly as she could, they listening without a word. Then Godwin spoke and told her theirs. Rosamund heard it, and asked a question almost in a whisper. "Why does that beautiful dark-eyed woman befriend you?" "I do not know," answered Godwin, "unless it is because of the accident of my having saved her from the lion." Rosamund looked at him and smiled a little, and Wulf smiled also. Then she said, "Blessings be on that lion and all its tribe. I pray that she may not soon forget the deed, for it seems that our lives hang upon her favour. How strange is this story, and how desperate our case! How strange also that you should have come on hither against her counsel, which, seeing what we have, I think was honest." "We were led," answered Godwin. "Your father had wisdom at his death, and saw what we could not see." "Ay," added Wulf, "but I would that it had been into some other place, for I fear this Lord Al-Jebal, at whose nod men hurl themselves to death." "He is hateful," answered Rosamund, with a shudder, "worse even than the knight Lozelle, and when he fixes his eyes on me, my heart grows sick. Oh, that we could escape this place!" "An eel in an osier trap has more chance of freedom," said Wulf gloomily. "Let us at least be thankful that we are caged together. For how long, I wonder?" As he spoke, Masouda appeared, attended by waiting women, and bowing to Rosamund, said, "It is the will of the Master, lady, that I lead you to the chambers that have been made ready for you, there to rest until the hour of the feast. Fear not, you shall meet your brethren then. You knights have leave, if it so pleases you, to exercise your horses in the gardens. They stand saddled in the courtyard, to which this woman will bring you," and she pointed to one of those two maids who had cleaned the armour. "And with them are guides and an escort." "She means that we must go," muttered Godwin, adding aloud, "Farewell, sister, until tonight." So they parted, unwillingly enough. In the courtyard they found the horses, Flame and Smoke, as they had been told, also a mounted escort of 4 fierce-looking Fedai and an officer. When they were in the saddle, this man, motioning to them to follow him, passed by an archway out of the courtyard into the gardens. Hence ran a broad road strewn with sand, along which he began to gallop. This road followed the gulf which encircled the citadel and inner town of Masyaf, that was, as it were, an island on a mountain top, with a circumference of over 3 miles. As they went, the gulf always on their right hand, holding in their horses to prevent their passing that of their guide, swift as it was, they saw another troop approaching them. This was also preceded by an officer of the assassins, as these servants of Al-Jebal were called by the Franks, and behind him, mounted on a splendid coal-black steed and followed by guards, rode a mail-clad Frankish knight. "It is Lozelle," said Wulf, "upon the horse that Sinan promised him." At the sight of the man, a fury took hold of Godwin. With a shout of warning, he drew his sword. Lozelle saw, and out leapt his blade in answer. Then, sweeping past the officers who were with them and reining up their steeds, in a second they were face to face. Lozelle struck first, and Godwin caught the stroke upon his buckler. But before he could return it, the Fedai of either party rushed between them and thrust them asunder. "A pity," said Godwin, as they dragged his horse away. "Had they left us alone, I think, brother, I might have saved you a moonlight duel." "That I do not want to miss. But the chance at his head was good, if those fellows would have let you take it," answered Wulf reflectively. Then the horses began to gallop again, and they saw no more of Lozelle. Now, skirting the edge of the town, they came to the narrow, wall-less bridge that spanned the gulf between it and the outer gate and city. Here the officer wheeled his horse, and beckoning to them to follow, charged it at full gallop. After him went the brethren, Godwin first, then Wulf. In the deep gateway on the further side they reined up. The captain turned and began to gallop back faster than he had come, as fast indeed as his good beast would travel. "Pass him!" cried Godwin, and shaking the reins loose upon the neck of Flame, he called to it aloud. Forward it sprang with Smoke at its heels. Now they had overtaken the captain, and now even on that narrow way they had swept past him. Not an inch was there to spare between them and the abyss, and the man, brave as he was, expecting to be thrust to death, clung to his horse's mane with terror in his eyes. On the city side the brethren pulled up, laughing among the astonished Fidei who had waited for them there. "By the signet," cried the officer, thinking that the knights could not understand, "these are not men, they are devils, and their horses are goats of the mountains. I thought to frighten them, but it is I who was frightened, for they swept past me like eagles of the air." "Gallant riders and swift, well-trained steeds," answered one of the Fidei, with admiration in his voice. "The fight at the full moon will be worth our seeing." Then once more they took the sand-strewn road and galloped on. Thrice they passed round the city thus, the last time by themselves, for the captain and the Fidei were far outstripped. Indeed, it was not until they had unsaddled Flame and Smoke in their stalls that these appeared, spurring their foaming horses. Taking no heed of them, the brethren thrust aside the grooms, dressed their steeds down, fed and watered them. Then, having seen them eat, there being no more to do, they walked back to the guest house, hoping to find Rosamund. But they found no Rosamund, so sat down together and talked of the wonderful things that had befallen them, and of what might befall them in the future, of the mercy of heaven also, which had brought them all three together safe and sound, although it was in this house of hell. So the time passed on, till about the hour of sunset the women servants came and led them to the bath, where the black slaves washed and perfumed them, clothing them in fresh robes above their armour. When they came out, the sun was down, and the women, bearing torches in their hands, conducted them to a great and gorgeous hall which they had not seen before, built of fretted stone and having a carved and painted roof. Along one side of this hall, that was lit with cressets, were a number of round-headed open arches supported by elegant white columns, and beyond these a marble terrace with flights of steps which led to the gardens beneath. On the floor of this hall, each seated upon his cushion beside low tables inlaid with pearl, sat the guests, 100 or more, all dressed in white robes on which the red dagger was blazoned, and all as silent as though they were asleep. When the brethren reached the place, the women left them, and servants with gold chains round their necks escorted them to a dais in the middle of the hall, where were many cushions, as yet unoccupied, arranged in a semicircle, of which the centre was a divan, higher and more gorgeous than the rest. Here places were pointed out to them opposite the divan, and they took their stand by them. They had not long to wait, for presently there was a sound of music, and heralded by troops of singing women, the Lord Sinan approached, walking slowly down the length of the great hall. It was a strange procession, for after the women came the aged white-robed dais, then the Lord Al-Jebal himself, clad now in the blood-red festal robe and wearing jewels on his turban. Around him marched 4 slaves, black as ebony, each of whom held a flaming torch on high, while behind followed the 2 gigantic guards who had stood sentry over him when he sat under the canopy of justice. As he advanced down the hall, every man in it rose and prostrated himself, and so remained until their lord was seated, save only the 2 brethren, who stood erect, like the survivors among the slain of a battle. Settling himself among the cushions at one end of the divan, he waved his hand, whereon the feasters, and with them Godwin and Wulf, sat themselves down. Now there was a pause, while Sinan glanced along the hall impatiently. Soon the brethren saw why, since at the end opposite to that by which he had entered appeared more singing women, and after them also, escorted by 4 black torch-bearers, only these were women, walked Rosamund, and behind her Masouda. Rosamund it was without doubt, but Rosamund transformed, for now she seemed an Eastern queen. Round her head was a coronet of gems, from which hung a veil, but not so as to hide her face. Jewelled, too, were her heavy plaits of hair, jewelled the rose silk garments that she wore, the girdle at her waist, her naked ivory arms, and even the slippers on her feet. As she approached in her royal-looking beauty, all the guests at that strange feast stared first at her and next at each other. Then, as though by a single impulse, they rose and bowed. "What can this mean?" muttered Wulf to Godwin as they did likewise. But Godwin made no answer. On came Rosamund, and now behold, the Lord Al-Jebal rose also, and giving her his hand, seated her by him on the divan. "Show no surprise, Wulf," muttered Godwin, who had caught a warning look in the eyes of Masouda as she took up her position behind Rosamund. Now the feast began. Slaves running to and fro set dish after dish filled with strange and savoury meats upon the little inlaid tables, those that were served to Sinan and his guests fashioned, all of them, of silver or of gold. Godwin and Wulf ate, though not for hunger's sake, but of what they ate they remembered nothing, who were watching Sinan and straining their ears to catch all he said, without seeming to take note or listen. Although she strove to hide it and to appear indifferent, it was plain to them that Rosamund was much afraid. Again and again Sinan presented to her choice morsels of food, sometimes on the dishes and sometimes with his fingers, and these she was obliged to take. All the while also he devoured her with his fierce eyes, so that she shrank away from him to the furthest limit of the divan. Then wine, perfumed and spiced, was brought in golden cups, of which, having drunk, he offered to Rosamund. But she shook her head and asked Masouda for water, saying that she touched nothing stronger, and it was given her, cooled with snow. The brethren asked for water also, whereon Sinan looked at them suspiciously and demanded the reason. Godwin replied, through Masouda, that they were under an oath to touch no wine till they returned to their own country, having fulfilled their mission. To this he answered meaningly that it was good and right to keep oaths, but he feared that theirs would make them water drinkers for the rest of their lives, a saying at which their hearts sank. Now the wine that he had drunk took hold of Sinan, and he began to talk, who without it was silent. "You met the Frank Lozelle today," he said to Godwin, through Masouda, "when riding in my gardens, and drew your sword on him. Why did you not kill him? Is he the better man?" "It seems not, as once before I worsted him, and I sit here unhurt, lord," answered Godwin. "Your servants thrust between and separated us." "Aye," replied Sinan, "I remember. They had orders. Still, I would that you had killed him, the unbelieving dog, who has dared to lift his eyes to this Rose of Roses, your sister. Fear not," he went on, addressing Rosamund, "he shall offer you no more insult, who are henceforth under the protection of the signet," and stretching out his thin, cruel-looking hand, on which gleamed the ring of power, he patted her on the arm. All of these things Masouda translated, while Rosamund drooped her head to hide her face, though on it were not the blushes that he thought, but loathing and alarm. Wulf glared at the Al-Jebal, whose head by good fortune was turned away, and so fierce was the rage swelling in his heart, that a mist seemed to gather before his eyes, and through it this devilish chief of a people of murderers, clothed in his robe of flaming red, looked like a man steeped in blood. The thought came to him suddenly that he would make him what he looked, and his hand passed to his sword hilt. But Godwin saw the terror in Masouda's eyes, saw Wulf's hand also, and guessed what was about to chance. With a swift movement of his arm he struck a golden dish from the table to the marble floor, then said in a clear voice in French, "Brother, be not so awkward. Pick up that dish and answer the Lord Sinan, as is your right. I mean, touching the matter of Lozelle." Wulf stood to obey, and his mind cleared, which had been so near to madness. "I wish it not, lord," he said, "who, if I can, have your good leave to slay this fellow on the third night from now. If I fail, then let my brother take my place, but not before." "Yes, I forgot," said Sinan. "So I decreed, and that will be a fight I wish to see. If he kills you, then your brother shall meet him, and if he kills you both, then perhaps I, Sinan, will meet him in my own fashion. Sweet lady, knowing where the course is laid, say, do you fear to see this fray?" Rosamund's face paled, but she answered proudly, "Why should I fear what my brethren do not fear? They are brave knights, bred to arms, and God, in whose hand are all our destinies, even yours, O Lord of Death, he will guard the right." When this speech was translated to him, Sinan quailed a little. Then he answered, "Lady, know that I am the voice and prophet of Allah, I, and his sword to punish evildoers and those who do not believe. Well, if what I hear is true, your brethren are skilled horsemen, who even dared to pass my servant on the narrow bridge, so victory may rest with them. Tell me which of them do you love the least, for he shall first face the sword of Lozelle." Now, as Rosamund prepared herself to answer, Masouda scanned her face through her half-closed eyes. But whatever she may have felt within, it remained calm and cold, as though it were cut in stone. "To me they are as one man," she said. "When one speaks, both speak. I love them equally." "Then, guest of my heart, it shall go as I have said. Brother Blue Eyes shall fight first, and if he fails, then Brother Grey Eyes. The feast is ended, and it is my hour for prayer. Slaves, bid the people fill their cups. Lady, I pray of you, stand forward on the dais." She obeyed, and at a sign the black slave women gathered behind her with their flaming torches. Then Sinan rose also, and cried with a loud voice, "Servants of Al-Jebal, pledge, I command you, this flower of flowers, the high-born princess of Baalbec, the niece of the Sultan Saladin, whom men call the Great," and he sneered, "though he be not so great as I, this queen of maids, who soon—" Then, checking himself, he drank off his wine, and with a low bow presented the empty jewelled cup to Rosamund. All the company drank also, and shouted till the hall rang, for her loveliness, as she stood thus in the fierce light of the torches, aflame as these men were with the vision-breeding wine of Al-Jebal, moved them to madness. "Queen, Queen!" they shouted, "Queen of our master and of us all!" Sinan heard and smiled. Then, motioning for silence, he took the hand of Rosamund, kissed it, and turning, passed from the hall, preceded by his singing women and surrounded by the dais and guards. Godwin and Wulf stepped forward to speak with Rosamund, but Masouda interposed herself between them, saying in a cold, clear voice, "It is not permitted. Go, knights, and cool your brows in yonder garden, where sweet water runs. Your sister is my charge. Fear not, for she is guarded." "Come," said Godwin to Wulf, "we had best obey." So together they walked through the crowd of those feasters that remained, for most of them had already left the hall, who made way, not without reverence, for the brethren of this new star of beauty, on to the terrace, and from the terrace into the gardens. Here they stood a while in the sweet freshness of the night, which was very grateful after the heated, perfume-laden air of the banquet, then began to wander up and down among the scented trees and flowers. The moon, floating in a cloudless sky, was almost at its full, and by her light they saw a wondrous scene. Under many of the trees and in tents set about here and there, rugs were spread, and to them came men who had drunk of the wine of the feast and cast themselves down to sleep. "Are they drunk?" asked Wulf. "It would seem so," answered Godwin. "Yet these men appeared to be mad rather than drunk, for they walked steadily enough, but with wide-set, dreamy eyes, nor did they seem to sleep upon the rugs, but lay there staring at the sky and muttering with their lips, their faces steeped in a strange, unholy rapture. Sometimes they would rise and walk a few paces with outstretched arms, till the arms closed as though they clasped something invisible, to which they bent their heads to babble a while. Then they walked back to their rugs, where they remained silent. As they lay thus, white-veiled women appeared, who crouched by the heads of these sleepers, murmuring into their ears, and when from time to time they sat up, gave them to drink from cups they carried, after partaking of which they lay down again and became quite senseless. Only the women would move on to others and serve them likewise. Some of them approached the brethren with a slow, gliding motion and offered them the cup, but they walked forward, taking no notice, whereupon the girls left them, laughing softly and saying such things as, "Tomorrow we shall meet them," or "Soon you shall be glad to drink and enter into paradise." "When the time comes, doubtless we shall be glad who have dwelt here," answered Godwin gravely, but as he spoke in French they did not understand him. "Step out, brother," said Wulf, "for at the very sight of those rugs I grow sleepy, and the wine in the cups sparkles as bright as their bearers' eyes." So they walked on towards the sound of a waterfall, and when they came to it, drank and bathed their faces and heads. "This is better than their wine," said Wulf. Then, catching sight of more women flitting round them, looking like ghosts amid the moonlit glades, they pressed forward till they reached an open sward where there were no rugs, no sleepers, and no cupbearers. "Now," said Wulf, halting, "tell me, what does all this mean?" "Are you deaf and blind?" asked Godwin. "Cannot you see that yonder fiend is in love with Rosamund and means to take her, as he well may do?" Wulf groaned aloud, then answered, "I swear that first I will send his soul to hell, even though our own must keep it company." "Aye," answered Godwin, "I saw. You went near to it tonight. But remember, that is the end for all of us. Let us wait, then, to strike until we must, to save her from worse things. Who knows that we may find another chance? Meanwhile, and again he groaned. Among those ornaments that hung about the waist of Rosamund, I saw a jewelled knife," answered Godwin sadly. "She can be trusted to use it if need be, and after that we can be trusted to do our worst. At least I think that we should die in a fashion that would be remembered in this mountain." As they spoke, they had loitered towards the edge of the glade, and halting there stood silent, till presently from under the shadow of a cedar tree appeared a solitary, white-robed woman. "Let us be going," said Wulf. "Here is another of them with her accursed cup." But before they could turn, the woman glided up to them and suddenly unveiled. It was Masouda. "Follow me, brothers Peter and John," she said in a laughing whisper. "I have words to say to you. What? You will not drink? Well, it is the wisest." And emptying the cup upon the ground, she flitted ahead of them. Silently as a wraith she went, now appearing in the open spaces, now vanishing beneath the dense gloom of cedar boughs, till she reached a naked, lonely rock which stood almost upon the edge of the gulf. Opposite to this rock was a great mound, such as ancient people reared over the bodies of their dead, and in the mound, cunningly hidden by growing shrubs, a massive door. Masouda took a key from her girdle, and having looked round to see that they were alone, unlocked it. "Enter," she said, pushing them before her. They obeyed, and through the darkness within heard her close the door. "Now we are safe awhile," she said with a sigh, "or at least so I think. But I will lead you to where there is more light." Then, taking each of them by the hand, she went forward along a smooth incline, till presently they saw the moonlight, and by it discovered that they stood at the mouth of a cave which was fringed with bushes. Running up from the depths of the gulf below to this opening was a ridge or shoulder of rock, very steep and narrow. "See the only road that leads from the citadel of Masyaf, save that across the bridge," said Masouda. "A bad one," answered Wulf, staring downward. "Aye, yet horses trained to rocks can follow it. At its foot is the bottom of the gulf, and a mile or more away to the left a deep cleft which leads to the top of the mountain and to freedom. Will you not take it now? By tomorrow's dawn you might be far away." "And where would the lady Rosamund be?" asked Wulf. "In the harem of the Lord Sinan. That is, very soon," she answered coolly. "Oh, say it not!" he exclaimed, clasping her arm, while Godwin leaned back against the wall of the cave. "Why should I hide the truth? Have you no eyes to see that he is enamoured of her loveliness, like others? Listen. A while ago my master Sinan chanced to lose his queen. How, we need not ask, but it is said that she wearied him. Now, as he must by law, he mourns for her a month, from full moon to full moon. But on the day after the full moon, that is the third morning from now, he may wed again, and I think there will be a marriage. Till then, however, your sister is as safe as though she yet sat at home in England before Saladin dreamed his dream." "Therefore," said Godwin, "within that time she must either escape or die." "There is a third way," answered Masouda, shrugging her shoulders. "She might stay and become the wife of Sinan." Wulf muttered something between his teeth, then stepped towards her threateningly, saying, "Rescue her, or—" "Stand back, Pilgrim John," she said with a laugh. "If I rescue her, which indeed would be hard, it will not be for fear of your great sword." "What, then, will avail, Masouda?" asked Godwin in a sad voice. "To promise you money would be useless, even if we could. I am glad that you spared me that insult. she replied with flashing eyes, for then there had been an end. Yet, she added more humbly, seeing my home and business, and what I appear to be, and she glanced at her dress and the empty cup in her hand, it had not been strange. Now hear me, and forget no word. At present you are in favour with Sinan, who believes you to be the brothers of the Lady Rosamund, not her lovers. But from the moment he learns the truth, your doom is sealed. Now what the Frank Lozelle knows, that the Al-Jebal may know at any time, and will know if these should meet. Meanwhile you are free, so tomorrow, while you ride about the garden, as you will do, take note of the tall rock that stands without, and how to reach it from any point, even in the dark. Tomorrow also, when the moon is up, they will lead you to the narrow bridge, to ride your horses to and fro there, that they may learn not to fear it in that light. When you have stabled them, go into the gardens and come hither unobserved, as the place being so far away you can do. The guards will let you pass, thinking only that you desire to drink a cup of wine with some fair friend, as is the custom of our guests. Enter this cave. Here is the key," and she handed it to Wulf, "and if I be not there, await me. Then I will tell you my plan, if I have any, but until then I must scheme and think. Now it grows late. Go." "And you, Masouda," said Godwin doubtfully, "how will you escape this place?" "By a road you do not know of, for I am mistress of the secrets of this city. Still, I thank you for your thought of me. Go, I say, and lock the door behind you." So they went on in silence, doing as she bade them, and walked back through the gardens that now seemed empty enough, to the stable entrance of the guest house, where the guards admitted them without question. That night the brethren slept together in one bed, fearing that if they lay separate they might be searched in their sleep and not awake. Indeed, it seemed to them that, as before, they heard footsteps and voices in the darkness. Next morning, when they had breakfasted, they loitered a while, hoping to win speech with Rosamund, or sight of her, or at the least that Masouda would come to them. But they saw no Rosamund, and no Masouda came. At length an officer appeared and beckoned to them to follow him. So they followed, and were led through the halls and passages to the terrace of justice, where Sinan, clad in his black robe, sat as before beneath a canopy in the midst of the sunlit marble floor. There, too, beside him, also beneath the canopy and gorgeously apparelled, sat Rosamund. They strove to advance and speak with her, but guards came between them, pointing out a place where they must stand a few yards away. Only Wulf said in a loud voice in English, "Tell us, Rosamund, is it well with you?" Lifting her pale face, she smiled and nodded. Then, at the bidding of Sinan, Masouda commanded them to be silent, saying that it was not lawful for them to speak to the Lord of the Mountain or his companion, unless they were first bidden so to do. So, having learnt what they wished to know, they were silent. Now some of the dais drew near the canopy, and consulted with their master on what seemed to be a great matter, for their faces were troubled. Presently he gave an order, whereon they resumed their seats, and messengers left the terrace. When they appeared again, in their company were 3 noble-looking Saracens, who were accompanied by a retinue of servants, and wore green turbans, showing that they were descendants of the Prophet. These men, who seemed weary with long travel, marched up the terrace with a proud mien, not looking at the dais or anyone until they saw the brethren standing side by side, at whom they stared a little. Next they caught sight of Rosamund, sitting in the shadow of the canopy, and bowed to her, but of the Al-Jebal they took no notice. "Who are you, and what is your pleasure?" asked Sinan, after he had eyed them a while. "I am the ruler of this country. These are my ministers," and he pointed to the dais. "And here is my sceptre," and he touched the blood-red dagger broidered on his robe of black. Now that the Sinan had declared himself, the embassy bowed to him, courteously enough. Then their spokesman answered him. "That sceptre we know. It has been seen afar. Twice already we have cut down its bearers, even in the tent of our master. Lord of Murder, we acknowledge the emblem of murder, and we bow to you whose title is the Great Murder. As for our mission, it is this. We are the ambassadors of Saladin, commander of the faithful, Sultan of the East. In these papers, signed with his signet, are our credentials, if you would read them." "So," answered Sinan, "I have heard of that chief. What is his will with me?" "This, Al-Jebal. A Frank in your pay, and a traitor, has betrayed to you a certain lady, niece of Saladin, the Princess of Baalbec, whose father was a Frankish noble named Darcy, and who herself is named Rose of the World. The Sultan Saladin, having been informed of this matter by his servant, the Prince Hassan, who escaped from your soldiers, demands that this lady, his niece, be delivered to him forthwith, and with her the head of the Frank Lozelle." "The head of the Frank Lozelle he may have if he will after tomorrow night. The lady I keep," snarled Sinan. "What then?" "Then, Al-Jebal, in the name of Saladin, we declare war on you, war till this high place of yours is pulled stone from stone, war till your tribe be dead, till the last man, woman, and child be slain, until your carcass is tossed to the crows to feed on." Now Sinan rose in fury and rent at his beard. "Go back," he said, "and tell that dog you name a sultan, that, low as he is, the humble-born son of Ayyub, I, Al-Jebal, do him an honor that he does not observe. My queen is dead, and 2 days from now, when my month of mourning is expired, I shall take to wife his niece, the Princess of Baalbec, who sits here beside me, my bride-elect." At these words, Rosamund, who had been listening intently, started like one who has been stung by a snake, put her hands before her face, and groaned. "Princess," said the ambassador, who was watching her, "you seem to understand our language. Is this your will, to mate your noble blood with that of the heretic chief of the Assassins?" "Nay, nay," she cried, "it is no will of mine, who am a helpless prisoner, and by faith a Christian. If my uncle Saladin is indeed as great as I have heard, then let him show his power and deliver me, and with me these my brethren, the knights Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf." "So you speak Arabic," said Sinan. "Good. Our loving converse will be easier, and for the rest, well, the whims of women change. Now, you messengers of Saladin, begone, lest I send you on a longer journey, and tell your master that if he dares to lift his standards against my walls, my Fedai shall speak with him. By day and by night, not for one moment shall he be safe. Poison shall lurk in his cup, and a dagger in his bed. Let him kill 100 of them, and another 100 shall appear. His most trusted guards shall be his executioners. The women in his harem shall bring him to his doom. Aye, death shall be in the very air he breathes. If he would escape it, Therefore let him hide himself within the walls of his city of Damascus, or amuse himself with wars against the mad cross-worshippers, and leave me to live in peace with this lady whom I have chosen." "Great words, worthy of the great assassin," said the ambassador. "Great words in truth, which shall be followed by great deeds. What chance has this lord of yours against a nation sworn to obey to the death? You smile. Then come hither, you and you." And he summoned two of his daïs by name. They rose and bowed before him. "Now, my worthy servants," he said, "show these heretic dogs how you obey, that their master may learn the power of your master. You are old and weary of life. Begone, and await me in paradise." The old men bowed again, trembling a little. Then, straightening themselves, without a word, they ran side by side and leapt into the abyss. "Has Saladin servants such as these?" asked Sinan in the silence that followed. "Well, what they have done all would do, if I bid them slay him. Back now, and if you will, take these Franks with you who are my guests, that they may bear witness of what you have seen, and of the state in which you left their sister. Translate to the knights, woman." So Masouda translated. Then Godwin answered through her: "We understand little of this matter, who are ignorant of your tongue, but, O Al-Jebal, ere we leave your sheltering roof, we have a quarrel to settle with the man Lozelle. After that, with your permission, we will go, but not before." Now Rosamund sighed as if in relief, and Sinan answered, "As you will, so be it," adding, "Give these envoys food and drink before they go." But their spokesman answered, "We partake not of the bread and salt of murderers, lest we should become of their fellowship. Al-Jebal, we depart, but within a week we appear again in the company of 10,000 spears, and on one of them shall your head be set. Your safe conduct guards us till the sunset. After that, do your worst, as we do ours. High Princess, our counsel to you is that you slay yourself, and so gain immortal honor." Then, bowing to her one by one, they turned and marched down the terrace, followed by their servants. Now Sinan waved his hand, and the court broke up, Rosamund leaving it first, accompanied by Masouda and escorted by guards, after which the brethren were commanded to depart also. So they went, talking earnestly of all these things, but save in God, finding no hope at all. Chapter 14 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in July 2012. Chapter 14. The Combat on the Bridge. "Saladin will come," said Wulf the hopeful, and from the high place where they stood he pointed to the plain beneath, across which a band of horsemen moved at full gallop. "Look, yonder goes his embassy." "Aye," answered Godwin, "he will come, but I fear me too late." "Yes, brother, unless we go to meet him. Masouda has promised." "Masouda," sighed Godwin. "Ah, to think that so much should hang upon the faithfulness of one woman." "It does not hang on her," said Wulf. "It hangs on fate, who writes with her finger. Come, let us ride." So, followed by their escort, they rode in the gardens, taking note, without seeming to do so, of the position of the tall rock, and of how it could be approached from every side. Then they went in again and waited for some sign or word of Rosamund, but in vain. That night there was no feast, and their meal was brought to them in the guest house. While they sat at it, Masouda appeared for a moment to tell them that they had leave to ride the bridge in the moonlight, and that their escort would await them at a certain hour. The brethren asked if their sister Rosamund was not coming to dine with them. Masouda answered that as the queen-elect of the Al-Jebal, it was not lawful that she should eat with any other men, even her brothers. Then, as she passed out, stumbling as though by accident, she brushed against Godwin and muttered, "Remember, tonight," and was gone. When the moon had been up an hour, the officer of their escort appeared, and led them to their horses, which were waiting, and they rode away to the castle bridge. As they approached it, they saw Lozelle departing on his great black stallion, which was in a lather of foam. It seemed that he also had made trial of that perilous path, for the people, of whom there were many gathered there, clapped their hands and shouted, "Well ridden, Frank, well ridden!" Now, Godwin leading on Flame, they faced the bridge and walked their horses over it. Nor did these hang back, although they snorted a little at the black gulf on either side. Next they returned at a trot, then over again, and yet again at a canter and a gallop, sometimes together and sometimes singly. Lastly, Wulf made Godwin halt in the middle of the bridge, and galloped down upon him at speed to within a lance's length. Then suddenly he checked his horse, and while his audience shouted, wheeled it around on its hind legs, its forehoofs beating the air, and galloped back again, followed by Godwin. All went well, Wulf said, as they rode to the castle, and nobler or more gentle horses were never crossed by men. I have good hopes for tomorrow night. Ay, brother, but I had no sword in my hand. Be not overconfident, for Lozelle is desperate and a skilled fighter, as I know who have stood face to face with him. Moreover, his black stallion is well trained and has more weight than ours. Also, yonder is a fearsome place on which to ride a course, and one of which none but that devil Sinan would have thought." "I shall do my best," answered Wulf, "and if I fall, why then, act upon your own counsel. At least, let him not kill both of us." Having stabled their horses, the brethren wandered into the garden, and, avoiding the cup-bearing women and the men they plied with their drugged drink, drew by a roundabout road to the tall rock. Then, finding themselves alone, they unlocked the door, and slipping through it, locked it again on the further side, and groped their way to the moonlit mouth of the cave. Here they stood a while, studying the descent of the gulf, as best they could in that light, till suddenly Godwin, feeling a hand upon his shoulder, started round to find himself face to face with Masouda. "How did you come?" he asked. "By a road in which is your only hope," she answered. "Now, Sir Godwin, waste no words, for my time is short. But if you think that you can trust me, and this is for you to judge, give me the signet which hangs about your neck. If not, go back to the castle and do your best to save the Lady Rosamund and yourselves." Thrusting down his hand between his mail shirt and his breast, Godwin drew out the ancient ring, carved with the mysterious signs, and veined with the emblem of the dagger, and handed it to Masouda. "You trust indeed," she said, with a little laugh, as, after scanning it closely by the light of the moon and touching her forehead with it, she hid it in her bosom. "Yes, lady," he answered, "I trust you, though why you should risk so much for us I do not know." Why? Well, perhaps for hate's sake, for Sinan does not rule by love. Perhaps because, being of a wild blood, I am willing to set my life at hazard, who care not if I win or die. Perhaps because you saved me from the lioness. What is it to you, Sir Godwin, why a certain woman spy of the assassins, whom in your own land you would spit on, chooses to do this or that?" She ceased and stood before him with heaving breast and flashing eyes, a mysterious white figure in the moonlight, most beautiful to see. Godwin felt his heart stir, and the blood flowed to his brow, but before he could speak, Wulf broke in, saying, "You bade us spare words, Lady Masouda, so tell us what we must do." "This," she answered, becoming calm again. "Tomorrow night, about this hour, you fight Lozelle upon the narrow way. That is certain, for all the city talks of it, and whatever chances, Al-Jebal will not deprive them of the spectacle of this fray to the death. Well, you may fall, though that man at heart is a coward, which you are not, for here courage alone will avail nothing, but rather skill and horsemanship and trick of war. If so, then Sir Godwin fights him, and of this business none can tell the end. Should both of you go down, then I will do my best to save your lady and take her to Saladin, with whom she will be safe, or if I cannot save her, I will find her a means to save herself by death." "You swear that?" said Wulf. "I have said it. It is enough," she answered impatiently. "Then I face the bridge and the knave Lozelle with a light heart," said Wulf again, and Masouda went on. "Now, if you conquer, Sir Wulf, or if you fall and your brother conquers, both of you, or one of you, as it may happen, must gallop back at full speed toward the stable gate that lies more than a mile from the castle bridge. Mounted as you are, no horses can keep pace with you, nor must you stop at the gate, but ride on, ride like the wind till you reach this place. The gardens will be empty of feasters and of cupbearers, who with every soul within the city will have gathered on the walls and on the housetops to see the fray. There is but one fear. By then a guard may be set before this mound, seeing that Saladin has declared war upon Al-Jebal, and though yonder road is known to few, it is a road, and sentries may watch here. If so, you must cut them down, or be cut down, and bring your story to an end. Sir Godwin, here is another key that you may use if you are alone. Take it." He did so, and she continued, "Now, if both of you, or one of you, win through to this cave, enter with your horses, lock the door, bar it, and wait. It may be I will join you here with the princess. But if I do not come by the dawn, and you are not discovered and overwhelmed, which should not be, seeing that one man can hold that door against many, then know that the worst has happened, and fly to Saladin and tell him of this road by which he may take vengeance upon his foe Sinan. Only then, I pray you, doubt not that I have done my best, who, if I fail, must die, most horribly. Now, farewell until we meet again, or do not meet again. Go, you know the road." They turned to obey, but when they had gone a few paces, Godwin looked round and saw Masouda watching them. The moonlight shone full upon her face, and by it he saw also that tears were running from her dark and tender eyes. Back he came again, and with him Wulf, for that sight drew them. Down he bent before her till his knees touched the ground, and taking her hand, he kissed it, and said in his gentle voice, "Henceforth, through life, through death, we serve two ladies." And what he did, Wulf did also. "Mayhap," she answered sadly, "two ladies, but one love." Then they went, and creeping through the bushes to the path, wandered about a while among the revellers, and came to the guest-house safely. Once more it was night, and high above the mountain fortress of Masyaf shone the full summer moon, lighting crag and tower as with some vast silver lamp. Forth from the guest-house gate rode the brethren side by side upon their splendid steeds, and the moon rays sparkled on their coats of mail, their polished bucklers blazoned with the cognizance of a grinning skull, their close-fitting helms, and the points of the long, tough lances that had been given them. Round them rode their escort, while in front and behind went a mob of people. The nation of the Assassins had thrown off its gloom this night. For the while it was no longer oppressed even by the fear of attack from Saladin, its mighty foe. To death it was accustomed. Death was its watchword. Death, in many dreadful forms, its daily bread. From the walls of Masyaf, day by day, Fedai went out to murder this great one or that great one, at the bidding of their lord Sinan. For the most part they came not back again. They waited week by week, month by month, year by year, till the moment was ripe, then gave the poisoned cup, or drove home the dagger, and escaped or were slain. Death waited them abroad, and if they failed, death waited them at home. Their dreadful Caliph was himself a sword of death. At his will they hurled themselves from towers or from precipices. To satisfy his policy they sacrificed their wives and children, and their reward, in life, the drugged cup and voluptuous dreams, after it, as they believed, a still more voluptuous paradise. All forms of human agony and doom were known to this people, but now they were promised an unfamiliar sight, that of Frankish knights slaying each other in single combat beneath the silent moon, tilting at full gallop upon a narrow place where many might hesitate to walk on, and, oh joy, falling perchance, horse and rider together into the depths below. So they were happy, for to them this was a night of festival, to be followed by a morrow of still greater festival, where their Sultan and their God took to himself this stranger beauty as a wife. Doubtless, too, he would soon weary of her, and they would be called together to see her cast from some topmost tower, and hear her frail bones break on the cruel rocks below, or, as had happened to the last queen, to watch her ride out her life in the pangs of poison upon a charge of sorcery. It was indeed a night of festival, a night filled full of promise of rich joys to come. On rode the brethren, with stern, impassive faces, but wondering in their hearts whether they would live to see another dawn. The shouting crowd surged round them, breaking through the circle of their guards. A hand was thrust up to Godwin. In it was a letter, which he took and read by the bright moonlight. It was written in English and brief. I cannot speak with you. God be with you both, my brothers, God and the spirit of my father. Strike home, Wulf. Strike home, Godwin, and fear not for me, who will guard myself. Conquer or die, and in life or death await me. Tomorrow in the flesh, or in the spirit, we will talk. Rosamund. Godwin handed the paper to Wulf, and as he did so, saw that the guards had caught its bearer, a withered, grey-haired woman. They asked her some questions, but she shook her head. Then they cast her down, trampled the life out of her beneath their horses' hoofs, and went on laughing. The mob laughed also. "Tear that paper up," said Godwin. Wulf did so, saying, "Our Rosamund has a brave heart. Well, we are of the same blood, and we will not fail her." Now they were come to the open space in front of the narrow bridge, where tier on tier the multitude were ranged, kept back from its centre by lines of guards. On the flat-roofed houses also they were crowded, thick as swarming bees, on the circling walls and on the battlements that protected the far end of the bridge and the houses of the outer city. Before the bridge was a low gateway, and upon its roof sat the Al-Jebal, clad in his scarlet robe of festival, and by its side, the moonlight gleaming on her jewels, Rosamund. In front, draped in a rich garment, a dagger of gems in her dark hair, stood the interpreter or mouth, Masouda, and behind were dais and guards. The brethren rode to the space before the arch and halted, saluting with their pennoned spears. Then from the further side advanced another procession, which, opening, revealed the knight Lozelle, riding on his great black horse, and a huge man and a fierce he seemed in his armour. "What?" he shouted, glowering at them. "Am I to fight one against two? Is this your chivalry?" "Nay, nay, sir traitor," answered Wulf. "Nay, nay, betrayer of Christian maids to the power of the heathen dog. You have fought Godwin. Now it is the turn of Wulf. Kill Wulf, and Godwin remains. Kill Godwin, and God remains. Knave, you look your last upon the moon." Lozelle heard and seemed to go mad with rage, or fear, or both. "Lord Sinan," he shouted in Arabic, "this is murder. Am I, who have done you so much service, to be butchered for your pleasure by the lovers of that woman whom you would honour with the name of wife?" Sinan heard and stared at him with dull, angry eyes. "Aye, you may stare," went on the maddened Lozelle, "but it is true. They are her lovers, not her brothers. Would men take so much pains for a sister's sake, think you? Would they swim into this net of yours for a sister's sake?" Sinan held up his hand for silence. "Let the lots be cast," he said. "For whatever these men are, this fight must go on, and it shall be fair." So a Fedai, standing by himself, cast lots upon the ground, and having read them, announced that Lozelle must run the first course from the further side of the bridge. Then one took his bridle to lead him across. As he passed the brethren he grinned in their faces and said, "At least this is sure. You also look your last upon the moon. I am avenged already. The bait that hooked me is a meal for yonder pike, and he will kill you both before her eyes to whet his appetite." But the brethren answered nothing. The black horse of Lozelle grew dim in the distance of the moonlight bridge, and vanished beneath the farther archway that led to the outer city. Then a herald cried, Masouda translating his words, which another herald echoed from beyond the gulf. "Thrice will the trumpets blow. At the third blast of the trumpets the knights shall charge and meet in the centre of the bridge. Thenceforward they may fight as it pleases them, a horse or a foot, with lance, with sword, or with dagger. But to the vanquished no mercy will be shown. If he be brought living from the bridge, living he shall be cast into the gulf. Hear the decree of the Al-Jebal." Then Wulf's horse was led forward to the entrance of the bridge, and from the further side was led forward the horse of Lozelle. "Good luck, brother," said Godwin as he passed him. "Would that I rode this course instead of you." "Your turn may come, brother," answered the grim Wulf as he set his lance in rest. Now from some neighbouring tower pealed out the first long blast of trumpets, and dead silence fell on all the multitude. Grooms came forward to look to to girth and bridle and stirrup strap, but Wulf waved them back. "I mind my own harness," he said. The second blast blew, and he loosened the great sword in its scabbard, that sword which had flamed in the forebearer's hand upon the turrets of Jerusalem. "Your gift," he cried back to Rosamund, and her answer came clear and sweet. "Bear it like your father's, Wulf. Bear it as it was last born in the hall at Steeple." Then there was another silence, a silence long and deep. Wulf looked at the white and narrow ribbon of the bridge, looked at the black gulf on either side, looked at the blue sky above, in which floated the great globe of the golden moon. Then he leant forward and patted Smoke upon the neck. For the third time the trumpets blew, and from either end of that bridge, 200 paces long, the knights flashed towards each other like living bolts of steel. The multitude rose to watch. Even Sinan rose. Only Rosamund sat still, gripping the cushions with her hands. Hollow rang the hoofs of the horses upon the stonework. Swifter and swifter they flew. Lower and lower bent the knights upon their saddles. Now they were near, and now they met. Their spears seemed to shiver, the horses to hustle together on the narrow way and overhang its edge. Then on came the black horse towards the inner city, and on sped Smoke towards the further gulf. "They have passed! They have passed!" roared the multitude. "Look!" Lozelle approached, reeling in his saddle, as well he might, for the helm was torn from his head, and blood ran from his skull where the lance had grazed it. "Too high, Wulf, too high," said Godwin sadly. "But oh, if those lances had but held!" Soldiers caught the horse and turned it. "Another helm!" cried Lozelle. "Nay," answered Sinan, "yonder knight has lost his shield. New lances, that is all." So they gave him a fresh lance, and presently, at the blast of the trumpets again, the horses were then speeding together over the narrow way. They met, and lo! Lozelle, torn from his saddle, but still clinging to the reins, was flung backwards, far backwards, to fall on the stonework of the bridge. Down too, beneath the mighty shock, went his black horse, a huddled heap, and lay there struggling. "Wulf will fall over him!" cried Rosamund. But Smoke did not fall. The stallion gathered itself together. The moonlight shone so clear that every watcher saw it, and since stop it could not, leapt straight over the fallen black horse, ay, and over the rider beyond, and sped on its stride. Then the black found its feet again, and galloped forward to the further gate, and Lozelle also found his feet and turned to run. "Stand! Stand, coward!" yelled 10,000 voices, and hearing them, he drew his sword and stood. Within 3 great strides, Wulf dragged his charger to its haunches, then wheeled it round. "Charge him!" shouted the multitude, but Wulf remained seated, as though unwilling to attack a horseless man. Next, he sprang from his saddle, and accompanied by the horse Smoke, which followed him as a dog follows its master, walked slowly towards Lozelle, as he walked casting away his lance and drawing the great cross-hilted sword. Again the silence fell, and through it rang the cry of Godwin, "A D'Arcy! A D'Arcy!" "A D'Arcy! A D'Arcy!" came back Wulf's answer from the bridge, and his voice echoed thin and hollow in the spaces of the gulf. Yet they rejoiced to hear it, for it told them that he was sound and strong. Wulf had no shield, and Lozelle had no helm. The fight was even. They crouched opposite each other, the swords flashed aloft in the moonlight. From far away came the distant clank of steel, a soft continual clamour of iron on iron. A blow fell on Wulf's mail, who had not wherewith to guard himself, and he staggered back. Another blow, another, and another, and back, still back he reeled, back to the edge of the bridge, back till he struck against the horse that stood behind him, and resting there a moment, as it seemed, regained his balance. Then there was a change. Look! He rushed forward, wielding the great blade in both hands. The stroke lit upon Lozel's shield and seemed to shear it in two, for in that stillness all could hear the clang of its upper half as it fell upon the stones. Beneath the weight of it he staggered, sank to his knee, gained his feet again, and in his turn gave back. Yes, now it was Lozel who rocked and reeled. Ay, by St. Chad, Lozelle, who went down beneath that mighty blow which missed the head but fell upon his shoulders, and lay there like a log, till presently the moonlight shone upon his mailed hand, stretched upward in a prayer for mercy. From housetop and terrace wall, from soaring gates and battlements, the multitude of the people of the Assassins gathered on either side the gulf broke into a roar that beat up the mountain sides like a voice of thunder, and the roar shaped itself to these words: "Kill him! Kill him! Kill him!" Sinan held up his hand, and a sudden silence fell. Then he too screamed in his thin voice, "Kill him! He is conquered!" But the great wolf only leaned upon the cross handle of his brand and looked at the fallen foe. Presently he seemed to speak with him. Then Lozelle lifted the blade that lay beside him and gave it to him in token of surrender. Wulf handled it a while, shook it on high in triumph, and whirled it about his head till it shone in the moonlight. Next, with a shout, he cast it from him far into the gulf, where it was seen for a moment, an arc of gleaming light, and the next was gone. Now, taking no more heed of the conquered knight, Wulf turned and began to walk towards his horse. Scarcely was his back towards him when Lozelle was on his feet again, a dagger in his hand. "Look behind you!" yelled Godwin, but the spectators, pleased that the fight was not yet done, broke into a roar of cheers. Wulf heard and swung round. As he faced Lozelle, the dagger struck him on the breast, and well must it have been for him that his mail was good. To use his sword he had neither space nor time, but ere the next stroke could fall, Wulf's arms were about Lozelle, and the fight for life began. To and fro they reeled and staggered, whirling round and round, till none could tell which of them was Wulf or which his foe. Now they were on the edge of the abyss, and in that last dread strain for mastery seemed to stand there still as stone. Then one man began to bend down. See, his head hung over. Further and further he went, but his arms could not be loosened. "They will both go!" cried the multitude in their joy. Look! A dagger flashed. Once, twice, thrice it gleamed, and those wrestlers fell apart, while from deep down in the gulf came the thud of a fallen body. "Which? Oh, which?" cried Rosamund from her battlement. "Sir Hugh Lozelle," answered Godwin in a solemn voice. Then the head of Rosamund fell forward on her breast, and for a while she seemed to sleep. Wulf went to his horse, turned it about on the bridge, and throwing his arm around its neck, rested for a space. Then he mounted and walked slowly towards the inner gate. Pushing through the guard and officers, Godwin rode out to meet him. "Bravely done, brother," he said when they came face to face. "Say, are you hurt?" "Bruised and shaken, no more," answered Wulf. "A good beginning, truly. Now for the rest," said Godwin. Then he glanced over his shoulder and added, "See, they are leading Rosamund away, but Sinan remains, to speak with you, doubtless, for Masouda beckons." "What shall we do?" asked Wulf. "Make a plan, brother, for my head swims." "Hear what he has to say. Then, as your horse is not wounded either, ride for it when I give the signal, as Masouda bade us. There is no other way. Pretend that you are wounded." So, Godwin leading, while the multitude roared a welcome to the conquering Wulf who had borne himself so bravely for their pleasure, they rode to the mouth of the bridge and halted in the little space before the archway. There Al-Jebal spoke by Masouda. "A noble fray," he said. "I did not think that Franks could fight so well. Say, Sir Knight, will you feast with me in my palace?" "I thank you, lord," answered Wulf, "but I must rest while my brother tends my hurts," and he pointed to blood upon his mail. "Tomorrow, if it pleases you." Sinan stared at them and stroked his beard, while they trembled, waiting for the word of fate. It came. "Good, so be it. Tomorrow I wed the Lady Rose of Roses, and you two, her brothers, shall give her to me as is fitting," and he sneered. "Then also you shall receive the reward of valour, a great reward, I promise you." While he spoke, Godwin, staring upward, had noted a little wandering cloud floating across the moon. Slowly it covered it, and the place grew dim. "Now," he whispered, and bowing to the Al-Jebal, they pushed their horses through the open gate, where the mob closed in on them, thus for a little while holding back the escort from following on their heels. They spoke to Flame and Smoke, and the good horses plunged onward side by side, separating the crowd as the prows of boats separate the water. In 10 paces it grew thin, in 30 it was behind them, for all folk were gathered about the archway where they could see, and none beyond. Forward they cantered till the broad road turned to the left, and in that faint light they were hidden. "Away!" said Godwin, shaking his reins. Forward leapt the horses at speed. Again Godwin turned, taking that road which ran round the city wall and through the gardens, leaving the guest castle to the left, whereas their escort followed that whereby they had come, which passed along the main street of the inner town, thinking that they were ahead of them. 3 minutes more and they were in the lonely gardens, in which that night no women wandered and no neophytes dreamed in the pavilions. "Wulf," said Godwin, as they swept forward, skimming the turf like swallows, "draw your sword and be ready. Remember the secret cave may be guarded, and if so we must kill or be killed." Wulf nodded, and next instant 2 long blades flashed in the moonlight, for the little cloud had passed away. Within 100 paces of them rose the tall rock, but between it and the mound were 2 mounted guards. These heard the beating of horses' hoofs, and wheeling about, stared to see 2 armed knights sweeping down upon them like a whirlwind. They called to them to stop, hesitating, then rode forward a few paces as though wondering whether this were not a vision. In a moment the brethren were on them. The soldiers lifted their lances, but ere they could thrust, the sword of Godwin had caught one between neck and shoulder and sunk to his breastbone, while the sword of Wulf, used as a spear, had pierced the other through and through, so that those men fell dead by the door of the mound, never knowing who had slain them. The brethren pulled upon their bridles and spoke to Flame and Smoke, halting them within a score of yards. Then they wheeled round and sprang from their saddles. One of the dead guards still held his horse's reins, and the other beast stood by snorting. Godwin caught it before it stirred, then holding all 4 of them, threw the key to Wulf and bade him unlock the door. Soon it was done, although he staggered at the task. Then he held the horses while one by one Godwin led them in, and that without trouble, for the beasts thought that this was but a cave-hewn stable of a kind to which they were accustomed. "What of the dead men?" said Wulf. they had best keep us company," answered Godwin, and running out he carried in first one and then the other. "Swift," he said, as he threw down the second corpse. "Shut the door. I caught sight of horsemen riding through the trees. Nay, they saw nothing." So they locked the massive door and barred it, and with beating hearts waited in the dark, expecting every moment to hear soldiers battering at its timbers. But no sound came. The searchers, if such they were, had passed on to seek elsewhere. Now, while Wulf made shift to fasten up the horses near the mouth of the cave, Godwin gathered stones as large as he could lift and piled them up against the door, till they knew that it would take many men an hour or more to break through. For this door was banded with iron and set fast in the living rock. Chapter 15 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades, by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in July 2012. Chapter 15. The Flight to Emesa. Then came the weariest time of waiting the brethren had ever known or were to know, although at first they did not feel it so long and heavy. Water trickled from the walls of this cave, and Wulf, who was parched with thirst, gathered it in his hands and drank till he was satisfied. Then he let it run upon his head to cool its aching, and Godwin bathed such of his brother's hurts and bruises as he could be come at, for he did not dare to remove the hauberk, and so gave him comfort. When this was done, and he had looked to the saddles and trappings of the horses, Wulf told of all that had passed between him and Lozelle on the bridge, how at the first onset his spear had caught in the links of and torn away the headpiece of his foe, who, if the lacings had not burst, would have hurled him to death, while that of Lozelle struck his buckler fair and shattered on it, rendering it from his arm. How they pushed past each other, and for a moment the 4 hooves of smoke hung over the abyss, so that he thought he was surely sped. How at the next course Lozelle's spear passed beneath his arm, while his, striking full upon Sir Hugh's breast, brought down the black horse and his rider as though a thunderbolt had smitten them, and how smoke, that could not check its furious pace, leapt over them as a horse leaps a-hunting. How he would not ride down Lozelle, but dismounted to finish the fray in knightly fashion, and being shieldless, received the full weight of the great sword upon his mail, so that he staggered back and would have fallen had he not struck against the horse. Then he told of the blows that followed, and of this last that wounded Lozelle, shearing through his mail and felling him as an ox is felled by the butcher. How also, when he sprang forward to kill him, this mighty and brutal man had prayed for mercy, prayed it in the name of Christ and of their own mother, whom as a child he knew in Essex. How he could not slaughter him, being helpless, but turned away, saying that he left him to be dealt with Al-Jebal, whereupon this treacherous dog sprang up and strove to knife him. He told also of their last fearful struggle, and how, shaken as he was by the blow upon his back, although the point of the dagger had not pierced his mail, he strove with Lozelle, man to man, till at length his youth, great natural strength, and the skill he had in wrestling, learnt in many a village bout at home, enabled him to prevail, and while they hung together on the perilous edge of the gulf, to free his right hand, draw his poniard, and make an end. Yet, added Wulf, never shall I forget the look of that man's eyes as he fell backwards, or the whistling scream which came from his pierced throat. At least there is a rogue the less in the world, although he was a brave one in his own knavish fashion, answered Godwin. Moreover, my brother, he added, placing his arm about Wulf's neck, I am glad it fell to you to fight him, for at the last grip your might overcame, where I, who am not so strong, should have failed. Further, I think you did well to show mercy, as a good knight should, that thereby you have gained great honour, and that if his spirit can see through the darkness, our dead uncle is proud of you now, as I am, my brother." "I thank you," replied Wulf simply. "But in this hour of torment, who can think of such things as honour gained?" Then, lest he should grow stiff, who was sorely bruised beneath his mail, they began to walk up and down the cave from where the horses stood to where the two dead assassins lay by the door, the faint light gleaming upon their stern, dark features. Ill company they seemed in that silent, lonely place. The time crept on. The moon sank towards the mountains. "What if they do not come?" asked Wulf. "Let us wait to think of it till dawn," answered Godwin. Again they walked the length of the cave and back. "How can they come, the door being barred?" asked Wulf. "How did Masouda come and go?" answered Godwin. "Oh, question me no more. It is in the hand of God." "Look," said Wulf in a whisper. "Who stand yonder at the end of the cave, there by the dead men?" "Their spirits, perchance," answered Godwin, drawing his sword and leaning forward. Then he looked, and true enough there stood two figures, faintly outlined in the gloom. They glided towards them, and now the level moonlight shone upon their white robes and gleamed in the gems they wore. "I cannot see them," said a voice. "Oh, those dead soldiers, what do they portend?" "At least yonder stand their horses," answered another voice. Now the brethren guessed the truth, and like men in a dream stepped forward from the shadow of the wall. "Rosamund!" they said. "Oh, Godwin! Oh, Wulf!" she cried in answer. "Oh, Jesu, I thank thee, thee and this brave woman," and casting her arms about Masouda, she kissed her on the face. Masouda pushed her back and said in a voice that was almost harsh, "It is not fitting, princess, that your pure lips should touch the cheek of a woman of the Assassins." But Rosamund would not be repulsed. "It is most fitting," she sobbed, "that I should give you thanks, who but for you must also have become a woman of the Assassins, or an inhabitant of the House of Death." Then Masouda kissed her back, and thrusting her away into the arms of Wulf, said roughly, "So, pilgrims Peter and John, your patron saints have brought you through so far, and, John, you fight right well. Nay, do not stop for our story, if you wish us to live to tell it. What? You have the soldiers' horses with your own? Well done. I did not credit you with so much wit. Now, Sir Wulf, can you walk? Yes, so much the better. It will save you a rough ride, for this place is steep, though not so steep as one you know of. Now set the princess upon Flame, for no cat is surer footed than that horse, as you may remember, Peter. I, who know the path, will lead it. John, take you the other two. Peter, do you follow last of all with Smoke, and if they hang back, prick them with your sword. Come, Flame. Do not be afraid, Flame. Where I go you can come." And Masouda thrust her way through the bushes and over the edge of the cliff, talking to the snorting horse and patting its neck. A minute more and they were scrambling down a mountain ridge, so steep that it seemed as though they must fall and be dashed to pieces at the bottom. Yet they fell not, for, made as it had been to meet such hours of need, this road was safer than it appeared, with ridges cut in the rock at the worst places. Down they went, and down, till at length, panting but safe, they stood at the bottom of the darksome gulf where only the starlight shone, for here the rays of the low moon could not reach. "Mount," said Masouda. "Princess, stay you on Flame. He is the surest and swiftest. Sir Wulf, keep your own horse Smoke. Your brother and I will ride those of the soldiers. Though not very swift, doubtless they are good beasts, and accustomed to such roads." Then she leapt to the saddle, as a woman born in the desert can, and pushed her horse in front. For a mile or more Masouda led them along the rocky bottom of the gulf, where because of the stones they could only travel at a foot pace, till they came to a deep cleft on the left hand, up which they began to ride. By now the moon was quite behind the mountains, and such faint light as came from the stars began to be obscured with drifting clouds. Still they stumbled on till they reached a little glade where water ran and grass grew. "Halt," said Masouda. "Here we must wait till dawn, for in this darkness the horses cannot keep their footing on the stones. Moreover, all about us lie precipices, over one of which we might fall." "But they will pursue us," pleaded Rosamund. "Not until they have light to see by," answered Masouda. "Or at least we must take the risk, for to go forward would be madness. Sit down and rest a while, and let the horses drink a little and eat a mouthful of grass, holding their reins in our hands, for we and they may need all our strength before tomorrow's sun is set. Sir Wulf, say, are you much hurt?" "But very little," he answered in a cheerful voice. "A few bruises beneath my mail, that is all, for Lozelle's sword was heavy. Tell us, I pray you, what happened after we rode away from the castle bridge." "This, knights. The princess here, being overcome, was escorted by the slaves back to her chambers, but Sinan bade me stay with him a while that he might speak to you through me. Do you know what was in his mind? To have you killed at once, both of you, whom Lozelle had told him were this lady's lovers and not her brothers. Only he feared that there might be trouble with the people, who were pleased with the fighting, so held his hand. Then he bade you to the supper, whence you would not have returned. But when Wulf said that he was hurt, I whispered to him that what he wished to do could best be done on the morrow at the wedding feast, when he was in his own halls, surrounded by his own guards. Aye, he answered, these brethren shall fight with them until they are driven into the gulf. It will be a goodly sight for me and my queen to see." "Oh, horrible, horrible!" said Rosamund, while Godwin muttered, "I swear that I would have fought, not with his guards, but with Sinan only." "So he suffered you to go, and I left him also. Before I went he spoke to me, bidding me bring the princess to him privately within 2 hours after we had supped, as he wished to speak to her alone about the ceremony of her marriage on the morrow, and to make her gifts. I answered aloud that his commands should be obeyed, and I hurried to the guest castle. There I found your lady recovered from her faintness, but mad with fear, and forced her to eat and drink. The rest is short. Before the 2 hours were gone, a messenger came saying that the Al-Jebal bade me to do what he had commanded. 'Return,' I answered. 'The princess adorns herself. We follow presently, alone, as it is commanded.' Then I threw this cloak about her, and bade her be brave, and if we failed, to choose whether she would take Sinan or death for lord. Next I took the ring you had, the signet of the dead Al-Jebal, who gave it to your kinsman, and held it before the slaves, who bowed and let me pass. We came to the guards, and to them again I showed the ring. They bowed also, but when they saw that we turned down the passage to the left, and not to the right, as we should have done to come to the doors of the inner palace, they would have stopped us. 'Acknowledge the signet,' I answered. 'Dogs, what is it to you which road the signet takes?' Then they also let us pass. Now, following the passage, we were out of the guest house and in the gardens, and I led her to what is called the prison tower, whence runs the secret way. Here were more guards, whom I bade open in the name of Sinan. They said, 'We obey not. This place is shut, save to the signet itself.' 'Behold it,' I answered. The officer looked and said, 'It is the very signet, sure enough, and there is no other.' Yet he paused, studying the black stone veined with the red dagger and the ancient writing on it. 'Are you then weary of life?' I asked. 'Fool, the Al-Jebal himself would keep a tryst within this house, which he enters secretly from the palace. Woe to you if he does not find his lady there.' "It is the signet that he must have sent, sure enough," the captain said again, "to disobey which is death." "Yes, open, open," whispered his companions. So they opened, though doubtfully, and we entered, and I barred the door behind us. Then, to be short, through the darkness of the tower basement, guiding ourselves by the wall, we crept to the entrance of that way of which I know the secret. Ay, and along all its length, and through the rock door of escape, at the end of which I set so that none can turn it, save skilled masons with their tools, and into the cave where we found you. It was no great matter having the signet, although without the signet it had not been possible tonight, when every gate is guarded." "No great matter!" gasped Rosamund. "Oh, Godwin and Wulf, if you could know how she thought of and made ready everything, if you could have seen how all those cruel men glared at us, searching out our very souls, if you could have heard how high she answered them, waving that ring before their eyes and bidding them to obey its presence, or to die—" "Which they surely have done by now," broke in Masouda quietly, "though I do not pity them who were wicked. Nay, thank me not. I have done what I promised to do, neither less nor more, and I love danger and a high stake. Tell us your story, Sir Godwin." So, seated there on the grass in the darkness, he told them of their mad ride and of the slaying of the guards, while Rosamund raised her hands and thanked heaven for its mercies, and that they were without those accursed walls. "You may be within them again before sunset," said Masouda grimly. "Yes," answered Wulf, "but not alive. Now, what plan have you? To ride for the coast towns?" "No," replied Masouda, "at least not straight, since to do so we must pass through the country of the Assassins, who by this day's light will be warned to watch for us. We must ride through the desert mountain lands to Emesa, many miles away, and cross the Orontes there, then down into Baalbec, and so back to Beirut." "Emesa," said Godwin. "Why, Saladin holds that place, and of Baalbec the lady Rosamund is princess." "Which is best?" asked Masouda shortly, "that she should fall into the hands of Saladin, or back into those of the master of the Assassins? Choose which you wish." "I choose Saladin," broke in Rosamund, "for at least he is my uncle and will do me no wrong." Nor, knowing the case, did the others gainsay her. Now at length the summer day began to break, and while it was still too dark to travel, Godwin and Rosamund let the horses graze, holding them by their bridles. Masouda also, taking off the hauberk of Wulf, doctored his bruises as best she could with the crushed leaves of a bush that grew by the stream, having first washed them with water, and though the time was short, eased him much. Then, so soon as the dawn was grey, having drunk their fill, and as they had nothing else, eaten some watercress that grew in the stream, they tightened their saddle girths and started. Scarcely had they gone 100 yards when, from the gulf beneath, that was hidden in grey mist, they heard the sound of horses' hoofs and men's voices. "Push on," said Masouda. "Al-Jebal is on our tracks." Upwards they climbed through the gathering light, skirting the edge of dreadful precipices, which in the gloom it would have been impossible to pass, till at length they reached a great tableland that ran to the foot of some mountains a dozen miles or more away. Among those mountains soared two peaks, set close together. To these Masouda pointed, saying that their road ran between them, and that beyond lay the valley of the Orontes. While she spoke, far behind them they heard the sound of men shouting, although they could see nothing because of the dense mist. "Push on," said Masouda. "There is no time to spare." And they went forward, but only at a hand gallop, for the ground was still rough and the light uncertain. When they had covered some 6 miles of the distance between them and the mountain pass, the sun rose suddenly and sucked up the mist. This was what they saw. Before them lay a flat, sandy plain, behind the stony ground that they had traversed, and riding over it 2 miles from them some 20 men of the Assassins. "They cannot catch us," said Wulf, but Masouda pointed to the right, where the mist still hung, and said, "Yonder I see spears." Presently it thinned, and there a league away they saw a great body of mounted soldiers. Perhaps there were 400. "Look," she said, "they have come round during the night, as I feared they would. Now we must cross the path before them or be taken," and she struck her horse fiercely with a stick she had cut at the stream. Half a mile further on, a shout from the great body of men to their right, which was answered by another shout from those behind, told them that they were seen. "On!" said Masouda. "The race will be close." So they began to gallop their best. 2 miles were done, but although that behind was far off, the great cloud of dust to their right grew ever nearer, till it seemed as though it must reach the mouth of the mountain pass before them. Then Godwin spoke. "Wulf and Rosamund, ride on. Your horses are swift and can outpace them. At the crest of the mountain pass, wait a while to breathe the beast, and see if we come. If not, ride on, and God be with you." "Aye," said Masouda, "ride and head for the Emesa bridge. It can be seen from far, and there yield yourself to the officers of Saladin." They hung back, but in a stern voice Godwin repeated, "Ride, I command you both." "For Rosamund's sake, so be it," answered Wulf. Then he called to Smoke and Flame, and they stretched themselves out upon the sand and passed thence swifter than swallows. Soon Godwin and Masouda, toiling behind, saw them enter the mouth of the pass. "Good," she said. "Except those of their own breed, there are no horses in Syria that can catch those two. They will come to Emesa, have no fear." "Who was the man who brought them to us?" asked Godwin, as they galloped side by side, their eyes fixed upon the ever-nearing cloud of dust in which the spear points sparkled. "My father's brother, my uncle, as I called him," she answered. "He is a sheik of the desert, who owns the ancient breed that cannot be bought for gold." "Then you are not of the Assassins, Masouda?" "No, I may tell you, now that the end seems near. My father was an Arab, my mother a noble Frank, a French woman, whom he found starving in the desert after a fight, and took to his tent and made his wife. The Assassins fell upon us and killed him and her, and captured me as a child of 12. Afterwards, when I grew older, being beautiful in those days, I was taken to the harem of Sinan, and although in secret I had been bred up a Christian by my mother, they swore me of his accursed faith. Now you will understand why I hate him so sorely, who murdered my father and mother and made me what I am. Why I hold myself so vile also. Yes, I have been forced to serve as his spy or be killed, who, although he believed me his faithful slave, desired first to be avenged upon him." "I do not hold you vile," panted Godwin, as he spurred his labouring steed. "I hold you most noble." "I rejoice to hear it before we die," she answered, looking him in the eyes in such a fashion that he dropped his head before her burning gaze. "Who hold you dear, Sir Godwin, for whose sake I have dared these things, although I am naught to you. Nay, speak not. The Lady Rosamund has told me all that story, except its answer." Now they were off the sand over which they had been racing side by side, and beginning to breast the mountain slope, nor was Godwin sorry that the clatter of their horses' hoofs upon the stones prevented further speech between them. So far they had outpaced the Assassins, who had a longer and a rougher road to travel. But the great cloud of dust was not 700 yards away, and in front of it, shaking their spears, rode some of the best mounted of their soldiers. "These horses still have strength. They are better than I thought them," cried Masouda. "They will not gain on us across the mountains, but afterwards—" For the next league they spoke no more, who must keep their horses from falling as they toiled up the steep path. At length they reached the crest, and there on the very top of it saw Wulf and Rosamund standing by Flame and Smoke. "They rest," said Godwin. Then he shouted, "Mount! Mount! The foe is close!" So they climbed their saddles again, and all four of them together began to descend the long slope that stretched to the plain 2 leagues beneath. Far off across this plain ran a broad silver streak, beyond which from that height they could see the walls of a city. "The Orontes!" cried Masouda. "Cross that, and we are safe." But Godwin looked first at his horse, then at Masouda, and shook his head. Well might he do so, for, stout-hearted as they were, the beasts were much distressed that had galloped so far without drawing rein. Down the steep road they plunged, panting. Indeed, at times it was hard to keep them on their feet. "They will reach the plain no more," said Godwin, and Masouda nodded. The descent was almost done, and not a mile behind them the white-robed assassins streamed endlessly. Godwin plied his spurs and Masouda her whip, although with little hope, for they knew that the end was near. Down the last declivity they rushed, till suddenly, as they reached its foot, Masouda's horse reeled, stopped, and sank to the ground, while Godwin's pulled up beside it. "Ride on!" he cried to Masouda and Wulf in front, but they would not. He stormed at them, but they replied, "Nay, we will die together." Masouda looked at the horses Flame and Smoke, which seemed but little troubled. "So be it," she said. "They have carried double before, and must again. Mount in front of the lady, Sir Godwin, and Sir Wulf, give me your hand, and you will learn what this breed can do." So they mounted. Forward started Flame and Smoke with a long, swinging gallop, while from the assassins above, who thought that they held them, went up a shout of rage and wonder. "Their horses are also tired, and we may beat them yet," called the dauntless Masouda. But Godwin and Wulf looked sadly at the 10 miles of plain between them and the river bank. On they went, and on. A quarter of it was done. Half of it was done. But now the first of the Fedai hung upon their flanks, not 200 yards behind. Little by little this distance lessened. At length they were scarcely 50 yards away, and one of them flung a spear. In her terror Rosamund sobbed aloud. "Spur the horses, knights!" cried Masouda, and for the first time they spurred them. At the sting of steel, Flame and Smoke sprang forward as though they had but just left their stable door, and the gap between pursuers and pursued widened. 2 more miles were done, and scarce 7 furlongs from them they saw the broad mouth of the bridge, while the towers of Emesa beyond seemed so close that in this clear air they could discern the watchmen outlined against the sky. Then they descended a little valley and lost sight of bridge and town. At the rise of the opposing slope the strength of Flame and Smoke at last began to fail beneath their double burdens. They panted and trembled, and, save in short rushes, no longer answered to the spur. The assassins saw and came on with wild shouts. Nearer and nearer they drew, and the sound of their horses' hoofs beating on the sand was like the sound of thunder. Now once more they were 50 yards away, and now but 30, and again the spears began to flash, though none struck them. Masouda screamed to the horses in Arabic, and gallantly did they struggle, plunging up the hill with slow, convulsive bounds. Godwin and Wulf looked at each other, then, at a signal, checked their speed, leapt to earth, and turning, drew their swords. "On!" they cried, and lightened of their weight, once more the reeling horses plunged forward. The assassins were upon them. Wulf struck a mighty blow and emptied the saddle of the first, then was swept to earth. As he fell, from behind him he heard a scream of joy, and struggling to his knees looked round. Lo! from over the crest of the rise rushed squadron upon squadron of turbaned cavalry, who as they came set their lances in rest and shouted, "Saladin! Saladin!" The assassins saw also, and turned to fly. Too late. "A horse! A horse!" screamed Godwin in Arabic, and presently, how he never knew, found himself mounted and charging with the Saracens. To Wulf, too, a horse was brought, but he could not struggle to its saddle. Thrice he strove, then fell backwards and lay upon the sand, waving his sword and shouting where he lay, while Masouda stood by him, a dagger in her hand, and with her Rosamund upon her knees. Now the pursuers were the pursued, and dreadful was the reckoning that they must pay. Their horses were outworn, and could not fly at speed. Some of the Fedai were cut down upon them, some dismounted and gathering themselves in little groups fought bravely till they were slain, while a few were taken prisoners. Of all that great troop of men, not a score won back alive to Masyaf to make report to their master of how the chase of his lost bride had ended. A while later, and Wulf from his seat upon the ground saw Godwin riding back towards him, his red sword in his hand. With him rode a sturdy, bright-eyed man, gorgeously apparelled, at the sight of whom Rosamund sprang to her feet. Then, as he dismounted, ran forward, and with a little cry cast her arms about him. "Hassan! Prince Hassan, is it indeed you? Oh, God be praised!" she gasped. Then, had not Masouda caught her, would have fallen. The emir looked at her, her long hair loose, her face stained, her veil torn, but still clad in the silk and gleaming gems with which she had been decked as the bride-elect of Al-Jebal. Then low to the earth he bent his knee, while the grave Saracens watched, and taking the hem of her garment, he kissed it. "Allah be praised indeed," he said. "I, his unworthy servant, thank him from my heart, who never thought to see you living more. Soldiers, salute. Before you stands the Lady Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbec, and niece of your lord, Saladin, Commander of the Faithful." Then, in stately salutation to this dishevelled, outworn, but still queenly woman, uprose hand and spear and scimitar, while Wulf cried from where he lay, "Why, it is our merchant of the drugged wine, none other! Oh, Sir Saracen, does not the memory of that chapman's trick shame you now?" The emir Hassan heard and grew red, muttering in his beard, "Like you, Sir Wulf, I am the slave of fate, and must obey. Be not bitter against me till you know all." "I am not bitter," answered Wulf, "but I always pay for my drink, and we will settle that score yet, as I have sworn." "Hush," broke in Rosamund. "Although he stole me, he is also my deliverer and friend through many a peril, and had it not been for him, by now—" and she shuddered. "I do not know all the story, but, Princess, it seems that you should thank not me, but these goodly cousins of yours, and those splendid horses," and Hassan pointed to Smoke and Flame, which stood by quivering with hollow flanks and drooping heads. "There is another whom I must thank also, this noble woman, as you will call her also when you hear the story," said Rosamund, flinging her arm about the neck of Masouda. "My master will reward her," said Hassan. "But oh, lady, what must you think of me who seemed to desert you so basely? Yet I reasoned well. In the castle of that son of Satan Sinan," and he spat upon the ground, "I could not have aided you, for there he would only have butchered me. But by escaping I thought that I might help, so I bribed the Frankish knave with the priceless star of my house, and he touched the great jewel that he wore in his turban, and with what money I had, to loose my bonds, and while he pouched the gold, I stabbed him with his own knife and fled. But this morning I reached yonder city in command of 10,000 men, charged to rescue you if I could, if not, to avenge you, for the ambassadors of Saladin informed me of your plight. An hour ago the watchmen on the towers reported that they saw 2 horses galloping across the plain beneath a double burden, pursued by soldiers whom from their robes they took to be assassins. So, as I have a quarrel with the assassins, I crossed the bridge, formed up 500 men in a hollow, and waited, never guessing that it was you who fled. You know the rest, and the assassins know it also, for," he added grimly, "you have been well avenged." "Follow it up," said Wulf, "and the vengeance shall be better, for I will show you the secret way into Masyaf. Or, if I cannot, Godwin will, and there you may hurl Sinan from his own towers." Hassan shook his head and answered, "I should like it well, for with this magician my master also has an ancient quarrel, but he has other feuds upon his hands," and he looked meaningly at Wulf and Godwin, "and my orders were to rescue the princess and no more. Well, she has been rescued, and some hundreds of heads have paid the price of all that she has suffered. Also, that secret way of yours will be safe enough by now, so there I let the matter bide, glad enough that it has ended thus. Only I warn you all, and myself also, to walk warily, since, if I know aught of him, Sinan's Fedai will henceforth dog the steps of every one of us, striving to bring us to our ends by murder. Now, here come litters. Enter them, all of you, and be borne to the city, who have ridden far enough today. Fear not for your horses. They shall be led in gently, and saved alive, if skill and care can save them. I go to count the slain, and will join you presently in the citadel." So the bearers came and lifted up Wulf and helped Godwin from his horse, for now that all was over he could scarcely stand, and with him Rosamund and Masouda. Placing them in the litters, they carried them, escorted by cavalry, across the bridge of the Orontes into the city of Emesa, where they lodged them in the citadel. Here also, after giving them a drink of barley gruel and rubbing their backs and legs with ointment, they led the horses Smoke and Flame slowly, with great trouble, for these could hardly stir, and laid them down on thick beds of straw, tempting them with food, which after a while they ate. The four, Rosamund, Masouda, Godwin, and Wulf, ate also of some soup, with wine in it, and after the hurts of Wulf had been tended by a skilled doctor, went to their beds, whence they did not rise again for 2 days. Chapter 16 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in July 2012. Chapter 16. The Sultan Saladin. In the third morning, Godwin awoke to see the ray of sunrise streaming through the latticed window. They fell upon another bed near by, where Wulf still lay sleeping, a bandage on his head that had been hurt in the last charge against the assassins, and other bandages about his arms and body, which were much bruised in the fight upon the dreadful bridge. Wondrous was it to Godwin to watch him lying there, sleeping healthily, notwithstanding his injuries, and to think of what they had gone through together with so little harm, to think also of how they had rescued Rosamund out of the very mouth of that earthly hell, of which he could see the peaks through the open window place, out of the very hands of that fiend, its ruler. Reckoning the tale day by day, he reflected on their adventures since they landed at Beirut, and saw how heaven had guided their every step. In face of the warnings that were given them to visit the Al-Jebal and his stronghold had seemed a madness. Yet there, where none could have thought that she would be, they had found Rosamund. There they had been avenged upon the false knight, Sir Hugh Lozelle, who had betrayed her first to Saladin, then to Sinan, and sent him down to death and judgment, and thence they had rescued Rosamund. Oh, how wise they had been to obey the dying words of their uncle, Sir Andrew, who doubtless was given foresight at the end. God and his saints had helped them, who could not have helped themselves, and his minister had been Masouda. But for Masouda, Rosamund would by now be lost or dead, and they, if their lives were still left to them, would be wanderers in the great land of Syria, seeking for one who never could be found. Why had Masouda done these things again and again, putting her own life upon the hazard to save theirs and the honour of another woman? As he asked himself the question, Godwin felt the red blood rise to his face. Because she hated Sinan, who had murdered her parents and degraded her, she said, and doubtless that had to do with the matter. But it was no longer possible to hide the truth. She loved him, and had loved him from the first hour when they met. He had always suspected it, in that wild trial of the horses upon the mountain-side, when she sat with her arms about him, and her face pressed against his face, when she kissed his feet after he had saved her from the lion, and many another time. But as they followed Wulf and Rosamund up the mountain pass, while the host of the assassins thundered at their heels, and in broken gasps she had told him of her sad history, then it was that he grew sure. Then, too, he had said that he held her not vile, but noble, as indeed he did, and, thinking their death upon them, she had answered that she held him dear, and looked on him as a woman looks upon her only love, a message in her eyes that no man could fail to read. Yet, if this were so, why had Masouda saved Rosamund, the lady to whom she knew well that he was sworn? Reared among those cruel folk who could wade to their desire through blood and think it honour, would she not have left her rival to her doom, seeing that oaths do not hold beyond the grave? An answer came into the heart of Godwin, at the very thought of which he turned pale and trembled. His brother was also sworn to Rosamund, and she in her soul must be sworn to one of them. Was it not to Wulf? Wulf, who was handsomer and more strong than he, to Wulf, the conqueror of Lozelle. Had Rosamund told Masouda this? Nay, surely not. Yet women can read each other's hearts, piercing veils through which no man may see, and perchance Masouda had read the heart of Rosamund. She stood behind her during the dreadful duel at the gate, and watched her face when Wulf's death seemed sure. She might have heard words that broke in agony from her lips in those moments of torment. Oh, without doubt it was so, and Masouda had protected Rosamund because she knew that her love was for Wulf and not for him. The thought was very bitter, and in its pain Godwin groaned aloud, while a fierce jealousy of the brave and handsome knight who slept at his side, dreaming doubtless of the fame that he had won and the reward by which it would be crowned, gripped his vitals like the icy hand of death. Then Godwin remembered the oath that they two had sworn far away in the priory at Stangate, and the love, passing the love of woman, which he bore towards his brother, and the duty of a Christian warrior whereto he was vowed, and hiding his face in his pillow, he prayed for strength. It would seem that it came to him. At least, when he lifted his head again the jealousy was gone, and only the great grief remained. Fear remained also, for what of Masouda? How should he deal with her? He was certain that this was no fancy which would pass until her life passed with it, and beautiful as she was, and noble as she was, he did not wish her love. He could find no answer to these questions, save this, that things must go on as they were decreed. For himself, he, Godwin, would strive to do his duty, to keep his hands clean and await the end, whatever that might be. Wulf woke up, stretched his arms, exclaimed because that action hurt him, grumbled at the brightness of the light upon his eyes, and said that he was very hungry. Then he arose, and with the help of Godwin dressed himself, but not in his armour. Here, with the yellow-coated soldiers of Saladin, grave-faced and watchful, pacing before their door, for night and day they were trebly guarded, lest assassins should creep in, there was no need for mail. In the fortress of Masyaf, indeed, where they were also guarded, it had been otherwise. Wulf heard the step of the sentries on the cemented pavement without, and shook his great shoulders as though he shivered. "That sound makes my backbone cold," he said. "For a moment, as my eyes opened, I thought that we were back again in the guest chambers of Al-Jebal, where folk crept around us as we slept and murderers marched to and fro outside the curtains, fingering their knife points. Well, whatever there is to come, thank the saints that is done with. I tell you, brother, I have had enough of mountains and narrow bridges and assassins. Henceforth I desire to live upon a flat with never a hill in sight, amidst honest folk as stupid as their own sheep, who go to church on Sundays and get drunk, not with hatchets, but on brown ale brought to them by no white-robed sorceress, but by a draggle-tailed wench in a tavern with her musty bed straw still sticking in her hair. Give me the saltings of Essex, with the east winds blowing over them, and the primroses abloom upon the bank, and the lanes fetlock deep in mud. And for your share, you may take all the scented gardens of Sinon, and the cups and jewels of his ladies, with the fightings and adventures of the Golden East thrown in." "I never sought these things, and we are a long way from Essex," answered Godwin shortly. "No," said Wulf, "but they seem to seek you. What news of Masouda? Have you seen her while I slept, which has been long?" "I have seen no one except the apothecary who attended you, the slaves who brought us food, and last evening the Prince Hassan, who came to see how we fared. He told me that, like yourself, Rosamund and Masouda slept." "I am glad to hear it," answered Wulf, "for certainly their rest was earned. By St. Chad, what a woman is this Masouda! A heart of fire and nerves of steel. Beautiful, too, most beautiful, and the best horsewoman that ever sat a steed. Had it not been for her, by heaven, when I think of it, I feel as though I loved her. Don't you?" "No," said Godwin, still more shortly. "Ah, well, I dare say she can love enough for two, who does nothing by halves, and, all things considered," he added with one of his great laughs, "I am glad it is I of whom she thinks so little. Yes, I who adore her as though she were my patron saint. Hark, the guards challenge!" And forgetting where he was, he snatched at his sword. Then the door opened, and through it appeared the Emir Hassan, who saluted them in the name of Allah, searching them with his quiet eyes. "Few would judge to look at you, Sir Knights," he said with a smile, "that you have been the guests of the old man of the mountain, and left his house so hastily by the back door. 3 days more and you will be as lusty as when we met beyond the seas upon the wharf by a certain creek. Oh, you are brave men, both of you, though you be infidels, from which error may the Prophet guide you. Brave men, the flower of knighthood. I, Hassan, who have known many Frankish knights, say it from my heart." And placing his hand to his turban, he bowed before them in admiration that was not feigned. "We thank you, Prince, for your praise," said Godwin gravely, but Wulf stepped forward, took his hand, and shook it. "That was an ill trick, Prince, which you played us yonder in England," he said, "and one that brought as good a warrior as ever drew a sword, our uncle Sir Andrew D'Arcy, to an end sad as it was glorious. Still, you obeyed your master, and because of all that has happened since, I forgive you and call you friend, although should we ever meet in battle, I still hope to pay you for that drugged wine." Here Hassan bowed and said softly, "I admit that the debt is owing. Also, that none sorrow more for the death of the noble Lord D'Arcy than I, your servant, who, by the will of God, brought it upon him. When we meet, Sir Wulf, in war, and that, I think, will be an ill hour for me, strike and strike home. I shall not complain. Meanwhile, we are friends, and in very truth all that I have is yours. But now I come to tell you that the Princess Rose of the World, Allah bless her footsteps, is recovered from her fatigues, and desires that you should breakfast with her in an hour's time. Also the doctor waits to tend your bruises, and slaves to lead you to the bath and clothe you. Nay, leave your hauberk. Here the faith of Saladin and of his servants is your best armour." "Still, I think that we will take them," said Godwin, "for faith is a poor defence against the daggers of these assassins, who dwell not so far away." "True," answered Hassan, "I had forgotten." So thus they departed. An hour later they were led to the hall, where presently came Rosamund, and with her Masouda and Hassan. She was dressed in the rich robes of an Eastern lady, but the gems with which she had been adorned as the bride-elect of Al-Jebal were gone, and when she lifted her veil, the brethren saw that though her face was still somewhat pallid, her strength had come back to her, and the terror had left her eyes. She greeted them with sweet and gentle words, thanking first Godwin and then Wulf for all that they had done, and turning to Masouda, who stood by stately and watchful, thanked her also. Then they sat down and ate with light hearts and a good appetite. Before their meal was finished, the guard at the door announced that messengers had arrived from the Sultan. They entered, grey-haired men clad in the robes of secretaries, whom Hassan hastened to greet. When they were seated and had spoken with him a while, one of them drew forth a letter, which Hassan, touching his forehead with it in token of respect, gave to Rosamund. She broke its seal, and seeing that it was in Arabic, handed it to her cousin, saying, "Do you read it, Godwin, who are more learned than I." So he read aloud, translating the letter sentence by sentence. This was its purport: Saladin, commander of the faithful, the strong to aid, to his niece, beloved Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbec. Our servant, the Emir Hassan, has sent us tidings of your rescue from the power of the accursed Lord of the Mountain, Sinan, and that you are now safe in our city of Emesa, guarded by many thousands of our soldiers, and with you a woman named Masouda, and your kinsmen, the 2 Frankish knights, by whose skill in arms and courage you were saved. Now, this is to command you to come to our court at Damascus, so soon as you may be fit to travel, knowing that here you will be received with love and honour. Also, I invite your kinsmen to accompany you, since I knew their father and would welcome knights who have done such great deeds, and the woman Masouda with them. Or, if they prefer it, all 3 of them may return to their own lands and peoples. Hasten, my niece, Lady Rose of the World, hasten, for my spirit seeks you, and my eyes desire to look upon you. In the name of Allah, greeting." "You have heard," said Rosamund, as Godwin finished reading the scroll. "Now, my cousins, what will you do?" "What else but go with you, whom we have come so far to seek?" answered Wulf, and Godwin nodded his head in assent. "And you, Masouda?" "I, lady? Oh, I go also, since were I to return yonder," and she nodded towards the mountains, "my greeting would be one that I do not wish." "Do you note their words, Prince Hassan?" asked Rosamund. "I expected no other," he answered with a bow. "Only, knights, you must give me a promise, for even in the midst of my army such is needful from men who can fly like birds out of the fortress of Masyaf, and from the knives of the assassins, who are mounted, moreover, on the swiftest horses in Syria, that have been trained to carry a double burden," and he looked at them meaningly. "It is that upon this journey you will not attempt to escape with the princess, whom you have followed from oversea to rescue her out of the land of Saladin." Godwin drew from his tunic the cross which Rosamund had left him in the hall at Steeple, and saying, "I swear upon this holy symbol that during our journey to Damascus I will attempt no escape with or without my cousin Rosamund," he kissed it. "And I swear the same upon my sword," added Wulf, laying his hand upon the silver hilt of the great blade which had been his forefather's. "A security that I like better," said Hassan with a smile. "But in truth, knights, your word is enough for me." Then he looked at Masouda and went on, still smiling, "Nay, it is useless, for women who have dwelt yonder oaths have no meaning. Lady, we must be content to watch you, since my lord has bidden you to his city, which, fair and brave as you are, to be plain, I would not have done." Then he turned to speak to the secretaries, and Godwin, who was noting all, saw Masouda's dark eyes follow him, and in them a very strange light. "Good," they seemed to say. "As you have written, so shall you read." That same afternoon they started for Damascus, a great army of horsemen. In its midst, guarded by 1,000 spears, Rosamund was borne in a litter. In front of her rode Hassan, with his yellow-robed bodyguard, at her side Masouda, and behind her, for notwithstanding his hurts, Wulf would not be carried, the brethren, mounted upon ambling palfreys. After them, led by slaves, came the chargers, Flame and Smoke, recovered now, but still walking somewhat stiffly, and then rank upon rank of turbaned Saracens. Through the open curtains of her litter, Rosamund beckoned to the brethren, who pushed alongside of her. "Look," she said, pointing with her hand. They looked, and there, bathed in the glory of the sinking sun, saw the mountains crowned far, far away with the impregnable city and fortress of Masyaf, and below it the slopes down which they had ridden for their lives. Nearer to them flashed the river bordered by the town of Emesa. Set at intervals along its walls were spears looking like filaments against the flaming sunset sky, and on each of them a black dot, which was the head of an assassin, while from the turrets above the golden banner of Saladin fluttered in the evening wind. Remembering all that she had undergone in that fearful home of devil worshippers, and the fate from which she had been snatched, Rosamund shuddered. "It burns like a city in hell," she said, staring at Masyaf, environed by that lurid evening light and canopied with black smoke-like clouds. "Oh, such I think will be its doom." "I trust so," answered Wulf fervently. "At least, in this world and the next we have done with it." "Yes," added Godwin in his thoughtful voice. "Still, out of that evil place we won good, for there we found Rosamund, and there, my brother, you conquered in such a fray as you can never hope to fight again, gaining great glory and perhaps much more." Then, reining in his horse, Godwin fell back behind the litter, while Wulf wondered, and Rosamund watched him with dreaming eyes. That evening they camped in the desert, and next morning, surrounded by wandering tribes of Bedouins, mounted on their camels, marched on again sleeping that night in the ancient fortress of Baalbec, whereof the garrison and people, having been warned by runners of the rank and titles of Rosamund, came out to do her homage as their lady. Hearing of it, she left her litter and mounted a splendid horse, which they had sent her as a present, rode to meet them, the brethren in full armour and once more bestriding flame and smoke beside her, and a guard of Saladin's own Mamelukes behind, solemn, turbaned men who had been commanded so to do by messengers from the Sultan, brought her the keys of the gates on a cushion. Minstrels and soldiers marched before her, whilst crowding the walls and running alongside came the citizens in their thousands. Thus she went on, through the open gates, past the towering columns of ruined temples, once a home of the worship of heathen gods, through courts and vaults to the citadel surrounded by its gardens, that in dead ages had been the Acropolis of forgotten Roman emperors. Here in the portico Rosamund turned her horse, and received the salutations of the multitude, as though she also were one of the world's rulers. Indeed, it seemed to the brethren watching her, as she sat upon the great white horse and surveyed the shouting, bending crowd with flashing eyes, splendid in her bearing and beautiful to see, a prince at her stirrup and an army at her back, that none of those who had trod that path before her could have seemed greater or more glorious in the hour of their pride than did this English girl, who by the whim of fate had suddenly been set so high. Truly, by blood and nature she was fitted to be a queen. Yet, as Rosamund sat thus, the pride passed from her face, and her eyes fell. "Of what are you thinking?" asked Godwin at her side. "That I would we were back among the summer fields at Steeple," she answered, "for those who are lifted high fall low. Prince Hassan, give the captains and people my thanks, and bid them begone. I would rest." Thus, for the first and last time, did Rosamund behold her ancient fief of Baalbec, which her grandsire, the great Ayyub, had ruled before her. That night there was feasting in the mighty immemorial halls, and singing and minstrelsy and the dancing of fair women and the giving of gifts. For Baalbec, where birth and beauty were ever welcome, did honour to its lady, the favoured niece of the mighty Saladin. Yet there were some who murmured that she would bring no good fortune to the Sultan or this his city, who was not all of the blood of Ayyub, but half a Frank and a cross worshipper, though even these praised her beauty and her royal bearing. The brethren they praised also, although these were unbelievers, and the tale of how Wulf had fought the traitor knight upon the narrow way, and of how they had led their kinswoman from the haunted fortress of Masyaf, was passed from mouth to mouth. At dawn the next day, on orders received from the Sultan, they left Baalbec, escorted by the army and many of the notables of the town. That afternoon they drew rein upon the heights which overlook the city of Damascus, bride of the earth, set amidst its 7 streams, and ringed about with gardens, one of the most beautiful and perhaps the most ancient city in the world. Then they rode down to the bounteous plain, and as night fell, having passed the encircling gardens, were escorted from the gates of Damascus, outside of which most of the army halted and encamped. Along the narrow streets, bordered by yellow, flat-roofed houses, they rode slowly, looking now at the motley, many-coloured crowds who watched them with grave interest, and now at the stately buildings, domed mosques, and towering minarets, which everywhere stood out against the deep blue of the evening sky. Thus at length they came to an open space planted like a garden, beyond which was seen a huge and fantastic castle that Hassan told them was the palace of Saladin. In its courtyard they were parted, Rosamund being led away by officers of state, whilst the brethren were taken to chambers that had been prepared, where, after they had bathed, they were served with food. Scarcely had they eaten it when Hassan appeared and bade them follow him. Passing down various passages and across a court, they came to some guarded doors, where the soldiers demanded that they should give up their swords and daggers. "It is not needful," said Hassan, and they let them go by. Next came more passages and a curtain, beyond which they found themselves in a small domed room lit by hanging silver lamps, and paved in tessellated marbles, strewn with rich rugs and furnished with cushioned couches. At a sign from Hassan, the brethren stood still in the centre of this room, and looked about them wondering. The place was empty and very silent. They felt afraid, of what they knew not. Presently curtains upon its further side opened, and through them came a man turbaned and wrapped in a dark robe, who stood a while in the shadow, gazing at them beneath the lamps. The man was not very tall, and slight in build, yet about him was much majesty, although his garb was such as the humblest might have worn. He came forward, lifting his head, and they saw that his features were small and finely cut, that he was bearded, and beneath his broad brow shone thoughtful, yet at times piercing eyes, which were brown in hue. Now the Prince Hassan sank to his knees and touched the marble with his forehead, and guessing that they were in the presence of the mighty monarch Saladin, the brethren saluted in their Western fashion. Presently the Sultan spoke in a low, even voice to Hassan, to whom he motioned that he should rise, saying, "I can see that you trust these knights, Emir," and he pointed to their great swords. "Sire," was the answer, "I trust them as I trust myself. They are brave and honourable men, although they be infidels." The Sultan stroked his beard. "Aye," he said, "infidels. It is a pity, yet doubtless they worship God after their own fashion. Noble to look on also, like their father, whom I remember well, and, if all I hear is true, brave indeed. Sir Knights, do you understand my language?" "Sufficiently to speak it, lord," answered Godwin, "who have learned it since childhood, yet ill enough." "Good. Then tell me, as soldiers to a soldier, what do you seek from Saladin?" "Our cousin, the Lady Rosamund, who by your command, lord, was stolen from our home in England." "Knights, she is your cousin, that I know, as surely as I know that she is my niece. Tell me now, is she aught more to you?" And he searched them with those piercing eyes. Godwin looked at Wulf, who said in English, "Speak the whole truth, brother. From that man nothing can be hid." Then Godwin answered, "Sire, we love her, and we are affianced to her." The Sultan stared at them in surprise. "What, both of you?" he asked. "Yes, both." "And does she love you both?" "Yes," replied Godwin, "both, or so she says." Saladin stroked his beard and considered them, while Hassan smiled a little. "Then, knights," he said presently, "tell me, which of you does she love best?" "That, sire, is known to her alone. When the time comes she will say, and not before." "I perceive," said Saladin, "that behind this riddle hides a story. If it is your good pleasure, be seated and set it out to me." So they sat down on the divan and obeyed, keeping nothing back from the beginning to the end, nor, although the tale was long, did the Sultan weary of listening. "A great story, truly," he said, when at length they had finished. and one in which I seem to see the hand of Allah. Sir Knights, you will think that I have wronged you, I and your uncle Sir Andrew, who was once my friend, although an older man than I, and who, by stealing away my sister, laid the foundations of this house of love and war and woe, and perchance of happiness unforeseen. Now listen. The tale that those two Frankish knaves, the priest and the false knight Lozelle, told to you was true. As I wrote to your uncle in my letter, I dreamed a dream. Thrice I dreamed it, that this niece of mine lived, and that if I could bring her here to dwell at my side, she should save the shedding of much blood by some noble deed of hers, ay, of the blood of tens of thousands. And in that dream I saw her face. Therefore I stretched out my arm and took her from far away. And now, through you, yes, through you, she has been snatched from the power of the great assassin, and is safe in my court, and therefore, henceforth, I am your friend." "Sire, have you seen her?" asked Godwin. "Knights, I have seen her, and the face is the face of my dreams, and therefore I know full surely that in those dreams God spoke. Listen, Sir Godwin and Sir Wulf," Saladin went on in a changed voice, a stern, commanding voice. "Ask of me what you will, and, Franks though you are, it shall be given you for your service' sake. Wealth, lands, titles, all that men desire and I can grant. But ask not of me my niece, Rose of the World, Princess of Baalbec, whom Allah has brought to me for his own purposes. Know, moreover, that if you strive to steal her away, you shall certainly die, and that if she escapes from me and I recapture her, then she shall die. These things I have told her already, and I swear them in the name of Allah. Here she is, and in my house she must abide until the vision be fulfilled." Now, in their dismay, the brethren looked at each other, for they seemed further from their desire than they had been even in the castle of Sinan. Then a light broke upon the face of Godwin, and he stood up and answered, "Dread Lord of all the East, we hear you, and we know our risk. You have given us your friendship. We accept it, and are thankful and seek no more. God, you say, has brought our Lady Rosamund to you for his own purposes, of which you have no doubt, since her face is the very face of your dreams. Then let his purposes be accomplished according to his will, which may be in some way that we little guess. We abide his judgment, who has guided us in the past and will guide us in the future." "Well spoken," replied Saladin. "I have warned you, my guests, therefore blame me not if I keep my word. But I ask no promise from you who would not tempt noble knights to lie. Yes, Allah has set this strange riddle. By Allah, let it be answered in his season." Then he waved his hand to show that the audience was Chapter 17 of The Brethren, A Tale of the Crusades by H. Rider Haggard. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Abigail Rasmussen in July 2012. Chapter 17. The Brethren Depart from Damascus. At the court of Saladin, Godwin and Wulf were treated with much honour. A house was given them to dwell in, and a company of servants to minister to their comfort and to guard them. Mounted on their swift horses, Flame and Smoke, they were taken out into the desert to hunt, and, had they so willed, it would have been easy for them to outdistance their retinue and companions and ride away to the nearest Christian town. Indeed, No hand would have been lifted to stay them who were free to come or go. But whither were they to go without Rosamund? Saladin they saw often, for it pleased him to tell them tales of those days when their father and uncle were in the East, or to talk with them of England and the Franks, and even now and again to reason with Godwin on matters of religion. Moreover, to show his faith in them, he gave them the rank of officers of his own bodyguard, and when, wearying of idleness, they asked it of him, allowed them to take their share of duty in the guarding of his palace and person. This at a time when peace still reigned between Frank and Saracen, the brethren were not ashamed to do, who received no payment for their services. Peace reigned indeed, but Godwin and Wulf could guess that it would not reign for long. Damascus and the plain around it were one great camp, and every day new thousands of wild tribesmen poured in and took up the quarters that had been prepared for them. They asked Masouda, who knew everything, what it meant. She answered, "It means the jihad, the holy war, which is being preached in every mosque throughout the East. It means that the great struggle between cross and crescent is at hand, and then, pilgrims Peter and John, you will have to choose your standard." "There can be little doubt about that," said Wulf. "None," replied Masouda, with one of her smiles. "Only it may pain you to have to make war upon the Princess of Baalbec and her uncle, the commander of the faithful." Then she went, still smiling, for this was the trouble of it. Rosamund, their cousin and their love, had in truth become the Princess of Baalbec for them. She lived in great state and freedom, as Saladin had promised that she should live in his letter to Sir Andrew Darcy. No insult or violence were offered to her faith, no suitor was thrust upon her. But she was in a land where women do not consort with men, especially if they be high-placed. As a princess of the Empire of Saladin, she must obey its rules, even to veiling herself when she went abroad, and exchanging no private words with men. Godwin and Wulf prayed Saladin that they might be allowed to speak with her from time to time, but he only answered shortly, "Sir Knights, our customs are our customs. Moreover, the less you see of the Princess of Baalbec, the better I think it will be for her, for you, whose blood I do not wish to have upon my hands, and for myself, who await the fulfillment of that dream which the angel brought." Then the brethren left his presence, sore at heart, for although they saw her from time to time at feasts and festivals, Rosamund was as far apart from them as though she sat in Steeple Hall, ay, and further. Also they came to see that of rescuing her from Damascus there was no hope at all. She dwelt in her own palace, whereof the walls were guarded night and day by a company of the Sultan's Mamelukes, who knew that they were answerable for her with their lives. Within its walls, again, lived trusted eunuchs under the command of a cunning fellow named Mesrour, and her retinue of women, all of them spies and watchful. How could two men hope to snatch her from the heart of such a host, and to spirit her out of Damascus and through its encircling armies? One comfort, however, was left to them. When she reached the court, Rosamund had prayed of the Sultan that Masouda should not be separated from her, and this because of the part she had played in his niece's rescue from the power of Sinan. He had granted, though doubtfully. Moreover, Masouda, being a person of no account except for her beauty, and a heretic, was allowed to go where she would and to speak with whom she wished. So, as she wished to speak often with Godwin, they did not lack for tidings of Rosamund. From her they learned that in a fashion the princess was happy enough. Who would not be that had just escaped from Al-Jebal? Yet, weary of the strange Eastern life, of the restraints upon her, and of her aimless days, vexed also that she might not mix with the brethren. day by day she sent them her greetings, and with them warnings to attempt nothing, not even to see her, since there was no hope that they would succeed. So much afraid of them was the Sultan, Rosamund said, that both she and they were watched day and night, and of any folly their lives would pay the price. When they heard all this, the brethren began to despair, and their spirits sank so low that they cared not what should happen to them. Then it was that a chance came to them of which the issue was to make them still more admired by Saladin, and to lift Masouda to honour. One hot morning they were seated in the courtyard of their house beside the fountain, staring at the passers-by through the bars of the bronze gates and at the sentries who marched to and fro before them. This house was in one of the principal thoroughfares of Damascus, and in front of it flowed continually an unending, many-coloured stream of folk. There were white-robed Arabs of the desert, mounted on their grumbling camels, caravans of merchandise from Egypt or elsewhere, asses laden with firewood or the grey, prickly growth of wild thyme for the bakers' ovens, water-sellers with their goat-skin bags and chinking brazen cups, vendors of birds or sweetmeats, women going to the bath enclosed in curtained litters, escorted by the eunuchs of their households, great lords riding on their Arab horses and preceded by their runners, who thrust the crowd asunder and beat the poor with rods, beggars, halt, maimed, and blind, beseeching alms, lepers from whom all shrank away, who wailed their woes aloud, stately companies of soldiers, some mounted and some afoot, holy men, who gave blessings and received alms, and so forth, without number and without end. Godwin and Wulf, seated in the shade of the painted house, watched them gloomily. They were weary of this ever-changing sameness, weary of the eternal glare and glitter of this unfamiliar life, weary of the insistent cries of the mullahs on the minarets, of the flash of the swords that would soon be red with the blood of their own people, weary, too, of the hopeless task to which they were sworn. Rosamund was one of this multitude. She was the princess of Baalbec, half an Eastern by her blood, and growing more Eastern day by day, or so they thought in their bitterness. As well might two Saracens hope to snatch the Queen of England from her palace at Westminster, as they to drag the Princess of Baalbec out of the power of a monarch more absolute than any king of England. So they sat silent, since they had nothing to say, and stared now at the passing crowd, and now at the thin stream of water falling continually into the marble basin. Presently they heard voices at the gate, and looking up, saw a woman wrapped in a long cloak, talking with the guard, who with a laugh thrust out his arm as though to place it around her. Then a knife flashed, and the soldier stepped back, still laughing, and opened the wicket. The woman came in. It was Masouda. They rose and bowed to her, but she passed before them into the house. Thither they followed, while the soldier at the gate laughed again, and at the sound of his mockery Godwin's cheek grew red. Even in the cool, darkened room she noticed it, and said bitterly enough, "What does it matter? Such insults are my daily bread, whom they believe—" and she stopped. "They had best say nothing of what they believe to me," muttered Godwin. "I thank you," Masouda answered, with a sweet, swift smile, and throwing off her cloak, stood before them unveiled, clad in the white robes that befitted her tall and graceful form so well, and were blazoned on the breast with the cognizance of Baalbec. "Well for you," she went on, "that they hold me to be what I am not, since otherwise I should win no entry to this house." "What of our lady Rosamund?" broke in Wulf awkwardly, for like Godwin he was pained. Masouda laid her hand upon her breast as though to still its heaving, then answered, The Princess of Baalbec, my mistress, is well and, as ever, beautiful, though somewhat weary of the pomp in which she finds no joy. She sent her greetings, but did not say to which of you they should be delivered. So, pilgrims, you must share them." Godwin winced, but Wulf asked if there were any hope of seeing her, to which Masouda answered, "None," adding in a low voice, "I come upon another business. Do you, brethren, wish to do Saladin a service?" "I don't know. What is it?" asked Godwin gloomily. "Only to save his life, for which he may be grateful, or may not, according to his mood." "Speak on," said Godwin, "and tell us how we 2 Franks can save the life of the Sultan of the East." "Do you still remember Sinan and his Fedai? Yes, they are not easily forgotten, are they? Well, tonight he has plotted to murder Saladin, and afterwards to murder you if he can, and to carry away your Lady Rosamund if he can, or, failing that, to murder her also. Oh, the tale is true enough. I have it from one of them under the signet. Surely that signet has served us well. Who believes, poor fool, that I am in the plot? Now, you are the officers of the bodyguard who watch in the antechamber tonight, are you not? Well, when the guard is changed at midnight, the 8 men who should replace them at the doors of the room of Saladin will not arrive. They will be decoyed away by a false order. In their stead will come 8 murderers, disguised in the robes and arms of Mamelukes. They look to deceive and cut you down, kill Saladin, and escape by the further door. Can you hold your own a while against 8 men, think you?" "We have done so before, and will try," answered Wulf. "But how shall we know that they are not Mamelukes?" "Thus. They will wish to pass the door, and you will say, 'Nay, sons of Sinan,' whereon they will spring on you to kill you. Then be ready and shout aloud." "And if they overcome us?" asked Godwin. "Then the Sultan would be slain?" "Nay, for you must lock the door of the chamber of Saladin and hide away the key. The sound of the fighting will arouse the outer guard ere hurt can come to him. Or," she added, after thinking a while, "perhaps it will be best to reveal the plot to the Sultan at once." "No, no," answered Wulf. "Let us take the chance. I weary of doing nothing here. Hassan guards the outer gate. He will come swiftly at the sound of blows." "Good," said Masouda. "I will see that he is there and awake. Now, farewell, and pray that we may meet again. I say nothing of this story to the Princess Rosamund until it is done with." Then, throwing her cloak about her shoulders, she turned and went. "Is that true, think you?" asked Wulf of Godwin. "We have never found Masouda to be a liar," was his answer. "Come, let us see to our armour. The knives of those Fedai are sharp." It was near midnight, and the brethren stood in the small domed antechamber, from which a door opened into the sleeping rooms of Saladin. The guard of 8 Mamelukes had left them, to be met by their relief in the courtyard, according to custom, but no relief had as yet appeared in the antechamber. "It would seem that Masouda's tale is true," said Godwin, and going to the door he locked it and hid the key beneath a cushion. Then they took their stand in front of the locked door, before which hung curtains, standing in the shadow with the light from the hanging silver lamps pouring down in front of them. Here they waited a while in silence, till at length they heard the tramp of men, and 8 Mamelukes, clad in yellow above their mail, marched in and saluted. "Stand," said Godwin, and they stood a minute, then began to edge forward. "Stand," said both of the brethren again, but still they edged forward. "Stand, sons of Sinan," they said a third time, drawing their swords. Then, with a hiss of disappointed rage, the Fedai came at them. "A Darcy! A Darcy! Help for the Sultan!" shouted the brethren, and the fray began. 6 of the men attacked them, and while they were engaged with these, The other two slipped round and tried the door, only to find it fast. Then they also turned upon the brethren, thinking to take the key from off their bodies. At the first rush, two of the Fedai went down beneath the sweep of the long swords, but after that the murderers would not come close, and while some engaged them in front, others strove to pass and stab them from behind. Indeed, a blow from one of their long knives fell upon Godwin's shoulder, but the good male turned it. "Give way," he cried to Wulf, "or they will best us." So suddenly they gave way before them till their backs were against the door, and there they stood, shouting for help and sweeping round them with their swords, into reach of which the Fedai dare not come. Now from without the chamber rose a cry and tumult, and the sound of heavy blows falling upon the gates that the murderers had barred behind them, while upon the further side of the door, which he could not open, was heard the voice of the Sultan, demanding to know what passed. The Fedai heard these sounds also, and read in them their doom. Forgetting caution in their despair and rage, they hurled themselves upon the brethren, for they thought that if they could get them down, they might still break through the door and slay Saladin before they themselves were slain. But for a while the brethren stopped their rush with point and buckler, wounding two of them sorely, and when at length they closed in upon them, the gates were burst, and Hassan and the outer guard were at hand. A minute later, and but little hurt, Godwin and Wulf were leaning on their swords, and the Fedai, some of them dead or wounded, and some of them captive, lay before them on the marble floor. Moreover, the door had been opened, and through it came the Sultan in his night gear. "What has chanced?" he asked, looking at them doubtfully. "Only this, lord," answered Godwin. "These men came to kill you, and we held them off till help arrived." "Kill me? My own guard kill me?" "They are not your guard. They are Fedai, disguised as your guard, and sent by Al-Jebal, as he promised." Now Saladin turned pale, for he who feared nothing else was all his life afraid of the assassins and their lord, who thrice had striven to murder him. "Strip the armour from those men," went on Godwin, "and I think that you will find truth in my words. Or, if not, question such of them as still live." They obeyed, and there upon the breast of one of them, burnt into his skin, was the symbol of the blood-red dagger. Now Saladin saw, and beckoned the brethren aside. "How knew you of this?" he asked, searching them with his piercing eyes. "Masouda, the Lady Rosamund's waiting woman, warned us that you, lord, and we were to be murdered tonight by 8 men, so we made ready." "Why then did you not tell me?" "Because," answered Wulf, "we were not sure that the news was true, and did not wish to bring false tidings and be made foolish. Because, also, my brother and I thought that we could hold our own a while against 8 of Sinan's rats, disguised as soldiers of Saladin." "You have done it well, though yours was a mad counsel," answered the Sultan. Then he gave his hand first to one and next to the other, and said simply, "Sir Knights, Saladin owes his life to you. Should it ever come about that you owe your lives to Saladin, he will remember this." Thus this business ended. On the morrow, those of the Fedai who remained alive were questioned, and confessing freely that they had been sent to murder Saladin, who had robbed their master of his bride, the 2 Franks who had carried her off, and the woman Masouda who had guided them, they were put to death cruelly enough. Also many others in the city were seized and killed on suspicion, so that for a while there was no more fear from the assassins. Now from that day forward Saladin held the brethren in great friendship, and pressed gifts upon them and offered them honours. But they refused them all, saying that they needed but one thing of him, and he knew what it was, in answer at which his face sank. One morning he sent for them, and except for the presence of Prince Hassan, the most favourite of his emirs, and a famous imam or priest of his religion, received them alone. "Listen," he said briefly, addressing Godwin. "I understand that my niece, the Princess of Baalbec, is beloved by you. Good. Subscribe the Koran, and I give her to you in marriage, for thus also she may be led to the true faith, whom I have sworn not to force thereto, and I gain a great warrior, and paradise a brave soul. The imam here will instruct you in the truth." Thus he spoke, but Godwin only stared at him with eyes set wide in wonderment, and answered, "Sire, I thank you, but I cannot change my faith to win a woman, however dearly I may love her." "So I thought," said Saladin with a sigh, "though indeed it is sad that superstition should thus blind so brave and good a man. Now, Sir Wulf, it is your turn. What say you to my offer? Will you take the princess and her dominions, with my love thrown in as a marriage portion?" Wulf thought a moment, and as he thought, there arose in his mind a vision of an autumn afternoon that seemed years and years ago, when they two and Rosamund had stood by the shrine of St. Chad on the shores of Essex, and jested of this very matter of a change of faith. Then he answered with one of his great laughs, "Aye, sire, but on my own terms, not on yours, for if I took these, I think that my marriage would lack blessings. Nor indeed would Rosamund wish to wed a servant of your prophet, who, if it pleased him, might take other wives." Saladin leant his head upon his hand and looked at them with disappointed eyes, yet not unkindly. "The knight Lozelle was a cross worshipper," he said, "but you two are very different from the knight Lozelle, who accepted the faith when it was offered to him." "To win your trade," said Godwin bitterly. "I know not," answered Saladin, "though it is true the man seems to have been a Christian among the Franks, who here was a follower of the prophet. At least he is dead at your hands, and though he sinned against me and betrayed my niece to Sinan, peace be with his soul. Now I have one more thing to say to you. That Frank, Prince Arnott of Carac, whom you call Reginald de Chatillon, accursed be his name," and he spat upon the ground, "has once more broken the peace between me and the King of Jerusalem, slaughtering my merchants and stealing my goods. I will suffer this shame no more, and very shortly I unfurl my standards, which shall not be folded up again until they float upon the mosque of Omar, and from every tower top in Palestine. Your people are doomed. I, Yusuf Saladin," and he rose as he said the words, his very beard bristling with wrath, "declare the holy war, and will sweep them to the sea. Choose now, you brethren. Do you fight for me or against me, or will you give up your swords and bide here as my prisoners?" "We are the servants of the cross," answered Godwin, "and cannot lift steel against it and thereby lose our souls." Then he spoke with Wulf, and added, "As to your second question, whether we should bide here in chains, it is one that our Lady Rosamund must answer, for we are sworn to her service. We demand to see the Princess of Baalbec." "Send for her, Emir," said Saladin to the Prince Hassan, who bowed and departed. A while later Rosamund came, looking beautiful, but, as they saw when she threw back her veil, very white and weary. She bowed to Saladin, and the brethren, who were not allowed to touch her hand, bowed to her, devouring her face with eager eyes. "Greeting, my uncle," she said to the Sultan, "and to you, my cousins, greeting also. What is your pleasure with me?" Saladin motioned to her to be seated, and bade Godwin set out the case, which he did very clearly, ending, "Is it your wish, Rosamund, that we stay in this court as prisoners, or go forth to fight with the Franks in the great war that is to be?" Rosamund looked at them a while, then answered, "To whom were you sworn the first? Was it to the service of our Lord, or to the service of a woman? I have said." "Such words as we expected from you, being what you are," exclaimed Godwin, while Wulf nodded his head in assent, and added, "Sultan, we ask your safe conduct to Jerusalem, and leave this lady in your charge, relying on your plighted word to do no violence to her faith and to protect her person." "My safe conduct you have," replied Saladin, "and my friendship also. Nor indeed should I have thought well of you had you decided otherwise. Now, henceforth, we are enemies in the eyes of all men, and I shall strive to slay you as you will strive to slay me. But as regards this lady, have no fear. What I have promised shall be fulfilled. Bid her farewell, whom you will see no more." "Who taught your lips to say such words, O Sultan?" asked Godwin. "Is it given to you to read the future and the decrees of God?" "I should have said," answered Saladin, "whom you will see no more if I am able to keep you apart. Can you complain who, both of you, have refused to take her as a wife?" Here Rosamund looked up, wondering, and Wulf broke in. "Tell her the price. Tell her that she was asked to wed either of us who would bow the knee to Mahomet, and to be the head of his harem, and I think that she will not blame us." "Neither would I have spoken again to him who answered otherwise," exclaimed Rosamund, and Saladin frowned at the words. "Oh, my uncle," she went on, "you have been kind to me and raised me high, but I do not seek this greatness, nor are your ways my ways, who am of a faith that you call accursed. Let me go, I beseech you, in care of these my kinsmen." "And your lovers," said Saladin bitterly. "Niece, it cannot be. I love you well, but did I know even that your life must pay the price of your sojourn here, here you still should stay, since, as my dream told me, on you hang the lives of thousands, and I believe that dream. What then is your life, or the lives of these knights, or even my life, that any or all of them should turn the scale against those of thousands? Oh, everything that my empire can give is at your feet, but here you stay until the dream be accomplished, and," he added, looking at the brethren, "death shall be the portion of any who would steal you from my hand." "Until the dream be accomplished," said Rosamund, catching at the words. "Then, when it is accomplished, shall I be free?" "Aye," answered the Sultan, "free to come or to go, unless you attempt to escape, for then you know your certain doom." "It is a decree. Take note, my cousins. It is a decree, and you, Prince Hassan, remember it also. Oh, I pray with all my soul, I pray, that it was no lying spirit who brought you that dream, my uncle, though how I shall bring peace, who hitherto have brought nothing except war and bloodshed, I know not. Now go, my cousins, but, if you will, leave me Masouda, who has no other friends. Go, and take my love and blessing with you, ay, and the blessing of Jesu and his saints, which shall protect you in the hour of battle, and bring us together again." So spoke Rosamund, and threw her veil before her face that she might hide her tears. Then Godwin and Wulf stepped to where she stood by the throne of Saladin, bent the knee before her, and taking her hand, kissed it in farewell, nor did the Sultan say them nay. But when she was gone, and the brethren were gone, he turned to the Emir Hassan, and to the great Imam, who had sat silent all this while, and said, "Now tell me, you who are old and wise, which of those men does the lady love? Speak, Hassan, you who know her well." But Hassan shook his head. "One or the other, both or neither, I know not," he answered. "Her counsel is too close for me." Then Saladin turned to the Imam, a cunning, silent man. "When both the infidels are about to die before her face, as I still hope to see them do, we may learn the answer, but unless she wills it, never before," he replied, and the Sultan noted his saying. Next morning, having been warned that they would pass there by Masouda, Rosamund, watching through the lattice of one of her palace windows, saw the brethren go by. They were fully armed, and, mounted on their splendid chargers Flame and Smoke, looked glorious men, as, followed by their escort of swarthy, turbaned Mamelukes, they rode proudly side by side, the sunlight glinting on their mail. Opposite to her house they halted a while, and, knowing that Rosamund watched, although they could not see her, drew their swords and lifted them in salute. Then, sheathing them again, they rode forward in silence, and soon were lost to sight. Little did Rosamund guess how different they would appear when they three met again. Indeed, she scarcely dared to hope that they would ever meet again, for she knew well that even if the war went in favour of the Christians, she would be hurried away to some place where they would never find her. She knew well, also, that from Damascus her rescue was impossible, and that although Saladin loved them, as he loved all who were honest and brave, he would receive them no more as friends, for fear lest they should rob him of her, whom he hoped in some way unforeseen would enable him to end his days in peace. Moreover, the struggle between Cross and Crescent would be fierce and to the death, and she was sure that where was the closest fighting, there in the midst of it would be found Godwin and Wulf. Well might it chance, therefore, that her eyes had looked their last upon them. Oh, she was great. Gold was hers, with gems more than she could count, and few were the weeks that did not bring her added wealth or gifts. She had palaces to dwell in, alone, gardens to wander in, alone, eunuchs and slaves to rule over, alone. But never a friend had she save the woman of the assassins, to whom she clung because she, Masouda, had saved her from Sinan, and who clung to her. Why, Rosamund could not be sure, for there was a veil between their spirits. They were gone. They were gone. Even the sound of their horses' hoofs had died away, and she was desolate as a child, lost in a city full of folk. Oh, and her heart was filled with fears for them, and most of all for one of them. If he should not come back into it, what would her life be? Rosamund bowed her head and wept. Then, hearing a sound behind her, turned to see that Masouda was weeping also. "Why do you weep?" she asked. "The maid should copy her mistress," answered Masouda, with a hard laugh. "But, lady, why do you weep? At least, you are beloved, and come what may, nothing can take that from you. You are not of less value than the good horse between the rider's knees, or the faithful hound that runs at his side." A thought rose in Rosamund's mind, a new and terrible thought. The eyes of the two women met, and those of Rosamund asked, "Which?" Anxiously, as once in the moonlight she had asked it with her voice from the gate above the narrow way. Between them stood a table inlaid with ivory and pearl, whereon the dust from the street had gathered through the open lattice. Masouda leaned over and with her forefinger wrote a single Arabic letter in the dust upon the table, then passed her hand across it. Rosamund's breast heaved twice or thrice, and was still. Then she asked, "Why did not you, who are free, go with him?" "Because he prayed me to bide here and watch over the lady whom he loved. So to the death I watch." Slowly Masouda spoke, and the heavy words seemed like blood dripping from a death wound. Then she sank forward into the arms of Rosamund.